Hello everybody, good morning to you and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live and to day 3 of this Division 1 County Championship match between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire. Now in day 3 we usually call that moving day, but if you joined us yesterday you'll know that Hampshire started the day on 2 without loss, and fast forward to the end of the day, well, Nottinghamshire are currently on 171 for 1, leading by 308 runs. We had a lot happen yesterday, 16 wickets got taken yesterday. So it was a bumper day on day 2. So let's remind you of everything that happened on day 2 with the highlights.
Here's Hutton. Stoneman hits it in the air, safe through mid-wicket, 4 runs. Food rather than the sit-down tea. In the air, caught and bowled, Brett Hutton one-handed. And Stoneman goes a little forward prod.
Caught and bowls real back at me. Next one is worked away onto the leg side for 4 by Fletcher Middleton.
Sorry, just for his name. Here's Hutton driving through mid-arm. That should be 4. Now, Hamid is after it.
Loses his floppy son
get there? No, not quite.
It's a Abbas. Now in to Gubbins, and he's got him. Mohammed Abbas gets his first Nottinghamshire wicket, and it is Nick Gubbins.
Again, with 3 slips, runs away from us. Bowls, fuller delivery, driven through mid-arm. 4 more. 2 lovely straight mid-on drives in the last couple of overs.
James in to bowl to Fletcher Middleton, wristily turns this to leg, and with enough accuracy. Today, 71 for 2. You don't want to be nipping across the road when the cricket's as good as this. Lyndon James bowls, oh, that's gone straight up in the air, and Verena will take the simplest of catches, and Lyndon James gets a wicket. Middleton has gone. Bass again. Oh, and there's a good delivery, and he's got a wicket. Well, you take that any day of the week, 8 and out. Tom Press back-to-back boundaries, and 3rd ball from the Stuart Broad end. Start of his 2nd spell. Mohammed Abbas does pick up the 4th Hampshire wicket before lunch. 96 for 4. Hampshire do need to a solid contribution from their middle and lower order. Oh, there's a lovely delivery from Abbas, and he's bowled Ben Brown. Runs in now. Bowls whippy delivery, and it's caught by Freddie McCann at 2nd slip, low down, and it's another duck on the card. This time Toby Albert just pushing at Mo Abbas, who's now got 4, and Hampshire 99 for 6. They've not added to their lunchtime score.
Forward, wrapped on the pad, gone. Hutton picks up his 2nd. Forward is James Fuller. Maybe not as far forward enough. He goes for 5. Albert comes down the wicket, hits it high over mid-on, that's 6. Met the ball on the bounce, hit through the line. Probably went slightly wider than he was expecting, only wider mid-on, but he's still got plenty of bat on it. Lovely shot.
Here he comes. Straightish approach. Balls now, and Dawson cuts it into the offside, and that's a brilliant catch. A stunning catch by Farhan Ahmed, and Mo Abbas has got his 5th.
Wales captain, here's Hutton, short, pulled away by Abbott. It's in the air, and it's caught, not quite. Farhan Ahmed.
Good to see him back. He's had 1 or 2 injury issues start of the season. Gone quick and popped up in the air. And there's another one for Verena and another one for Lyndon James. And Notts do get the full haul of bowling points. That's 9 down, 178 for 9.
Well, that'll be some game. That'll be some win. Hutton bowls, he's given himself some room, hammered that away through the covers. It's 4 runs, and there's Abbott's 50.
Again. Big strike. Now, how far has this gone? All the way for... No, it's been caught. And it's McCann. Sorry, he was out of my sight down here to start off with. He's gone for 67.
Stuart Broadend. Meads bowled! Neck and crop. He's got his 6th wicket of the match. What a match, in fact, Kyle Abbott's having. Asiba Mead has gone.
Slater on 8. And again, I say again, he's managed to find the boundary here, because I thought it was going to be angled down towards that fielder at 3rd again, but no, it's a little squarer.
As well as the first exchanges in the Vitality Blast. So next ball is going to bring a wicket, and it's Kyle Abbott getting Ben Slater.
McCann in bowls. McCann's on the back foot. Nicely played through point. That's 4.
Etc. etc. As McCann again drives elegantly through the offside. Lovely stuff this from Freddie McCann, and away for 4.
Clark short, tries to pull that away, he's edged it through to the keeper, he's gone. The bounce has worked, Clark went for it. Little tickle down the leg side through to Ben Brown, and that will be tea with Nottinghamshire on 50 for 3. I'd like to ask at the end of the day is Fuller driving and missing. No, he's got an edge and he's gone. McCann has gone for 18. Short, cut away, 4 runs. Short wide there from Fuller. Verena comes in, bowl, short, pulled away. Nobody down at deep backward square, and that's 4 runs.
Here comes Brad Wheel. It's bowled! Verena leaves it alone. It nips back and demolishes his off stump.
Here comes Fuller, pulled away, hammered away over mid wicket. Oh, that's very nearly 6. But as McCann proved, this as well. That's a cut away off the back foot. That's a super shot. What a 3-ball combination off the bat of centre bowls to Lyndon James. Hammers that away in the air, and it's caught at mid-on. He does it straight away.
Bacon comes around the wicket in and bowls full. Looking at that Yorker length delivery, and played again very nicely by Patterson-White for another 4. This time through.
Comes into ball to the right hand. Nice and full, and a repeat, and that'll be his half century. Lovely shot from Haynes. Missed out in the first innings, looking to cash in here, and a couple of really sweetly timed drives in this over takes him to a splendid half century. And again, and pulled away onto the leg side, and he's really got hold of that one. He's whipped it away for 6.
So a real bumper highlights there from day 2 yesterday. It was a great day of cricket, to be fair. A lot of wickets got taken yesterday, 16 like I say, and it was a strong performance with the ball from a Nottinghamshire point of view, and that was led by Mo Abbas. Now if we just take a look at his figures in a little bit more detail, it's actually his 48th first class 5-wicket haul. A lot of experience with Mo Abbas, but 15 overs and quite real strong economy as well from Mohammed Abbas there. But Lyndon James with a couple of wickets as well on his return to the Nottinghamshire side. So a great performance with the ball there. And just on Mo Abbas, earlier on this season, you'll know that Ferguson O'Neill on his debut took a fifer as well, and there's one other person that took a fifer on their Notts debut this year as well, and that's Josh Tong. So Mo Abbas said, I'll tell you what, Josh and Fergus, I'll join you. So both, all 3 of them have actually taken a fifer on their Notts debut this season. Absolutely amazing, and all of them have contributed so far this season, and I'm sure there'll be more from Mo Abbas as well. So the bell has just rang in the background. That means that we are about 5 minutes away from the start of play. Just to update you on the bonus point situation, because they're already in the bank, it's 5 points to Notts and 3 to Hampshire. So Notts currently lead that at the moment, and we'll see what happens throughout day 3. And to talk you through day 3's action, well, it's the 3 amigos, isn't it? It's Kevin Howes, Kevin Hand and David Bracegirdle.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge. Smiling there because both Kevin James and myself, Dave Bracegirdle, just watching on there as Aaron Lord has brought us the highlights package and all the news from yesterday, and then introduced my mucker as Kevin James, as Kevin Hand. It's me going at it now. How are you, Kevin Hand?
Yeah, well, apologies to everybody if they were hoping it was going to be Kevin Hand today. I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me.
Kevin Hand, of course, the BBC London commentator who looks after Middlesex. Kevin James is here, the voice of Hampshire cricket. Kevin Howell's not too far away as well, the headmaster. getting the show started on BBC 5 Sports Extra. This will be the featured match, at least for the morning session, unless things develop elsewhere up and down the country. A number of women's matches also taking place today, as well as the 6 county championship matches, but we'll start here on 5 Sports Extra, and of course you'll be able to follow this game on Trent Bridge Live with the pictures and on the BBC Sport website and app. Notts versus Hampshire, and it's also on your smart speaker. We have to keep giving that a plug. Just ask BBC Sounds to play Nottinghamshire versus Hampshire Day 3 if you're going to be anywhere near your smart speaker a little bit later on and want to get us on that. Anyway, it is another lovely day. Yesterday we did talk about the Simpsons cotton wool clouds over Trent Bridge. None of those today. It's just wall to wall, pale blue, bright sunshine, warm day, lots of slip slop slap being put on in the crowd, and we're ready for another compelling day and what's been a really engrossing match between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire. The story of recent visits here have been that Notts have been highly competitive for 3 days and then Hampshire win. Whether that will turn out to follow remains to be seen, but certainly Notts are competitive, have been competitive over the first 2 days after being put in by Ben Brown, the Hampshire skipper, on the first day. Notts made 333 yesterday. Hampshire in their first innings bundled out for just 196, and now Notts second time around 171 for 6. So that's a lead of 308 going into Day 3. Liam Patterson-White and Jack Haynes have restored Nottinghamshire's advantage after it seemed as if the home side were going to be whittled out for a pretty low score. They've added 87 so far for the 7th wicket. Patterson-White on 44, Jack Haynes on 60. I've had some correspondence in already this morning, including a very loud beep beep on my phone now from Aaron. Oh, please say sorry from myself to Kevin James. So there you are, Kev. You've had an apology from Aaron.
Aaron, he doesn't need to. I've been called a lot worse, believe me, over the years. I'm not too disappointed.
You've seen a lot of cricket. What's going to happen today? There you go. Listen. Easy one to start with.
Yeah, I mean, as head coach Eddie Birrell said to me yesterday, last night, the Hampshire head coach, he said, he didn't just say we've got a mountain to climb, he said it was a tall mountain to climb, and I think that's fair enough. I mean, Notts are in an absolutely super position, and I mean, they would have to play amazingly poorly from here on in not to win this game by quite a considerable margin.
Or Hampshire bat well.
Well, that's right.
Do you want to start? I might have to do a radio update.
Yeah. Here's Brad Wheel then, to get Day 3 underway, and that's immediately a boundary down to fine leg, or is it? Oh, that's brilliantly stopped. Right down there in front of the scoreboard. I'm going to guess that's Fletcher Middleton. It is a bit of a guess at the moment, but it deserves a better introduction for me, really, because that was a fine bit of fielding.
It was.
I should have known straight away. But a lovely little shot first up. It was Fletcher Middleton, thank you very much. Oh, it wasn't. It's, I've just been given the nod that we're on Sports Extra. So there we are. I thought there was an endorsement.
Yeah, they've only missed one ball here, and lovely bit of fielding we've seen.
Bright sunshine, length ball, Haynes pushes forward out to point.
I was going to get my binoculars out. Yes, it is Fletcher Middleton down there. I made reference a couple of times yesterday to using my binoculars, and Steve Burke's the head groundsman says, you want to get some new binoculars, Dave, because every time he kept saying that we couldn't see any drinks amongst the stag party, or the groundsman's little office and shed away to our left was very close to where they were, and he assured me that drink was taken by the stag party yesterday.
Wheel bowls, length ball, Haynes forward. Played beautifully last night. Jack Haynes, good technique. An innings was required at that point. I think Notts was still in a good position, but it needed this partnership. It needed Haynes to take the lead, which he did. And he played some glorious shots off both the front and back foot. I don't think I've seen him score too many runs over the years. Obviously, I only see him when he plays Hampshire, but in this innings alone, he's looked a very, very good player. Forward, back to the bowler. So yes, it is a situation here for Hampshire where they are staring defeat.
Jack Haynes only played one match against Hampshire before this one and scored 59 runs. So
for Nottinghamshire.
There's an update for Radio Nottingham.
Stumps Dweel as the ball was hit back to him. It misses the stumps. They'll come through for a single. 174 for 6.
Yes, a quick update from Trent Bridge, where we started on time. Nottinghamshire have just added 3 runs to their overnight score. They're in a strong position here. They're 174 for 6. That's an overall lead over Hampshire of 311. One of the less conventional updates for BBC Radio Nottingham, shall we say?
Yeah. You handled it very well, Dave, if I may say so. So 2 slips for the left-hander Patterson-White. He certainly played his part last night. Played one scintillating shot over square leg. That's outside the off-stump, left alone. Just a help away to a length ball off the bowler we've just seen bowl the opening over of the morning, which was hit away to our left. I mean, it was super shot. Yeah,
I've got Jack Haynes having not played against Hampshire in first-class cricket for Worcestershire. He played last year down at the bowl, the Utility Bowl last year, and scored 59.
That's why I haven't seen much of him.
We've seen a lot of this fella through the course of this game. Kyle Abbott is about to bowl the second over of the morning from the pavilion end, of course, now known as the Stuart Broad end here at Trent Bridge. What a match Kyle Abbott's had. 5 wickets in the Nottinghamshire first innings, 67 powerful runs with the bat in Hampshire's first innings, and then he's already added 2 more scalps in this Nottinghamshire second innings. 174 for 6, so the big burly South African comes in and bowls a delivery to Jack Haynes, which is just met with a full stride down towards the bowler by Haynes. He pushes it back to Abbott, and there's no run. So 174 for 6. We're in the 48th over of the innings. Notts lead by 311. Top of Division 1 Nottinghamshire. Ken will make no apologies for saying that once or twice, because it might not last. But Notts, after 4 rounds, top of the first division for the first time in many a year, as Haynes again gets a good stride in towards Abbott and nullifies any late movement. It's definitely been a ploy, hasn't it, from all the Notts batters to just get down that track to Kyle Abbott as far as you dare.
Yeah, and that's something really the Hampshire boys should do against Mo Abbas as well. 1 or 2 teams used to do that against Abbas when he was a Hampshire player, and it was quite effective. I didn't see too many of the Hampshire boys do it in the first innings. Mind you, it wasn't easy against the new ball.
Here comes Abbott again, and Haynes, even before he delivered it, was halfway down the track, and that helped him in the end because it was a sharply scampered single. He was already in motion as he played that ball into the offside. It was almost a dab and a run, and he gets down to the other end, keeping the board moving. 175 for 6. This pair have added 91. I think I'm right in saying, Kev, because the memory's not what it should be. That's the highest partnership of the match.
Yes, I think you're right. I had a quick look. We mentioned it yesterday, didn't we? We were trying to find the highest partnership.
It's got to be, hasn't it? Nottinghamshire made 333, Hampshire 196.
I think Verena and McCann, 78 for the 5th in the first innings was the previous, wasn't it?
So this coming at an opportune moment for Nottinghamshire. Their 7th wicket pairing have added 91. The left-hander Liam Patterson-White on strike. Just drops this on the leg side, and there's no run. The wicket has been sporting, shall we say, over days 1 and 2. It's been very tricky for all the batters, especially against the new ball. We had 16 wickets go down yesterday, but tellingly none in the last hour or so last night, as Patterson-White and Haynes just finally begin to take control against a tiring attack on a wicket that is starting to get a little flatter. This delivery from Abbott is wide enough to be left alone. It goes through to Ben Brown.
Yeah, I was talking to the Hampshire camp last night, and they feel that the way things are now, the new ball is hard work on this pitch, but as the ball gets a bit softer, it actually is all right. And I think we saw that towards the end of the Hampshire innings with Kyle Abbott's 60. We then saw the top of the Nottinghamshire innings knocked off, and then when these two came together, things just appeared to get a little easier again. Not taking anything away from the way they've played. They've played superbly, but I think that is a pattern that's beginning to emerge here. The new ball here has been and will be quite hard work.
After a little pause there, Abbott comes in to bowl to Patterson-White. Will chop this out onto the offside, fielded at point, and there's no run. End of the over, 175 for 6. Lovely day up and down the country, so no surprise they've started everywhere in the 6 county championship matches. In none of them have we yet reached the 4th innings of a match. Yorkshire in their 2nd innings, 116 for 1 at Chelmsford against Essex, leading Essex by just over 200. Sussex 70 for 3 at Hove. That's a lead of 174 over Worcestershire. And at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 665 for 5 declared. Surrey 99 for 1. They're the Division 1 games.
Brad Wheel to Haynes. Works that away through mid-wicket. Lovely shot, 4 runs. A little bit over pitched and a little too straight. And as Haynes has shown throughout this innings so far, both yesterday evening and already this morning, he's not missing out on too many that are not in the right areas.
No, he's found his touch already on the 3rd morning. Just to quickly wrap up the 2 Division 2 games, Kent 164 for 8. They're a long way behind, almost 400 behind Glamorgan, and Northants 145 for 6 against Lancashire.
Wheel bowls, Haynes drives pleasantly, well stopped at extra cover. Still come through for a single though, 180 for 6. That lead is up to 317. Women are also in action today.
Yep.
Tier 1, Metrobank One Day Cup. Blaze and Hampshire in action. The Blaze 39 for 1 at Lancashire. That's at Old Trafford. Blaze currently top of the table, going well. Tammy Beaumont's hit a couple of centuries, I think, in her last couple of innings. Well, she's the 1 wicket down. She went for 11.
Is this a ball? A check of the ball between the 2 umpires? That might be the first time in the match, Kevin, unless I've
you're right.
nodded off for a split second. But it's gone through one side of the gauge and not through the other. So the umpires are satisfied with the condition of the ball and basically just tell Hampshire to get on with it.
Here's Wheel around the wicket to the left hand of Patterson-White in short. Off the back foot, that's gone into the covers and there's no run. Hampshire are 41 for 2 against Essex down at the Utilita Bowl. That's in the 9th over, and Maya Boucher and Charlie Knott are the 2 wickets that have fallen, both to Kate Kopak, the seamer for Essex. That's 2 big wickets already down, and that match, which is the only match on the BBC of the women's round of fixtures today. That's on the BBC Sport website, and that live commentary of that one. Wheel in the game. Bowls. Patterson-White drives. It's gone out to point this time.
That's 2 good shots for no runs by Liam Patterson-White. The last couple of deliveries here. Not 4 runs away from a century partnership between this pair. Really valuable contributions. Liam Patterson-White rarely lets knots down with the bat when he comes into the side, but of course with Farhan Ahmed in the team as well, it's been few and far between occasions for Liam Patterson-White where they've played both spinners over the last couple of seasons.
Short. Oh, it's gone over the head of the keeper, and that's going for 4 byes. 4 wides. Well, we've seen lots of balls balloon. Been a 100 partnership. Thanks, Dave. You could have just said it for me.
It's
Applause.
5 wides as well, isn't it, of course? So it's gone up to 101.
Yeah. Round of applause from a decent crowd here again.
Anybody thinking that the wicket might be totally lifeless should have another look at that delivery. It was banged in halfway down, but it was still going up, wasn't it, when it sailed over Ben Brown. And now Fletcher Middleton is in the building site, and those of you watching the live stream, he's just disappeared behind the corridor of doom. A lot of spectators enter that corridor, and some of them come out the other side. Fletcher Middleton can't find the ball. There is no workman today. It's a Sunday. There's nobody down the far end, and Wilson, our static camera, has picked up Fletcher Middleton on a ball search. Come on, every side has a good finder of a cricket ball. Every club side as a helicopter goes over the ground. That was ridiculously short from Brad Wheel, and Fletcher Middleton is now asking for a little bit of help down there. Is it 5 for a lost ball? Sonny Baker's down there. I'm sure he's relieved that his brother and his mates aren't in the ground today. We understand there's a spectator now getting involved as well.
There's obviously a bit of a building site over there, so it won't be straightforward, would it?
Wonder if
maybe they will get the ball change that they wanted. They've gone about it in a slightly different way, but they perhaps got the result they wanted.
Is it still somewhere in the laws of the game, 5 for a lost ball? It always used to be, didn't it? But I don't think I've ever seen it enforced at the first class level. 185 for 6, even though they get whacked out of the ground, don't they? And just ask for another ball. Here's the suitcase, or the attaché case, being.
Well, we are going to get a ball change then.
Yeah. Oh, it's been found, obviously, the cheer of the crowd. So umpire Robbie White, who was just about to go rummaging through the attaché case. Doesn't have to. Sonny Baker lobs the ball back. There will need to be a little bit of a check, I'm sure, just to make sure it's the right one and not something that a dog has chewed down that end. 185 for 6. I'm sure 1 or 2 practice balls have disappeared in the building site. They are just checking it, and umpire White passes it on. So 2 or 3 minutes there lost, which will all be added on to the end of the day. The over rate for both sides has been good throughout the game, both showing 0.
Wheeling again, length ball driven on the up, hard to mid-off when it's fielded by Stoneman. First email, solidcricket@gmail.com, comes from Joe, who's watching the Hampshire women's game against Essex down at the Utilita Bowl, but she's also listening to us. She says a good start has been slowed down by 2 quick wickets down there. Yeah, we just mentioned it. 2 big wickets as well. Rebuild necessary. Fingers crossed for 2 great Hampshire performances today. Well, one will need to be one of the greatest of all time. As Will comes in. Patterson-White works that up to mid-on. End of the over. 185 for 6. The Nottinghamshire lead now is up to 3-2-2.
Michael Hickman's been in touch on X to me at Brace Cricket. Just wondered if he was right, if he did hear us introduced this morning as Dave Bradley and Kevin Hand doing the commentary from Trent Bridge this morning. Not quite, Michael. 2 esteemed colleagues, Dave, who does Worcestershire, Kevin, who does London, who does Middlesex for BBC London. If you wonder what that was about, JMO was introduced as Kevin Hand this morning at the start of the day. But we shan't name the guilty party. Aaron, 185 for 6. There's Kyle Abbott. Bowls wide of the pegs, and it scuttles along the ground in front of Ben Brown, who takes it. Jiggs has been in touch. Jiggs spends his life on the narrow boats and the canals of the British Isles, and says, I was so busy yesterday, Dave, a roller coaster of a day, so just had to satisfy myself with the scorecard updates. I had planned to take Monday off, but doubt there'll be much to listen to unless Hampshire fight back. Well, is the pitch going to suit our variety of attack? Well, we'll find out later. Jiggs. There's Kyle Abbott. Again, down the track comes Haynes. There was an appeal from behind the wicket by Ben Brown. Didn't seem to have much going for it, but it is a leg by as it trickles its way down to long leg for a single.
I think we saw, for a little while anyway, Ben Brown come up to the wicket to Abbott. I think it might have been for Haynes yesterday, because Haynes is taking a pace or 2 down the track. I'm just wondering if he's already thinking about doing the same.
Yes, you're a good keeper, which Ben Brown is, of course, to stand up to Kyle Abbott on this surface. Abbott in again, pushed by the left-handed Liam Patterson-White out onto the offside Liam Dawson. Fields 186 for 6, so an unusual way in essence to bring up the century partnership with 5 wides, which has doubled the tally of extras to 10. We did have in the first innings an incident of 5 penalty runs being added on the total when there was a dropped slip catch by the Hampshire cordon which trickled back onto the helmet. Here's Patterson-White, leaves the bat out there but doesn't get anything on it as it goes through to the keeper. And we were just talking over that with Roger Marshall, the not scorer, who kindly popped in to say hello this morning. We've already seen Fee Newnham, the Hampshire scorer, earlier in the match. Glad to have them on duty here. Our umpires are Robbie White, the former Northants batter, and Richard Kettleborough, one of our senior umpires, big Sheffield Wednesday fan, Richard. 186 for 6. Patterson-White on 44. He's got a thickish outside edge and it'll fly down past the slip cordon for 4 to get his first boundary of the morning. And it's been tough going for Patterson-White to get a little bit of momentum into day 3, but he's got a boundary there to take him to 48, and it's 190 for 6. And that lead is 327. It's going to be one heck of a run chase for Hampshire if they were to pull it off. The highest score of the match so far, Nottinghamshire's first innings, 3-3-3. Nobody's entirely sure how they got that many on the board. There's Patterson-White punches it into the offside for a single. 191 for 6. Well, in fact, everybody is sure how Notts got up to 333. That was due to a sensational innings, a sensational century from the 20-year-old Freddie McCann. End of the over, 191 for 6.
Yeah, I mean that innings basically won it for Nottinghamshire. The way things are looking, tremendous innings on what we saw on that first day, where the ball in hand was basically king. It was very difficult, but he made it look a little more straightforward. Not bad for a man who's only 20 years old. Brad Wheel to bowl the next over, 16 overs 2 for 65. He's round the wicket to Patterson-White. It's full. Patterson-White doesn't time that drive as the ball makes its way up to mid-on. So 328, still 4 wickets in hand, Nottinghamshire. They don't really have to do too much other than just keep the scoreboard ticking along. Still plenty of time left in the game, plenty of time to increase that lead up to 350 and beyond, and still have time to bowl Hampshire out. But the new ball will be key. And Hampshire bat again. That's driven a little stronger, but still straight to Kyle Abbott. Hampshire's task when they do bat will be to get through that new ball with as fewer wickets lost as possible, and then, as we are starting to see in this game, as the ball gets a little older, from about overs 30 onwards, batting does look a lot more straightforward.
I'm on flag watch. I can only see one of the 3 Hampshire flags that were here yesterday that have come back for day 3.
Here's Wheel again. Patterson-White gets one that bounces, keeps it down well, goes quickly to Fuller in the gully.
That's the big cross of St George that's been fastened to the fencing on the front of the Fox Road stand. Just along from that, a Nottinghamshire County flag that I think belongs to the Morleys. That's been there throughout the game. But we did have 2 other Hampshire flags, didn't we? One in the Larwood and Vaux stand that's not there, and one also at the front of the stand on the Bridgeford Road side.
Yeah. Here's Wheel again, right arm over bowls. Patterson-White clips that away down to deep backward square leg, and that's his half century, which has come off 89 balls with 8 fours and that one superbly struck 6 over square leg.
It's nicely done from Liam Patterson-White. Been the perfect foil for Jack Haynes, the textbook right-hand, left-hand combination. I think the 2 of them get on very well off the field as well and combine nicely in this partnership.
Wheel over the wicket, leans forward. Still that bright sheen on this wicket. And the sun is, I won't say beating down, but it's pleasantly warm again. It's been glorious weather, hasn't it, for this game?
It has. It has. Made 33 in the first innings as well, Liam Patterson-White, so he's had a good game with the bat. I think Notts will be hoping that he's got a role to play with the ball in the second innings, the slow left-arm spinner.
Wheeling again. Haynes on the back foot, clips that away just in front of square on the leg side, moves on to 70. Nottinghamshire 193 for 6, having started the day 171 for 6. That lead now is pushed up to 330.
As far as I can see in the 6 county championship matches, we haven't had a wicket go down yet this morning anywhere. We'll update you as and when we see something, but you can follow the action for yourself on the BBC Sport website, on the cricket page. Don't know why you'd want to leave this game, but you can get commentary for all the other matches, and of course the text update will tell you as soon as there's been a milestone or a wicket goes down. Here's Kyle Abbott. This is the 52nd over of the innings, and it's short and pulled away on the leg side for 4. That was a lovely shot of aggression from Jack Haynes, but it was controlled. He knew what he was doing. Again, he was on the walk forward to meet Abbott. Abbott saw him coming, banged it in short, and as the ball was rising, textbook pull from just underneath his chin away for 4 runs. Lovely shot. And Haynes on to 74, 197 for 6 knots. And that lead now is 3-3-4. Abbott, no doubt stung by what's just happened, gives him another bouncer. Yes, he was stung by what happened. That was a sharp delivery that Haynes did well to avoid.
Saw Kyle at breakfast this morning. He's done a lot in this game. He's been doing a lot this season already. He's around the 170 plus overs mark for the season. And I said to him, how are you feeling? He just gave me a nice little wry smile.
He comes once more. So we had 2 shortish deliveries to start the over. This one's pitched up and Haynes was ready for that. Just digs it out, works it out to deep mid-wicket. There's Felix Organ on the field as a sub-fielder. I've not noticed who popped off or if he's been out there since the start. I'm not sure, but Felix Organ, one of the 13-man squad that didn't get a starting berth. John Turner, the other one. 198 for 6, and Haynes with that single goes to 75. Left-hander on strike, so Abbott goes round the wicket, slipping a gully, and this is steered to backward point where Felix Organ is now fielding. James Fuller's just doing some loosening up exercises.
When you look at the ball now, we are into the 52nd over of this second innings. Does look a good pitch now, doesn't it, when
yeah.
the ball's a little softer.
Lots have added 27 runs in just under 6 overs this morning. Abbott bowls, dug out by Liam Patterson-White, who's got 2 little ducks on his back. 22.
Did you play bingo?
I guess at some stage in everybody's life they've had a game of bingo thrust upon them, and I would imagine I'm in that crowd. I doubt I've played it this century, let's put it that way.
Have you not?
198 for 6. Abbott round the wicket bowls, and this goes through to Maggie's Den, number 10. Ben Brown, the wicket keeper. 198 for, no,
not when you've been.
I can't imagine I would have been anywhere.
Not Skeggy,
this century.
not the seafront of Skeggy, Mablethorpe.
I know all these places quite intimately, but I don't think, as I say, I don't think in the 21st century I've found myself with a bingo card in my hand.
And
do they call them? What do they call them? Dabbers, dibbers, dobbers, or something to cross out the numbers?
What, a special pen?
A special pen, yeah. James Fuller is into the attack to replace Brad Wheel. I wonder if it was Brad who just popped off for a comfort break to be spelled by Felix Organ. No, he is out there, Brad Wheel. Yeah. So I'm not sure who's off the field at the moment. There's one for our Hampshire correspondent to keep an eye on.
Well, I'll ask him when he's next in. Here's Fuller. Going to Haynes. Over the wicket. Haynes on the back foot. Looks a little bit disappointed that he only managed to find point with that one. Maybe he felt he was perhaps not quite in the position he wanted to be. So how is the seafront at Mablethorpe these days? I think the last time I was there I was about 3. 4. I can just about remember it. Skegness, I'm not sure I have
not
been
been
to.
there for a while. Actually, closest sea and the one we would nip to, just, let's go and have some sea air and a bag of chips on the prom, would be Cleethorpes from where I am.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, God, I haven't been there for a long time. Actually, that would have been the latest I would have been. That's a nice drive, but only as far as Stoneman Fields. Yeah, played one game there against Notts, Cleethorpes. When was the last time Notts played at Cleethorpes? Off the top of your head, you don't have to look it up.
2005 off the top of my head, something like that.
Don Oslier, the old umpire, he used to live around there, didn't he?
Yeah, they are, you know, it has been a bit of a thing, hasn't it, before the start of the 50-over competition, the Metro Bank, for the county sides to play like a 50-over game against the national sides. Notts are playing Lincolnshire at Cleethorpes this year.
Oh, right, okay. Fuller, full, leg stump, clipped away, and that's 4 runs behind square. Split the field down there, away to our right. Innings moves on to 83. That's the 200 up for Notts in their second innings. Showing 79, so perhaps he's on 79. 339 is the lead now.
Tell you what, we couldn't have envisaged this when it was 84 for 6, could we?
No.
Just after tea yesterday.
It's been a super partnership, this. Building on what Freddie McCann did in the first innings. Fuller. Next ball, that's off an outside half of the bat, but nicely played late by Jack Haynes. Ball works its way down to third man, 203 for 6. Lead up to 340 now.
Those of you watching the live stream, occasional crowd shots, might see a few red shirts. Not seen any blue ones yet, but you might see a few red shirts in the crowd as the morning wears on. There will be football behind us over the road. Nottingham Forest playing Leicester City this afternoon, and I can certainly see a few Forest shirts in the crowd. It tends to sort of build up as those that follow both sports come in here for an hour or two and then go over the road and then come back later.
Full around the wicket. It's wrapped on the pad, that's high. Stunted appeal. Yes, I wasn't even allowed to park in my normal spot. They said, well, no, that's for the football traffic. Had to, well, didn't have to go very far, but had to change parking areas.
Yes, it's a strange experience being here when there's football behind us. If you have a particularly slow passage of play here at the cricket being played out to roars of 30,000 behind us, it sometimes can be a little confusing.
It's Fuller. It's cut away, bounced over the top of backward point, and that's going for 4. Nick Gubbins jumping up high, but ball bouncing on this hard outfield and racing away over the parched surface, and it's 207 for 6. Yes, it's unique in a way, isn't it? All 3 major stadiums here are all within walking distance of each other, aren't
they? Nice shot from Liam Patterson-White. His partnership worth 123 now. Good morning from Trent Bridge. If you're just joining us, lovely day here in the East Midlands for day 3 of this match between two sides that have become close allies but also fierce rivals over the years, and as I said at the start, sort of tongue-in-cheek, what generally tends to happen is we have 3 competitive days and then Hampshire win. That's been the sequence over many years now, as Abbott bowls and clipped away in the air, and it's been spilled. Absolute regulation chance, and it's been put down out on the deep square leg boundary by Tom Prest, who had a little bit of a torrid time in the slip cordon in the first innings, and Haynes on well, he's on 81 now. They only took 1, didn't they? So he was on 80 at the time, has just chipped one out to the deep square leg boundary, and Tom Prest, he was on the walk forward, a fairly regulation chance, in and out, and that's got to go down as another one in that long list of Hampshire drops in this match, Kev.
There was a couple on the first morning off Abbott. He's probably feeling that even though he's had a good game, things could have gone a lot better for him.
Could have done. And they've been waiting for that first opportunity this morning, the visitors, and it was almost presented to them on a plate there by Haynes. Again, he was walking forward, just clipped it away as Patterson-White now inflicts. It seems like whenever there's a drop, it doesn't matter which match you're watching, which side it is, whenever there's a drop, it's almost a regulation that the next ball will be slapped away for 4, and that's what happened. Lovely straight drive from Liam Patterson-White, and a shake of heads from my co-commentator.
Yeah, just watching the replay again on the live picture feed. Yeah, it's not a difficult chance out there. It just probably sums up the situation that Hampshire find themselves in. 349 runs now behind.
Kyle Abbott, 7 wickets in the match, 67 runs in the match. He's given of his all, comes in again to Patterson-White, beats him on the outside. And again, he's ruefully reflecting that his luck is not with him again. 212 for 6, Nottinghamshire. At Brace Cricket, if you want to get in touch on X, or Kevin is kindly looking after all the emails on solentcricket@gmail.com if there's something that you desperately want to get off your chest, or you just like to hear your name read out. We'll be glad to do that. Abbott to Patterson-White. It was just short of a length, and Patterson-White, strong puller, gets this one in front of square on the leg side, and that one absolutely races over the scorched outfield and into the advertising boards at deep mid-wicket for 4. And poor old Kyle, I feel for him a little bit. 216 for 6.
Yeah, you need your fielders to back you up a little bit. I mean, he's worked hard here. He's worked hard all season and previous seasons to that, but when you feel like you're let down a little bit by your fellow teammates, even though you can't really show it, I'm sure he's thinking, I need some more support here.
2 balls left in this, the 54th over. Abbott in again to Patterson-White. This time he's forced to tuck up tightly and defend a ball on or around off stump, pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. 1 ball left in the over, and then we'll make way for 5 minutes for the great man who's at the back of the box, just inspecting what confectionery we've got left.
He'll probably know because he's demolished most of it.
It's like a sweet shop on the first morning, but there's not a deal of it left, has to be said. 216 for 6. Patterson-White on 62. Gem of an innings from him, and he plays this up to mid-on. 216 for 6. I'll step down for a few minutes and leave you in the capable company of the 2 Kevins.
Thanks, Dave. Jake Hames, I hope I've got the surname right there, solentcricket@gmail.com. He's just saying, I enjoy the coverage by the BBC, and in addition, as a Notts fan, I often use the Trent Bridge website in order to get the live pictures. He feels that at times it's a little erratic on both. Well, yeah, it does happen.
Is he calling us erratic?
Well,
I think that's what he's doing.
Well, I think he's talking about early morning coverage in terms of just before the start of play. I mean, I can't speak for the picture feed, of course, because it's nothing to do with me. But
well,
yeah, listen, there's a lot of work goes into whatever goes on. As forward is Haynes. Fuller bowling goes out on the onside, but I think we'll all agree that generally it all works pretty well. Kevin Howes.
Yes.
Here's a man who epitomises working very well,
and
very
yes.
efficiently.
Although I'm very happy to hear anybody say I'm a little erratic at times. We all do our best.
Paul Sadler has also emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, morning all, enjoying the commentary and the live pictures, but currently in bed with man flu.
What?
Man flu in block capitals, so it must be bad.
Must be.
Yeah. As Haynes is on the back foot, goes out to deep cover where Dawson fields. Haynes moves on to 82, 217 for 6. I think the only thing which will make me better, guess what? A Nottinghamshire win.
Oh, okay.
If only all doctors practice like that.
What have we got here? Oh, did someone just call us erratic? No, fantastic is what they said. Fantastic. Well, that was right, wasn't it?
Yeah, or word, something
fantastic.
similar, yeah.
Fantastic is what it was, yeah.
Well, I can go into it a little more.
No.
So that's played back to the bowler by Fuller. He says he doesn't use X, so he can't get in touch with Dave. He says, very often, including this morning at 11 o'clock, the BBC site haven't even put up a page with county cricket, the live text coverage thing.
Yes, it had.
It had, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, so
that's why I didn't read the rest of it
Yeah,
out.
exactly. Yes,
so
they have.
There we are.
Thank you. So, what you got to do? I mean, do we have to go through this? What do you have to?
No.
You have to refresh it. Okay, press the refresh,
Correct.
and then it's there. Thank you.
That's a nice shot. 2 points by Patterson-White. In fact, what I did do, I remember a couple of weeks ago, I went through how to find it, and I got a couple of messages to say, do you know what? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Really helpful. So what I'll do is, if you go on your phone, let's use the phone. Go down to your, look on the black label at the top, scroll to the end where it says all teams. That's what I do.
Go to the team of your choice. So I would go to Hampshire.
Of course you.
Sometimes not.
Yeah.
And there it says, well, there you've got Listen One Day Cup because the women are on at the moment, but below that it says County Cricket
Well, there we are.
Championship. Click on that.
What else do you want?
And then it goes watch and listen on the white page, as that's played out on the onside. Patterson-White picks up a single, 218 for 6. So live reporting, scorecard, or watch and listen, which is the third column on the white page below the black stuff, and then scroll down for the commentary of your choice. It's that simple.
Tutorials with Kev.
There we go. Yeah. You might make some money out of that.
Yeah, you might do.
I might.
I tell you what is really bugging me a bit this morning. Not a wicket to be found anywhere. It's all gone ever so quiet on the wicket front. Mind you, Kent lost some. 184 for 8. Trail Glamore by 365.
Haynes pushes that to backward a point, no run.
No, they haven't. So, how bizarre. What's the time? Nearly 40 minutes of play, not a wicket. Mind you, we should have had one here. Definitely should have had one here.
Should have. Yes, Notts have added 29, 39, 48 so far this morning in 38 minutes.
I did start off my little erratic pre-match build-up by saying I think I'm getting a bit complacent about the weather. I'm sort of taking it for granted that you're going to turn up now and it's going to be glorious, beautiful blue skies and the sun shining, because it's been pretty much that for the whole 6 weeks, hasn't it? I know there's been the odd bit of bad light and maybe
amazing,
hasn't it? It's going to be a real shocker when we turn up, at some point and it's all cloudy and wet. And
I mean, there's lots of talk about the players feeling the effects of playing all day, every day, and travelling.
Because they're not getting a break.
Nobody mentions the commentators.
No, quite right. Well, why should they? Why should they? Well, actually, in your case, look out, we got a bit of Liam Dawson coming on. He's bowled 3 overs, went for 10 runs in the innings so far, but he's on for the first time with the far end, which is the Stuart Broad end, and he's got some very snazzy glasses on. This is a single, which I should be talking about more importantly, the run on the board. What are those? I mean, they are stunners. Did he ask you to get those for him? I mean,
he's been wearing them for a while.
Well, and he's got a bit of wall paint on as well, though, hasn't he? For the sun, a bit of sunblock in there as well. They are snazzy, very snazzy. Not 219 for 6 round the wicket in bowls and clipped away. It's a little uppish, but it's safe and well to the right in the end of mid wicket anyway. So another one to the total. Haynes moves to 83, 220 for 6. Whenever I hear a plane fly over Trent Bridge, the first thing I think of is Jonathan Agnew, because he does do it from time to time. He holds a pilot's license.
Oh, does
he? Yeah. I'm thinking, I wonder if that's Haggers.
I'm sure I'd trust being in a plane with him.
Well, there we go. Looking to reverse it and doesn't get anything on it into the gloves of the keeper. Well, yeah.
Would you get into a plane that he's piloting?
I think I've politely refused once. 220 for 6. The leader 357 runs. Dawson bowls and again defended into the offside by Patterson-White, who's on 64.
I don't know what reasons I would give for that. It's just...
What, to say no, thank you?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Well, just say I'm not a good flyer. So, here we go. Patterson-White on 64, still looking for a breakthrough at Hampshire this morning. And onto the onside, and for all the talk, and it makes, hopefully, still maybe for an interesting game here, of the way that it all gets just a little bit easier and flatter as this the ball gets older. Dawson bowls and again pushed into the offside for a single by Patterson-White on 265, 221 for 6. It's that lead that really is paramount now, isn't it? I mean, it's 358 runs, so whatever the conditions, this is a long way behind, Kev, isn't it? That's the thing.
It was a long way behind before the start of play.
Well, it was, wasn't it? Yeah, but that's why you needed that catch to be taken, why you needed a bit more at the start, because when players get going the start of a day, like they do after any interval and break, lunch and tea, whatever, there's an element where as a bowler you've just got to hope maybe the batter's not quite switched on or something, but And along with the drop catch, it's just not gone the way of the visitors at all, has it?
I'm going to be on Tom Prest's side here a little bit. I'm going to say that when I look up at the sky, there is not a cloud in the sky. It's just light blue.
Okay.
And sometimes as a fielder, you've got no background
I get that.
in which to judge the ball from. Full driven, lovely shot through mid-off, and Patterson-White has not moved an inch after he stroked that ball beautifully through straight mid-off. He knew that was always going to the boundary. Lovely shot, 225 for 6.
At Brace Cricket on X, which is something I don't use, but I have to still read out messages from other people who do. Mark the Mod's been on. Morning, gents, from sunny Sevenoaks. Not saying it's warm, but after much effort, we have finally put the umbrella up on the garden table. Big day for Notts today. We can dream, can't we, he says.
Fuller runs away from us to Patterson-White. It's quite full, that one. Worked to mid-off, no run.
Oh, I don't like this one. Morgan Barker, I'm so sorry. Hi, Dave. Laid up at home with a broken kneecap. Fortunately, the cricket is keeping me company, enjoying the commentary and seeing Nottinghamshire perform well. Oh, ouch.
Not good. I've got a feeling this is a
Thank you,
morning.
Morgan. All the best to you. Yeah.
Already, we've had a couple of messages about ailments. Could this be an ailment morning where you
Well,
only message when you've got a problem? We've had somebody with man flu. That's pulled away by Patterson-White. He's hit that half. That's going for 4. Nobody has moved. Backward of square leg. Hammered away. And Notts really piling the pressure on Hampshire. So, yeah, sunnycricket@gmail.com or 8Brace Cricket, and you can only message now if
Dr.
you're
Kevin.
ill.
Dr. Kevin.
Yes, yeah, actually we'll try and diagnose
No, we won't.
one or two ailments at the same time as commentating on the cricket.
Yeah. If you didn't get your message in by 8 o'clock this morning, I'm afraid we can't see you today. We can only take your messages tomorrow. Not a chance. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we've specifically, I'll come to that in a minute, a short taken by Ben Brown. We've specifically asked the receptionist to block all calls and not take any appointments.
That's right. Oh, that's really harsh because there's some lovely, wonderful people working in that profession. It's harsh, but
Yeah.
it was a cheap.
Well, it was.
jibe.
So we got man flu, and what was the other one? A broken kneecap.
Yeah, I'm
Right,
going
if you
more on
could
the
beat
broken.
that.
Well, no, don't. No.
I don't know what beats man flu or broken.
Well, I know what
kneecap.
beats man flu, everything, but I mean, broken kneecap. No, that's just awful.
Yeah,
Dear, no, I don't. How do you break your kneecap? I don't want to know.
that's not very nice.
No.
Fuller with the plane overhead. Patterson-White drives up to mid on 229 for 6. The score is Dave Allen, who's bringing everything back down to earth.
Yeah.
There's a bit of history between these two sides. He's just messaged in, sunnycricket@gmail.com. He says Hampshire County Cricket Club was formed in 1863 and joined the championship in 1895. But in the days when the county secretaries arranged the fixtures, they did not play against Notts until 1913. And the matches were all drawn until June 1920, when Notts won. Hampshire's first win came in 1923. There we go. Nice bit of history.
Oh, we love a bit of history.
For the bowls, Patterson-White is forward, and that ball works its way up to mid-on, where Kyle Abbott fields 229 for 6. That lead now for Nottinghamshire is 366.
Whoever it is, this might not be Jonathan Agnew, but whoever it is likes their cricket because they keep coming over. Oh, that's a helicopter. So that's not Agnew. Now that is something I would love to be able to fly. Because I love helicopters. I do love helicopters. I've not been in one for years and years. But when I was a little bit young, just that business when you've been in a helicopter. When you just lift off the ground.
I find it quite scary.
No. It's a beautiful feeling. I find the airplane scary, but helicopters. Whoa.
Okay.
Like that. Anyway.
How do they go?
They go, whoa. 229 for 6. Haynes on 83. And this is Dawson again, around the wicket. And defended by Haynes, who's doing a really good job for his 83. This partnership with 145 as well. Wonderful work.
I can imagine us three sitting in the back of a helicopter, just going over Nottinghamshire and seeing all the sights.
As long as we're in the back and not the front, we'll be fun. Oh no. Dawson in, and that's fired away through the offside. And there's a single, and Haynes moves on to 84. The old girdler, he's dragged up treasure hunt with Annika.
Were you on it?
No.
Oh.
He's taken part in most TV competitions and quizzes down the years, but I don't think he made that one. Dawson bowls and again worked away on the onside, but for no run from Patterson-White. Just want to draw everyone's attention. If you've got nothing better to do whilst listening, well, I would do that, but the internet's dropped. The internet's dropped, Dave. What are we going to do? The internet. Anyway, I was going to draw your attention to a story on the BBC Sport website, the cricket site, and this one is, well, stop. Nice piece of fielding. So a little bit of energy needed still by Hampshire out there in the field. Patterson-White thought he was in for a single there, but it was fielded at mid-on, and Dawson to Patterson-White now on 73. He'll push and run. He'll just get a single. It's all very gentle stuff at the moment, isn't it? But gentle, but it's just squeezing Hampshire out of this game more and more as each run is scored. 368 runs. That is the lead that Nottinghamshire hold. 4 wickets standing in their second innings. Oh, that almost squeezed through, you know. He did get it away on the leg side, Haynes. Almost. But this is, do you remember the old Brian Rose thing with Somerset at Worcestershire back in the day with the declaration and all that sort of stuff? Have you seen this story about an Asian qualifier for the 2026 Women's T20 World Cup in Thailand, where UAE women, United Arab Emirates women, they actually, because the weather was coming in and they needed a win, what they did is they retired each of their batters. Have you seen this story? And that's apparently that is within the laws of the game. You can do that. So they each of them had to walk out to the middle and then automatically straight away immediately retire and walk back off again. And apparently that's all okay. How did that slip through after all the Brian Rose thing?
Well,
which of course is where you can't declare in a limited overs white ball game.
Probably nobody had thought of that until now. So I suppose there will now be a law
There
passed.
has to be, doesn't there?
That amazing story, you're right. Because they put on 190 or something, the openers, didn't
Yeah, so they've done a really good job.
Yeah.
And so they were in a really strong position and all that. So you can see the frustration. But, you know, the
Amazing.
weather is the weather. If you want to know more detail, BBC Sport website, Matt Henry has put a story up about that. 10 batters retired out.
Great story. And I know the coach there, as Sonny Baker comes in down the leg side, it was a good carry through to Ben Brown. I know the coach there said it's all within the laws, and they did check and they let everybody know, didn't they, each process that he was going through, so he wasn't cheating.
Well, Brian Rose, of course, will be saying that very same thing about that incident all those years ago for Somerset. He kept on checking, and calls were made to Lords, and he thought everything was going to be okay. But
Yeah. Well, it was at the time, though,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah,
But that loophole was later closed, which I imagine will be the same after.
yeah.
Ralph Brooker has emailed solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, we'll lose this, deservedly so. He's a Notts fan. Here comes Sonny Baker. That's clipped away in the air, but safe down to deep square leg. 232 for 6, of course, he's a Hampshire fan. Abbott can hold his head high, though. Brian Budds, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says maybe it's a good thing to get all the awful fielding out of the way in a single game. A season full of drops in this game, he says. Well, let's hope so. There's still a lot of the season left. Let's hope we don't see too much more like this.
Well, we have a wicket somewhere else in the country to talk about. That game between Northamptonshire and Lancashire.
Yes. A lovely pull shot, not actually timed by Haynes, goes out to mid-wicket. Brian Budd says that after just reading my last message, he says I didn't mention the illness. He says I'm not feeling particularly well. So there's thank you very much.
Well, we wish everyone, in all seriousness, we wish everyone who's feeling a little
course we do.
groggy all the best.
Hopefully our commentary is helping.
Unlikely.
Well, yes, I was going to say. Here's Sonny Baker again, runs away from us over the wicket. Haynes drives. Now, a bit of work to do out on the covered boundary, and it's gone for 4. Mark Stoneman racing along the rope, trying to get to the ball before it crossed the line, and wasn't quite able to do so. And that is 150 up the partnership for the 7th wicket between Patterson-White and Jack Haynes. The partnership keeps going. Started this morning 87 unbroken. Now they've pushed it past 150. Here's Sonny Baker. It's cut away. Back with a point, 4 runs. Haynes moves into the 90s. 240 for 6 now, 377 is the lead.
Century for Adam Lyth for Yorkshire. Calvin Harrison out. Lead 151 for Lancashire hold there. So that game is at the moment destined to be the first to finish in this round of games. We'll go through some scores in a second.
Baker over the wicket, short, pulled away past the diving fielder at mid-wicket, just going for 4 more. Sonny Baker just falls over a little bit in his follow-through. And on to 96, Jack Haynes.
It is the end of the over, otherwise we'll be getting the girdler on anyway very shortly. But I just want to do the score at the Northants. 194 for 8, Lancashire lead by 156. Well, yeah, this is real acceleration here. And terrific work, but also the heads have got to be almost starting to drop. For Hampshire, they had that one opportunity. Kevin was saying, you know, maybe really difficult for Press because there was nothing for him to sort of, no backdrop. He was this bright blue sky. I'm not too sure, as nice a man as Carl Abbott is, whether he would be offering up the same. Patterson-White, meantime, on 75 as Dawson bowls. And that's worked away for no run on the leg side. So it's been a bit of a wickets are starting to tumble. Kent have lost one now, 194 for 9. They still trail Glamorgan first innings by 355 runs. And I say it's a very slow Sunday type start to the day's proceedings. Now this is in the air, but it's going to be safe, and it's a lovely shot actually from Patterson-White through extra cover for 4 runs. Nobody out there, and the crowd really appreciating this. This is entertaining batting now from Nottinghamshire. 248 for 6, a lead of 385. It's been compelling cricket throughout, but there's a real shabazz about this, a real entertainment.
Yeah, I just get the feeling these two are starting to enjoy life out there in the middle.
Yeah. 248 for 6. Patterson-White on 79 and defended back up to Dawson, who won't be enjoying it.
Nah.
Along with the crowd.
He won't be.
No. He'll be just a little bit. It'll be the grumpy Liam, which we don't see too often, but every now and then. And in bowls, and at least with those glasses, he'll be able to hide his emotions well. Gets down to do his own fielding there.
Did you notice a heavy roller on the pitch before the start of play? I must admit I didn't look out for it.
No, we weren't doing our job properly, were we? We should get up here every morning. Oh, Dave did. Dave was there.
He did, yeah,
oh, yes. Patterson-White on 79. Make that 80. And with 1 ball left of this over, so I shall quickly put the headset on, Dave. 249 for 6. A lead of 386. Dave.
Thank you, Kevin. 1 ball left in the over then. Jack Haynes on 96 lets this go through to Kyle Verena, and a bit of an anticlimax because it's a dot ball. 249 for 6. Just a couple of things. It's the first time this season that any Notts pairing have put 150 on, so that's the highest stand by Notts this summer, coming at a timely moment. And also Liam Patterson-White now on to 80. It's his 2nd highest first class score. Got a century, of course, against Somerset down at Taunton in 2021. It's been a while since he's got up to these dizzy heights, and this, as I say, 2nd highest score for Jack Haynes. 4 runs away from his 2nd century of the summer. Might have to wait a little moment because there's Sonny Baker.
Into Patterson-White around the wicket. Patterson-White flicks that away. That could be 4 more. It is behind square. That ball is racing away over this parched outfield today. It's been racing away anyway, but it seems to be even quicker. 250 up for Nottinghamshire in their 2nd innings now. 253 for 6. That lead 390. Sonny Baker into his 9th. And he's batters now are really piling that pressure on for Hampshire. Baker again then, he's still got the slip in. Comes in once more. Bowls. Pulled away by Patterson-White. 4 more on the leg side in front of square this time. Yeah.
Not beyond the realms of possibility that he could catch up and overtake Jack Haynes. The way in which he's scoring at the moment, the way in which he's seeing the ball.
I think the energy levels for Hampshire here are just dipping a little bit, and they're looking at the scoreboard. It's a lead for Nottinghamshire, which is close to 400 now, and they're just really piling on the agony, the home side, and these two batters in the middle are batting quite superbly. No let up when the ball's not in the right areas. Here's Baker. Patterson-White pushes forward to a good length delivery. Yes, he's on 88, 96 to Haynes. Patterson-White started the day on 44, Haynes on 60. That lead overnight was 308. 394, so they've added, what, 86 this morning. In not quite an hour's play. I'm sure this outfield's got browner over the last 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, it's very parched, isn't it?
Isn't it? It looks like middle of July outfield. Patterson-White just eases that into the gap on the offside, picks up a single, moves on to 89, 258 for 6. I think Dave will take over commentary.
So Jack Haynes back on strike on 96. He had all those 50s last year that he couldn't convert. 7 scores between 50 and 77, but he just felt that once he'd reached his first 3-figure score against Essex earlier this season, that the dam had been breached. Went on to make 142 in that match here at Trent Bridge last month. His highest first-class score. Has played with a great deal of authority, but shouldn't be out there. It was dropped on 80. It was relatively routine chance in the deep this morning from the bowling of Kyle Abbott, the unlucky Abbott. Haynes on the pull and picked out Tom Prest on the deep square leg boundary. It was in and then it was out. 258 for 6. As Baker bowls a shortish delivery and Haynes bobs underneath it, and it goes through to Ben Brown. Nobody in catching distance really. There's Albert in at shortish mid-wicket, but there's a heavy boundary presence for Hampshire. Just a little look. There's an odd field placing on the leg side. I'll come back to that in a moment if we may. There's 3 on the fence and 1 10 yards in, as Haynes will pull this out onto the leg side, and there is Nick Gubbins doing the fielding. I wondered if it was Gubbins off the field, but it's not, clearly, because he's done the fielding. Felix Organ's out there as the sub-fielder, as he has been since the start of the day. Single taken then, Haynes 97. So I'm running out of options. Are Hampshire playing 12 here? They clearly can't be. Thought I'd gone through them all, unless Organ's just stayed out there and there's been a steady rotation of fielders having comfort breaks. I'm not sure who's off at the moment. Anyhow, all eyes on Jack Haynes. He's on 97. 24-year-old about to face Liam Dawson as somebody does wander past the arm at the far end before disappearing behind all the scaffolding. 259 for 6. Haynes on 97. Dawson, slow left arm round the wicket, floats it up there. Jack Haynes turns it to mid-wicket and there's no run. Just past midday now, so Hampshire wicketless throughout the first hour of day 3. Nottinghamshire piling on the runs as Haynes on strike pushes this back to the former England international.
He's got to make sure here, isn't he, Haynes?
Yes, he would certainly feel he's missed out if he doesn't convert from here. totally dominated apart from that one drop. Dawson bowls to him, and again he's pushing this back to the bowler. That's a quick update for Radio Nottingham. Well, as you come to me, Jack Haynes is on strike on 97, knots 259 for 6. Haynes defends his next delivery. So no wickets this morning lost by the home side. Are in a really strong position here. They're on 309, or they're 396 in front. At the other end, Liam Patterson-White is on 89, knots 259 for 6. Dawson bowls and Haynes turns this to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Accurate stuff this from Liam Dawson. He knows full well what the game is here. Anything short or wide, and Haynes is going to throw the kitchen sink at it. So he's just deliberately taking his time, but then making sure he's targeting the stumps. Just daring Jack Haynes to take a risk. He doesn't, pushes it back to Dawson, who shows his complete and utter indifference about what's going on by kicking the ball away. 259 for 6. It was nothing really. It wasn't a show of dissent or anything. He wouldn't be ticked off for it, but it just sort of summed up his mood as he kicked the ball into the path of Nick Gubbins. You pick it up, Nick. I can't be bothered anymore.
Yeah, he tried a few things there. There was a lot of variations in pace in that over, just to see if Jack Haynes was going to take a bit of a risk. But I think Haynes in that over, I think we saw he's determined to get 3 figures. So Sonny Baker to Patterson-White, who's not far off 3 figures himself. 11 to go for him, and you wouldn't rule that out the way he's played. He's played a miss in there. That's bounced through off a length. We do see that from time to time, even with the older ball, that the ball just kicks off a length, and that really thudded into the gloves of Ben Brown. A couple of emails to get through before we watch the inevitable, and both those batters out there getting 3 figures. Pete Jane, silentcricket@gmail.com. He's on the Isle of Wight. He says, any idea when Hampshire will be visiting us again? I know Notts were there a while, but they've a while ago, but they played 2 one-day games since then. They won both, he says. That's right. I don't think Hampshire have got any plans yet, as I understand. Patterson-White off the back foot, steers that to backward a point. Chase on for Felix Organ, the sub-fielder. It's actually a nice outfield to slide into the ball when it's parked like that. 2 runs to Patterson-White, takes him on to 91, 261 for 6. So maybe at some point, but I don't think anything in the immediate future. Lead is 398, close to 400 now. There's going to be all sorts of milestones coming up in the next 10-15 minutes, I suspect. Here's Baker bowls, length ball, turned away square. 92 to Patterson-White, and that lead is 399.
If you think you're getting interference from a music radio station, I can tell you that clearly behind us at the City Ground, where Nottingham Forest are playing in a couple of hours, they've obviously turned on the PA system there, and there's music blaring across the road. So that's what you can hear in the background, if you can pick it up. That's where it's coming from. 262 for 6. So Jack Haynes back on strike on 97. That mid-wicket area is really being filled by Hampshire. They've got 3 fielders there, just trying to stop the Haynes clip through mid-wicket, which has been so productive for him in this innings. He's on 97. The former Worcestershire man, a bouncer, just goes over the arch of Jack Haynes' back on its way through to Ben Brown.
Jane Johnson has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. She says, hi all, I'm enjoying listening to your commentary as I sit in a sunny field watching our Shire mare, who could foal at any moment. Thank you for the company.
It's a great moment, isn't it? Great moment.
A bit different, that one.
Would a vet need to be on hand for that? Have you watched that Fletcher's Farm, where Kelvin Fletcher and his good lady have bought a farm, and sort of the trials and tribulations of first-time farmers, and understandably whenever one of their animals is about to give birth, they get the vet in. Round the wicket is Baker, and Jack Haynes has had a little bit of a swish at that, and he might do well to remember his former Worcestershire teammate Joe Clark and his dismissal just before lunch yesterday, taking on the short ball and just feathering it behind to Ben Brown.
That was a good bouncer. The one before was a bit too leg-sided.
Sonny Baker, almost juggling with the ball as he makes it back to his mark. I did see one of the Hampshire players juggling yesterday. I can't remember who it was. I was mightily impressed. It was a terrific performance on the outfield. Next delivery is pitched up, and Baker does well off his own bowling there, just to get various parts of his anatomy down to block the ball. Maybe his instep, maybe a bit of hand as well, but he's done well to prevent any runs. 262 for 6. Now Brad Wheel's coming onto the field, and Felix Organ's going to get a well-deserved rest. I think he's been out there for the first hour, Felix Organ, but now he has been subbed, and Hampshire are back to their starting 11.
Jason Cole has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He's in Cambridge. Sorry, but apart from Abbott, this is utter dross with the balls by the seamers. Has Baker been affected by the talk of England call-ups? Doesn't seem to have bowled as well since the word came out that he was on England's radar. I think his pace was a little bit down in the first innings, which was a little puzzling, but I think apart from that, he's bowled quite tidily in the second.
Patterson-White on strike on 92, moves to 93, cutting this out onto the offside, bringing Haynes back to face Liam Dawson. Applause for the 400 lead, not lead by 400 runs is the strap line on the bottom of the Batman scoreboard, as they call it here at Trent Bridge. 263 for 6, Nottinghamshire in their second innings. Haynes on 97 drives Liam Dawson to deepish mid-off for a single to move to 98. 264 for 6, and had all those wickets go down yesterday until around about an hour and a quarter before the close. This pair came together and they've dominated proceedings since then. Really fruitful partnership as Patterson-White pushes this back to Dawson. He remains on 93. Jack Haynes has 98. The lead is 401. And there's still 5 sessions and an hour left in this match. It's going to be tough for Nottinghamshire to take 10 wickets, but they're in the box seat as the next ball is floated up by Dawson and just squeezed out to backward point where Abbott fields. Patterson-White, 44 not out overnight, reached his 50 from 89 deliveries. He's now faced 133 for his 93. Drives this down the ground. He'll get a single. Slight misfield at mid-on by Gubbins. And Patterson-White on to 94. Really will have been a great partnership for the Notts dressing room down below us to enjoy. Haynes on 98 now, 265 for 6, and he just blocks this last delivery of the over. 265 for 6, Kev.
He's gone into his shell. We've seen a completely different Jack Haynes in the last couple of overs than what we've seen last night and this morning. He's doubly determined to get those 3 figures. He's got plenty of time. He's got time on his side. Nottinghamshire have got time on their side. Don't need to worry too much. Still over 5 sessions left in this game. Don't think it's going to be affected by the weather. Hampshire, first of all, when it's their turn to bat, of course, will need to overcome the new ball. But I think they'll be, well, maybe looking at this pitch and say, well, once that go ball, it's a bit softer. It is nice. Patterson-White drives up to mid-on. Start of a new over from Sonny Baker, 265 for 6.
Yes, he is potentially one big swish away to the leg side from the second career first-class 100, Liam Patterson-White. 265 for 6. There's the score. Certainly an increase in aircraft going over the ground. There's been a few helicopters. Light plane now goes over. Sonny Baker round the wicket to the left-handed Patterson-White, blocks this one back to the bowler. Big local derby behind us, as we say, Nottingham Forest versus Leicester City. There has been 1 or 2 incidents in recent seasons when those two have met, so the police will understandably have their drones up there and their helicopters just keeping an eye on everybody.
Is my car going to be all right? because I'm almost going into the thick of that, aren't I?
We still got that Southampton FC sticker on the back window.
Fortunately not.
Patterson-White, 94 not out on strike. Sonny Baker pitches it up, and Patterson-White drives up to Abbott at mid-on, and there's no run.
What time does that game start?
2:15.
So
2 hours from now.
we need a whole day in here, don't we? Because by the time we leave here, that will all dispersed, hopefully. I'm getting a bit worried about that now.
You'll be absolutely fine. We do have plenty of red shirts in the ground. They'll be leaving us, I guess, during the luncheon interval. Here's Sonny Baker then. Runs have momentarily dried up with both in the 90s. Patterson-White on 94. This one goes over the shoulder of the back. Good bounce from the pacey Baker. On its way through to the Hampshire glove man. Morning began with knots on 171 for 6, so they're only 6 runs away from adding a century between them this morning. 265 for 6. Here is Sonny Baker. Little hop to start his approach, and in he comes and bowls, and it's short, and it is pulled away on the leg side, and that's going to go all the way for 6, and Liam Patterson-White reaches 3 figures at Trent Bridge for the 2nd time in his career, and for the 1st time here at his beloved Trent Bridge. A magnificent knock from LPW, 139 balls, 16 fours, and the 2nd huge 6 onto the leg side takes him to an absolutely magnificent century. Liam Patterson-White wins the race with Jack Haynes to get to 3 figures, and he also becomes the 6th different Nottinghamshire batter this season to score a century. 271 for 6. Many congratulations to Liam.
And all the more stunning for the fact that he was supposed to be the 2nd one to the 100, not the 1st. Terrific knock.
139 balls, Baker in to Baldwin, pitches this one up, and Patterson-White digs it out, end of the over, and now the crowd, another burst of applause, a little bit of relief, and coupled in with the celebrations there at the end of the over. Lovely, lovely moment for the young man, and a great way to get there, Kev, hitting a 6 for your 1st century on your home ground, and straight away the arms went up. Lovely, lovely, lovely innings from Liam Patterson-White, and a nice moment for him and for his family. I'm sure they'll be in the ground. If not, they'll certainly be watching and listening on, and I hope they would have shared in the celebrations as well. Lovely touch. Now Jack Haynes, he's seen his partner go to 3 figures. He's on 98. Liam Dawson bowls. This has driven back to England spinner, calling former England spinner in the last over. Well, will he pull on the 3 lines again? We don't know. That 6, by the way, also means we've had 100 runs this morning in 75 minutes. So they're getting on with things, certainly. Dawson bowls. This is turned to leg, and it beats the man at mid-wicket, but there is protection out there on the fence, so he has to settle for the 1 to take him to 99. 272 for 6.
Certainly Giles White, talking on Sports Extra on Friday lunchtime, he pretty much said that he expects Liam Dawson to play for England again this summer.
And he comes from the far end of the ground as we look on, and Liam Patterson-White pushes it back to the bowler. Remember his other century at Taunton vividly in 2021. He got whatever he got from 97 with a boundary or whatever it was to get to 101, and then got out straight afterwards. He'll be hopefully he'll have taken that on board and look to just stick around for a bit longer here as he pushes this back to Liam Dawson. Certainly he'll be wanting to stay out there and be able to celebrate with Jack Haynes like Haynes did with him a moment ago. 272 for 6. Patterson-White on strike. Won't want to get out to a fella left-arm spinner who fires this in, and Patterson-White pushes it back to Dawson. 2 more people emerge from the corridor at the far end of the ground in front of the scaffolding.
You could call it the Tunnel of Love, Dave, instead of what you're calling it. The Tunnel of Love's much nicer.
66th over, Dawson bowls, Patterson-White blocks, so focus will be back on Jack Haynes at the start of the next over.
And who knows what's going on in that tunnel, because it's a very secretive passage.
Have you been in it?
Not yet.
Yes,
no.
I have.
Oh, you've been in it?
Oh, I have, yeah.
Is it a beautiful thing?
It is, it is. But you always wonder if you're going to... You want to see the light at the end of the tunnel, don't you?
Oh,
that's just a metaphor for life, not necessarily...
Look at the hugging. It was the hugging. Terrific shot and all that sort of... It was the hugging of the pair that really...
A little bit like us three at the end of yesterday's play.
There was no hugging going on, David. There was nothing like that, because it wasn't just one. It was one big hug, and then there was a second one with broad smiles, and I reckon that was a little bit... That could have been a little bit to do with, hold on, you were supposed to get there first. Not me. But it's the pace in which they've scored their runs also in the last 30, 45 minutes.
So they've scored 100 this morning in an hour and a quarter. I just wonder if this has helped Jack Haynes or not, because Liam Patterson-White wanted a drink. He's got things to celebrate, and I'll have a drink. Thank you. The 12th man's brought them both a drink on, so we've had a little hold up here. But I'm sure it will have been accentuated to him. Take your drink, but get back on it. Focus. Sonny Baker, who the last ball he bowled was hit away for 6 for Liam Patterson-White's century. Now he's going to bowl to Jack Haynes. There's 4 mid-wickets in there, Kev. This is astonishing stuff. You know where he's going to bowl down the leg side, and Haynes misses out. Wouldn't want to glove it down the leg side. Look at this for a leg side field.
It is quite excessive, David. I grant you that. He needs to be a little bit careful here, Jack, because that was a little bit of a loose throw there down the leg side.
Yeah, Felix Organ's out there again. I think he's done more fielding than anybody this morning. Again, I'm not entirely sure who's just nipped off. At times I've thought Hampshire have been playing with 12, but even with 12 out there, I think they'd have struggled to stem the flow of runs from the bats of Haynes and Patterson-White. He's on 99, Jack Haynes. Baker bowls to him again down the leg side. And that was maybe one if he'd stood tall. This is Brace Girdle saying this from 150 yards away. If he'd stood tall, he might just have been able to deflect that down the leg side for a single, but he elected to do the wise thing and bob underneath it.
Kent's relying for 212, which is 337 runs behind Glamorgan at Canterbury.
272 for 6. One or two wispy clouds just making their way over the ground. They will look down on Haynes, who's on 99, and pulls this down to long leg. And now the celebration for Jack Haynes. Lovely moment here for Jack Haynes, 24 years of age, his 7th first-class 100. His 2nd for Nottinghamshire, both here at Trent Bridge. Got 142 against Essex earlier in the season. This one coming from 137 deliveries with 16 fours. And that's a fabulous looking scorecard and scoreboard for Nottinghamshire supporters, with both Haynes and Patterson-White with 3-figure scores against their names.
And it's this rate these runs are coming at now, which I think also just adds a little bit of a complication to Nottinghamshire and how they go about this now for the next hour or two.
The lead is over 400. They're both on an even 100, as Patterson-White has a bit of a loosish waft at that one outside the off stump.
410 runs. There's a lot of cricket still to come in terms of time. We've got 2 sessions there, whole day tomorrow. Nottinghamshire's lead is obviously a formidable one. But if this pitch is changing slightly in the sense that they were quoting yesterday 30-40 overs, that's when the new ball remains dangerous, but after that it gets a little bit easier. Well, here it looks like it's getting an awful lot easier with the aging ball.
Baker bowls, Patterson-White defends.
Still sharp, that one. A bit extra lift and bounce. There are still balls there that certainly still take off and a little bit unpredictable. But I'm just thinking that, if you're Nottinghamshire, you do not want to be messing this up now. I mean, you've got yourself in such a strong position. We know that Hampshire got some good batters in there. If they were to survive that new ball on the 4th innings run chase, how many could they get if this pitch is playing like this?
273 for 6. The lead is 410. No indication that Don't want to pull out yet as bottom edge is prevented from going for runs by Ben Brown. I don't know if this is an unusual thing or not, and I'm certainly not going to find the time to look it up over the next few days. I don't know if there's anybody out there that might have anything to offer, but this is only the 5th county championship match for Notts this season, and indeed for Hampshire. 6 different Centurions. I don't know. I've got no reference point at all, but Hamid's had a century, Verena, Lyndon James, Freddie McCann, Jack Haynes has now got 2, and Liam Patterson-White. I mean, runs are coming from different areas clearly, but I don't know how unusual or strange that would be. 6 different Centurions inside the first 5 matches of a season. On the face of it, I would say that was a little unusual. Also on the face of it, I would say that Ben Slater must be itching to join the group as well, and Joe Clark, of course.
It's falling into shape is this season here for Nottinghamshire. Much was made of the bowlers and the wickets taken, and those 2 wins in that opening group of matches, and this delivery sits up very nicely for Haynes to find himself a run out there, a deep extra cover on the boundary. He moves to 101. Nottinghamshire 274 for 6, a lead of 411 run. But clearly the batting, I say that top 3 now has got a good look about it. A middle order with experience, and obviously Haynes, we're delighted he's got himself more runs here. So, and then the tail, we know that can wag and can cause problems late on. So Nottinghamshire well placed this season, and obviously well placed in the table. That one is defended by Patterson-White off Dawson into the offside. The table shows you so, but the question was coming into this game with the loss of a few key players, bowlers particularly. How would Notts fare? Well, they're doing okay and more. Patterson-White on 100. Nottinghamshire 274 for 6, lead of 411 runs. And plays that down behind square on the offside. Is Patterson-White for no run.
And I'm a big fan of Liam Patterson-White, but in a sense, the Notts team selection, they've almost had to play him because of all the absence of, for various reasons, of so many quicks. He's going to, it's going to be a hard call to leave him out.
Next ball, yes, driven back to Dawson. You're right about that. Kent are following on. There's no great surprise. 337 behind on first innings. Northants 241 for 8, lead Lancashire by 203 runs. Those are the 2 matches in Division 2 this round. Dawson. That one's carved away. Very good stop. So that's going to be 1 run. It could easily have raced away to the boundary for 4, but it's a nice piece of fielding. .275 for 6, a lead of 412 runs. Next one is defended by Haynes, back up to Dawson to complete the over. 275 for 6 then, in front by 412 runs. 74 overs left today. Hampshire, of course, did not fare well in their first innings. They were all out for just 196. So it's a lunchtime and take a look, I reckon, and maybe not long after lunch. Or will they want to get 500 up on there? I mean, they've only got 4 wickets left here. The weather is set fair. The weather's not going to play a part. So Nottinghamshire very strong in the game. They want to make sure that they get everything just right now, because the pitch does look to be behaving an awful lot better once the newness has gone off the ball. But we know with Mo Abbas already having performed wonders on his debut here, formerly of Hampshire, of course, that mustn't forget that Brett Hutton, of course, has done well this season as well.
Here's James Fuller starting a new over from the Radcliffe Road end to Liam Patterson-White, who pushes this out onto the offside, and there's no run. Kevin James, Kevin Howells, myself, Dave Grayskirdle with you at Trent Bridge on a lovely morning. It's been a glorious few days weather-wise. Some correspondence I'm delighted to get from Dan Liam Patterson-White's dad. Thanks so much, Dave. Watching through my fingers. I was there yesterday. I'm on child duties at home today, but watching every ball. Thank you, Dan. Many congratulations to you and yours. And to Liam as Patterson-White bowls. And Liam is frustrated by a really good stop from James Fuller, 275 for 6. Always nice when the families are following along, Kev, if they're not able to be in the ground. And it's another very good reason to have the live audio commentaries and the live streams. Those from near and far can follow their loved ones. 275 for 6. Notts lead by 412. Not for the first time in this match. I say it's not quite been the session I was expecting. Fuller bowls. This is well taken by Ben Brown. There was a lot of deviation after the ball had gone past the bat. There was a real flurry of runs, wasn't there, as they both raced from 70 to the 90s, but understandably perhaps it's all just dried up a little bit since. Mandy Clark, Liam Patterson-White, you beauty, well battered. When a cool head was needed, you were there. Your critics have been silenced. I'm not sure, Mandy, that Liam gets any critics. Terrific young player, as they both are. Both on 101. Patterson-White on strike pushes this up to Liam Dawson at mid-off. Adrian Thomas, thank you, Adrian. Do you know the highest 7th wicket partnership for Notts versus Hampshire is this one, currently 189 not out, or 189, it's now 191. Thank you, Adrian. It says, can you check it? So we'll have a little look at that. I know where I can get that information. So what may well be the highest 7th wicket partnership for Notts against Notts against Hampshire. That's our Gloucestershire correspondent, though, sending the info. Thank you, Adrian, as this one goes through to Ben Brown once more. Are they digging in for lunch, Kev, which is still half an hour or so away?
Well, as I say, I think this is... Look, Nottinghamshire, you know, they're so strong in this game. Supporters might rightly think we've got this game, we've got it, but they've just got to be how mindful they've got to be about the fact that it does look so much easier now, and I mean, the pace at which they scored the runs this morning.
Next ball is again through to Ben Brown. End of the over, 275 for 6. Adrian Thomas, you're a star for alerting me to that, and you're absolutely spot on. The previous best 7th wicket partnership for Nottinghamshire against Hampshire was set here at Trent Bridge in 1954 by dear old Ken Smales and by Gamini Gunasina. It was 115, so that's, well, it's totally been wiped away from the record books. 115 the previous best, 191 this pair have added, which is a terrific effort between Liam Patterson-White, who's equalled his career best at 101, and Jack Haynes, who's on 101 himself, his 7th first-class 100.
I mean, the one thing that we were saying yesterday, well, there's one certainty about this game: it's going to take a natural course. It won't need anybody to pull out or declare or anything like that. This one is defended into the offside by Haynes on 101. And I'm not saying that Nottinghamshire will be thinking of doing so anytime that soon, but they might have to make a decision the way things are going in this partnership.
Worcestershire Somerset for a precedent, early weeks of the season.
Dawson around the wickets and driven to mid-on for no run. Well, the fact is, you know, if you take a look at a lead of 412 and you're thinking, well, come on, I mean, but we know that batting is different now. It's the expectation levels have risen as to what can be achieved. This is in the air, and that's been swept away for 6 into the Fox Road stand, away to our left-hand side off the bat of Haynes. He moves to 107 with that 6. Nottinghamshire to 281 for 6, 418 in front. We mustn't get, as I say, complacent was the word I used this morning about how we get this lovely weather, because it is actually raining in Taunton.
Good grief.
Somerset women taking on Surrey today, so they're off for rain there at the moment. Surrey women 218 for 2 in the 33rd over. Go through those other scores from the Metro Bank 1 Sunday Cup in a moment. That one is driven straight back up to the bowler by Haynes, but no run. Warwickshire women away to Durham women. Warwickshire 135 for 6 in the 31st over. Hampshire taking on Essex, and you can hear commentary, audio commentary of this one, of course, on the BBC Sport website as well. And this one is driven back up to Dawson, again by Haynes, but no run. Hampshire women 159 for 3 in the 33rd over against Essex. And the Blaze 122 for 5 away to Lancashire women. That's in after 31 overs. Liam Dawson here for Hampshire men, defended by Haynes for Nottinghamshire men. 197 the partnership, 281 for 6, not 418 runs in front. We have got 72 overs left today. We've just gone under 13 minutes before lunch on this Thursday. What a picture that is if you are watching on the stream. Glorious blue skies behind that very fine building. Does look a picture. It really does.
Nice to hear from Russ Woodcock at Brace Cricket. Another innings of 2 halves for Notts. We've seen a few of these already this season, says Russ. Speaks volumes for the lower order for Russ. Chris O'Neill and Josh Tong and Brett Hutton, Farhan Ahmed have all contributed some very useful runs for the lower order. Is James Fuller continuing round the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Patterson-White, who can't add to his current score of 101. This is driven up to Liam Dawson at mid-off, and there's no run. Dawson having a chat with Kyle Abbott before lobbing the ball back to James Fuller. One chance put down this morning when Haynes was on 80, clipped Kyle Abbott out onto the deep square leg boundary, and Tom Press put down the chance. There's Fuller, past umpire White, bowls short and wide and cut away, and this will be a new career high for Liam Patterson-White. Goes to 102. So congratulations to him. It might only be the addition of 1 run, but taking your CB away from this innings will mean a lot to him, as well as that first 100 on his home ground. 282 for 6 Nottinghamshire. The lead is 419. A real challenge for Hampshire. I'll be wondering, like we are, when the innings will come to an end, as this is going to be, I think, a painful leg bye. Certainly going to be a leg bye, and Jack Haynes instantly let everybody know that had maybe hit a fleshy part of the leg. It was thudded into his, seemingly into his pads by James Fuller, but he's still hobbling as he wanders around at this end of the ground, having completed the single. 283 for 6. Notts have added 112 without loss this morning.
I presume when they had a drink, didn't they, just before Haynes was on 99. I wonder if perhaps a message came out to them about how to play it. Yeah, you just keep going to lunch. Maybe that was the message.
This Fuller bowls chopped away for 4 by Patterson-White. That's a high quality stroke. There's 2 there, one at backward point, one at a squarish point, neither able to get anywhere near it, as the 200 partnership now comes up between Liam Patterson-White and Jack Haynes. As we've already established, this is a 7th wicket record for Notts against Hampshire, and also far and away the highest Nottinghamshire partnership for any wicket this season. 287 for 6. Number 8 in the order, Patterson-White with a century. Jack Haynes, his 2nd of the campaign. Nottinghamshire's batting in good order at the moment. They're going to hope that the bowlers can replicate it over the next 5 sessions as this wide of the off stump goes through to the wicket-keeper. 287 for 6. Thanks to everybody that's again taken the trouble to get in touch this morning, either on X at Brace Cricket or to Kev via the email. Good crowd in. Certainly an appetite for Sunday cricket from those that have come along today, knowing that the game was nicely poised for the home side. It's full of bowls again. It's cut away. There's protection out there on the offside fence. 1 more to Patterson-White. 288 for 6. That's the end of James Fuller's over. 15 overs, 1 for 78. And like many of his teammates, just looking a little weary there, James Fuller, as he takes his floppy sun hat from umpire White. The other umpire, Richard Kettleborough, is actually nattering away to Liam Patterson-White and Jack Haynes. I'm not sure if he needed to bring the scissors out for something there. May well have done.
I think he did, yeah.
A little bit of loose stitching or something. It's going to be Liam Dawson to continue. Got a wicket in the first innings, Dawson, but second time around, nothing in the end column. He had 11 overs, none for 32.
204 runs put on by Patterson-White and Haynes. 288 for 6. And that one is punched back up to Dawson. Yes. So thinking here that you definitely want a 450 on there, but are you then going to pull out at lunch, or you're going to have a bit of a dart just after lunch and sort of really grind Hampshire and their morale a little bit? This one is pushed into the offside. You'll have then what? Well, you only have one go as one new ball today, and then there'll be possibly 10-20 overs of the old ball first thing tomorrow. I mean, ideally, of course, you'll have a fairly new ball early on in proceedings, having had a night away as well. Dawson in bowls, and this is punched through extra cover. There will be a single and a score. Dave, you want to say something? Let me give the score. Yeah. 289 for 6, a lead of 426.
I know it was rhetorical in my direction, but Matthew's answering it on my behalf. Pull out! Pull out, he says. 20 minutes. Get him in for a tricky 20 minutes before lunch. Thank you, Matthew. Haynes, pull out, he says.
Haynes on 107. This one is just pushed back to Dawson. I mean, that's the other way. So the idea being that you take them unawares, so to speak. You throw them a little bit by declaring at a time they weren't expecting. They might expect a declaration at lunch. Will they get one just before or just after? As Dawson bowls now and defended by Haynes. I would think if they were thinking of pulling out before lunch, they'd have a little dart here now and just, because the pace, it started off steady, it got really quick from Haynes and Patterson-White for a 45-hour long period. I mean, there's still runs being scored, and that's because there have been deliveries there to be hit. They don't look that intent on being that attacking and positive. It's there to be hit, and they'll hit it. One more to the total at the end of that over. 290 for 6. Patterson-White on, well, they're both on 108. Patterson-White and Haynes, and a partnership of 206. I just want to run down the other scores, Dave. We're approaching lunch around the country. Yorkshire 220 for 1. Lead Essex by 313 runs. Adam Lyth 140. James Wharton's on 57 there, not out. Is that a pitch which is dying a death there for Essex, or is it just Essex who are dying a death in that match? We wait and see. Sussex 149 for 4, lead Worcestershire by 253 runs at home.
Fuller bowls to Haynes, turns it away to leg from the first one quickly. I think there's only going to be one.
Surrey have lost a wicket at Warwickshire, 149 for 2. There's issues with the old Wi-Fi today, which is never great. Sibley on 54. Lawrence has just gone out to join in. Patel made 42. A wicket for Bo Webster, the Australian there. But Surrey at 149 for 2. Trail Warwickshire by 516 runs. There's some talk of whether or not I would end up at Edgbaston. I've told them to put a bed out for me if I do go there tomorrow. Kent 14 for no wicket following on. Trail by 323 runs against Glamorgan.
James Fuller round the wicket to Patterson-White, leaves the bat out there a little bit, goes through to the keeper. Any more? No. Charlie says no way, bat them into the ground. The pitch is easing, little lateral movement at the moment. You need over 500. This lot always beat us, so show them no mercy. A draw's better than a loss.
I have to say, David, I mean, they're very fine people are getting in touch with you, but they're just a tad over aggressive.
I like Kevin James to your right. I've seen a lot of Nottinghamshire Hampshire games this decade, and as I keep saying, it's level for 3 matches, for 3 days of the 4, and then Hampshire win on the 4th. That's what always happens as Fuller bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. No run.
Northamptonshire all out for 273, so Lancashire need 237 for what would be, if they get there, a first win of the season.
The last 7 meetings between these sides, Hampshire have won 6 of them. The other one was completely washed away at Welbeck, Kev, where Kevin James and myself were in a tent for 4 days watching it rain, and the only respite we got was when Phil Tufnell came and joined us.
As he often does.
291 for 6. Fuller bowls, Patterson-White, the left-hander, just blazing away outside the off-stump, didn't time it, no run.
What was he doing there?
He was booked for a sportsman's evening.
Okay.
And, of course, being a former teammate of JMO, he came along and said hello.
Yeah, lovely stuff.
But it was raining.
Yeah. How did you two get on together in a tent in the rain? 4 days.
We're okay. We've done a few tents in the rain. We did
Have
the
you?
Isle of Wight. We had ice creams on the Isle of Wight, but it was too cold at Welbeck for ice creams. There's James Fuller. Just come back to it in a second. Fuller bowling. Patterson-White cuts it out into the offside, and there's a single taken. I'm sure it's the same for you two gentlemen looking down to the far end of the ground as it is from my commentary position, but with the sun now glinting off a house in the distance.
Dave.
Isn't that bright? I've not been able to see that before because of the roof was on there on the committee room.
Look, I know not to in a strong position, but I've pretty got to call the game off, mate. And it's impossible to play in these conditions. If Hampshire come out to bat with that, I wouldn't blame them if they just came straight off. Yeah.
I think it's just sun's just dipped off it momentarily as Fuller bowls. Haynes a little push and run into the offside. They've got to be quick here. In comes the shy at the stumps. Narrowly missed, and Patterson-White home, and they both apologise to each other for slightly chancy run. 293 for 6.
Well, Jamie will be back on to put a Hampshire perspective on all this leading up to lunch. I mean, he's working it out right now. Yesterday he did, well, allegedly, he appeared on BBC Radio Solent, put a very positive spin on. I'd like to see him have a go now. In the 1 o'clock bulletin. You have to work on that one.
He's got to agree with me that this is long overdue for Notts, if that's what happens. I mean, there's still a game to be won here. It's hard to get 1 wicket, let alone 10.
I'm not too sure he's going to agree with you on anything like that. No. Battle on. Haynes on 110. And Dawson back to bowl from the Stuart Broad end, around the wicket in, and a little bit of width to carve away, but a good stop. There's still plenty of good fielding out there. Almost run out in the end. Just having to turn back into his ground was Haynes. James Fuller with a very fine stop and throw. But he's now got his hands on his hips. I think that probably shows his real feelings out there as Dawson once again bowls and driven. And another good stop. Terrific fielding at the moment.
Yeah.
They might be up against it. That's Nick Gubbins in the covers.
You only need one to do it, pull off a brilliant stop, and it inspires everybody else, as we've just seen.
293 for 6, 430 in front of Nottinghamshire. And again, turned away by Haynes onto the onside. And no run. I mean, it was another stop. It wasn't quite as dramatic. I mean, in fairness to Fletcher Middleton, I mean, still he stopped it, but it wasn't going quite so quickly. Dawson. Again, this time it's behind square, so there is enough space for Haynes to jog a single. 111 not out. Nottinghamshire 294 for 6. 431 runs in front. 68 overs left today. We've 15 odd minutes before lunch. Got a slip, got a forward short leg for Dawson, who still is looking for a wicket in this innings, and punched that back up out of his reach, but it'll go no further than the fielder there for no run. 1 ball left to this over. Then we'll bring Jamer back in. See us up to lunch along with Dave as Dawson in and bowls. That's nicely played by Patterson-White for a single, so he'll keep the strike. And then 10. Kevin James will come and join Dave up to lunch.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Very much enjoyed the company of Kevin Howells this morning. Those of you on listening to us on 5 Sports Extra, Kev will keep the show going through the luncheon period here at Trent Bridge, and then obviously when we return at 20 to 2, we'll pick up the commentary again. We're going to get a little bit of Tom Prest for your return, Kev. It's true, isn't it? Hampshire in recent times have really had the wood over Notts.
Yeah, I mean, these things tend to go in phases, don't they, really? There's always a time when those things change. Maybe it's from now on. Pressed bowls, full to Patterson-White, driven back to the bowler. But, I mean, there can't be any other result here than a Nottinghamshire win. Let's be honest. So that's going to halt that run. Pressed bowls again, flighted. Pushed back to the bowler once more.
You've gone early on that.
Well, 432 in front, still got 4 wickets in hand, still over 5 sessions left in the game. Oof. As that's worked up to mid-on, 296 for 6. I know lots of people are saying, well, when they should pull out. You're of a belief that they should have given Hampshire a go before lunch.
No, I'm not. No,
oh, no.
One of my
people.
correspondents. I would have, come out afterwards, have a little look for 2 or 3 overs, and then over the next 10, I would expect some wastage with the wickets. Go hard for the next 10, and maybe 45 minutes to an hour into the afternoon session, I would, if they're not bowled out.
You have to remember there is so much time left, so much, as that's worked to mid-wicket, and there is no run. The fielding level's just been upped in the last few minutes. Maybe at the thought of the lunch break coming. But yeah, and also I think what we've seen bears out what we've been saying, as that's turned away for a single on the leg side. Haynes moves on to 112, 297 for 6, is that once you get past the new ball, that batting on this wicket actually is quite easy, or it appears easy with these two out there. So I think you have to look at the board and say we need a big total. So let's turn around the next up, because if the Hampshire batters can somehow get through the new ball, however many batters that takes to get to that point, then as we can see, good players that get in can cash in, and that's a consideration. And what Notts don't want to do now is, of course, of having played all the cricket over 2 and a bit days, then find themselves saying, well, we still gave them over 400, but actually the way the pitch turned out, it wasn't enough. It probably is enough, but you've got to make sure you don't want to get Hampshire even a small light at the end of the tunnel. So my guess is 450 plus, but I've given up trying to work out when declarations come, because you just never know.
435 is the lead. It's about 10 minutes to 1 o'clock. Liam Dawson to bowl from the far end, and that's gone past the outside edge, and I don't think it's touched anything, and it's going to be 4 byes. How on earth that's eluded everybody, I'm not entirely sure. It's brought the 300 up. Did I see Ben Brown go there and just lift a bail up as if I don't know. I don't know what I saw there. It just seemed that Ben Brown was so astonished and was perhaps making a point to somebody. Did it clip a bail? I don't know. I don't know if we'd be able to get a definitive shot of that, but I just find it astonishing that it got through absolutely everything.
Surprised if anything beats the bat at the moment.
Might just sum up the morning for the visitors. Had it clipped a bail and not removed it, wouldn't be the first time this season. As Dawson bowls attempted reverse here. They're asking, or Liam Dawson's asking, and Ben Brown belatedly joins in. First time we've seen an attempted reverse sweep from Liam Patterson-White, and he missed it. Can play that shot effectively, but that was nearly his downfall. There's Dawson again. A bit of success from the first 2 balls. This one's chopped to backward point, and there's no run, fielded by Abbott. The other thing is, Kev, 76 overs gone. We're going to come out at 20 to 2, maybe to bowl the 80th over of the innings. Are you then going to say to Kyle Abbott, go and have a go with the second new ball, mate? 302 for 6. Next one is hit down the ground for a single. That one may just stay in its polythene wrapper, I think, might not be used.
I mean, Notts have played so well this morning that I wouldn't put it past them to say, look, let's get 500 and not in front, because of the way this pitch is playing.
They lead by 440. Dawson's in and fields off his own bowling. The trouble with trying to accelerate and play with a little bit of a carefree attitude is that, yes, it may come off and you might quickly get up to that 500 lead, but also wickets might go down all of a clatter. So you don't get to anywhere near that as Haynes takes another single, pushing it down the ground. He's going to feel $1 million, Jack Haynes. And once again, it's a case of him catching Liam Patterson-White up. 113 apiece at the end of the over, 304 for 6. 441 is the lead. The clock, the digital numbers on the Batman board say it's 12:52, so maybe about 3 overs to go until the luncheon interval. 304 for 6 with spin on at both ends. Tom Prest to bowl his third over of the innings. His first 2 have gone for 5 runs. So right arm off spin round the wicket, floated up there, kept out by Jack Haynes. Seems a long time ago since the last wicket fell, that of Lyndon James, who was dismissed by Sonny Baker halfway through the final session yesterday. This next one's eased into the offside. Since then, 220 runs have been added. Pressed. Just slightly short of a length. It's worked on the leg side. Gubbins can't properly haul it in, so they take a single. So Haynes back in front, 114 to 113. 305 for 6. I think Hampshire will be rushing through these last 2 or 3 overs, trying to make sure they get another one in. This is dropped on the leg side. I think as we've seen throughout the match, though, Kev, wickets have gone down right on the stroke of Sessions, so they might be hoping that that continues here. 305 for 6. Patterson-White, LPW on strike and blocks it. The Sheffield Outlaw says interesting to see where the game is when we get back from the City Ground. So enjoy your afternoon. Sheffield Outlaw, I'm sure he's got Joe with him as he crosses the road at lunchtime. This ball is pushed away. 4 no runs. Good bit of work there. Is that Gubbins again down on the ground? Again, just setting the standards in the field. Really good work by denying ever in this innings. That's largely due, I think, to the acceleration that Haynes and Patterson-White put on between around about 12 o'clock and 12:15 today, when they absolutely piled on the runs, both of them.
Ben in Stafford, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, we in Notts brackets need to keep going here. Batting seems to have got a lot easier this morning. Helps, of course, when you've got 2 players in. They're going along nicely. Dave Allen, Hampshire's former honorary archivist, emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He said, I mentioned Hampshire's first win versus Nottinghamshire earlier in 1923. They got there scoring 326 for 6, which remains their highest ever 4th innings versus Nottinghamshire's. Cut away by Haynes to backward point. James Fuller this time rolls on the ground. Picking that one up. Start of a new over from Liam Dawson. Hampshire's highest ever winning 4th innings score is 446 for 8 against Gloucestershire in 1990. Yeah.
That's close. 446.
That was a flat wicket, I remember. That's worked up to deep mid-off by Haynes, who moves on to 115. That lead now up to 443. And Ben was also messaged. He's in Stafford. He says, very much enjoying this morning's coverage. A very enthralling morning from a Nottinghamshire perspective. So it has been a good one. Probably met all the targets that they set themselves just before the start of play. Short leg in for Patterson-White, who's forward. There was a big gap on the offside, though, and he's found it. 114 he moves on to. 307 for 6 now, Nottinghamshire.
Yes, there'll be those that take a look at the scorecard and no wickets went down at Trent Bridge this morning. That must be pretty dull there, but you know, the flip side of that is there's been some wonderful stroke play. Nottinghamshire look to press on and hammer home their advantage.
It's driven up to mid-off by Haynes. 116 he moves on to. 38 for 6. I don't think this email's meant for us. But Darren Mello, who's a Windies fan in Manchester, has emailed. He says, sorry to go off track, but does anyone know why Jayden Seales is not playing for Sussex in the latest round of Championship games? Has he joined up with the Windies for the upcoming ODI series in England? Well, the Sussex commentary is going on right now. It might be worth mentioning that to the commentators there. I'm sure they've got a better idea. I don't know, unless Dave has, I have absolutely no idea.
Know.
Single out on the offside. 3:09 for 6. Just imagine he'll be in that West Indies squad, but
somebody must have pulled out late, because as we've been saying, the young Notts lad James Hayes was asked to travel down. Got there at 1 o'clock on the morning of the game.
well, maybe it was for him then. Let's push quietly out towards the short mid-off, fielded by Fletcher Middleton. End of the over. We got 1 over to go until the break. 3:09 for 6.
Yeah, clearly there was a very late withdrawal, as we understand. There were phone calls between Paul Farbrace and whoever it might have been at this end, whether it was Peter Moores or Mick Newell who took the call, but it was quickly arranged for. There are quotes all over everywhere about it. It was quickly they quickly sorted out an Uber for James Hayes to get down from Nottingham. He was in the squad of 13 for this game, to go down and play for Sussex, and he actually got that down there. I'm sure some digs or a hotel would have been arranged for him. He got down there at 1 o'clock in the morning on the morning of the game, and then got his first-class debut and proceeded to score 33 not out, batting at number 11, something that's never been done before.
Got some news, Dave, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
The Sussex website has put that Nottinghamshire seaman James Hayes has joined Sussex on a short-term loan following news that Jayden Seales has been forced to withdraw from the squad due to injury. There we go. Thank you, Kevin Howes.
Proves even when he pops next door, Kev, he's still keeping his beady big brother eye on us and listening to what's going on. So it's going to be pressed. Final over of the morning session. Bowling to Patterson-White, who celebrates the final over, or the start of the final over, by crunching one through the covers for 4. First boundary for a while. He goes on to 119. Nottinghamshire 313 for 6. If you're just joining us so far, it's been a wicket-free morning. Notts beginning the day on 171 for 6. Pressed bowls. Patterson-White defends. It's been a session in which Liam Patterson-White has registered his second first-class 100. He's now gone on to his highest career score. It's his first 100 on his home ground of Trent Bridge. And Jack Haynes, his second 100 of the season. His second for Notts and 7th in all. Another single here for Patterson-White, who goes to 120. 314 for 6. The lead is 451.
2 balls left, 1 minute to go. Make them last.
Pressed bowls, another single taken by Haynes. They're just milking it again. They're accumulating. Did have a little period where everything was dried up for a while after they both reached 3 figures. Thanks for your company this morning, everybody. We'll be back all the usual places in 40 minutes time at 20 to 2 when the players return, but I think that will be lunch. A flat bat from Liam Patterson-White. They're going to get a great ovation, I'm sure, this pair when they walk off, with Nottinghamshire 315 for 6. It's been a wicketless session, and says he, quickly doing the maths, I make it 144 runs have been added this morning. The partnership in total is worth 231, a county 7th wicket record for Notts against Hampshire. And these 2 young men march off together. Patterson-White's taken his helmet off. He's just put his right arm around the back of Jack Haynes, gave him a congratulatory pat. Haynes has still got his helmet on. He's 117 not out. Patterson-White 120 not out. Hampshire, as courtesy dictates, just all staying on the boundary edge and just applauding them off. That's nice from the Hampshire boys as well. And behind the closed door of the Nottinghamshire dressing room, there'll be a lot of good words spoken for the performance this morning of Jack Haynes and Liam Patterson-White. We'll be after lunch in a sec. Quick word, Kev.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Well, Nottinghamshire totally dominated that, and I think it will actually affect the decision about when to have a declaration, because as well as those two batters have played, that pitch is playing pretty well.
Thank you very much, Kevin James. Enjoyed your company and your commentary this morning. More from JMO after he's had his lunch. In the meantime, listeners to 5 Sports Extra, I'll kindly now hand you back to Kevin Howells. And for those of you following on the live stream still, or via the BBC Sport website and app, or on your smart speaker, again, we appreciate you being there. That's why we do it. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage this morning, and if you've nothing else on your social diary for this Sunday afternoon, it'd be great if you can join us when the players return at 20 to 2. At lunch, Nottinghamshire 315 for 6. That's a huge lead of 452 over Hampshire. Thank you. Nottinghamshire and Hampshire at lunch on day 3. Nottinghamshire with a substantial lead of 452. They are 315 for 6, and the morning has belonged to Jack Haynes and Liam Patterson-White, the ideal right-hand, left-hand combination. Two young players making their way in their game, both with 3-figure scores. They must feel like $1 million, let alone 100, and they really complemented each other well, reaching their centuries within just a handful of deliveries of each other. Patterson-White got there first, pulling Sonny Baker away for a big 6, and at the time Haynes was on 99. He soon got the single to bring up his 7th first-class 100. As I say, it's a county 7th wicket record, currently worth 231. Was asked during the lunch interval what the county 7th wicket record is, full stop. That's some way away yet. 301. Bruce French and Chris Lewis back at Ropery Lane up at Chesterley Street against Durham. Just a little matter of, says he doing the maths, 32 years ago, 1993. So another 70. I don't imagine they'll be given the chance, even if they're still together, to add another 70. But who knows? It's going to be Nick Gubbins to open the bowling. That might tell you everything you need to know about where we are. Although I do need to throw into the equation that second new ball is just 1 over away. So Kevin James, he'd be licking his chops, I'm sure, at taking the second new ball out there. But in the meantime, he's going to have to content himself with Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, and Haynes treats that with respect. It's a good start from Gubbins, actually. Just pushed towards extra cover. Yeah, I think from a Hampshire point of view here now, it's all about thinking about the second innings. Needs to be a big one, needs to be a good one. That's pushed out square on the offside, because Notts really have ground Hampshire into the dust this morning. 452 lead. Probably going to look for about 500. We'll wait and see. That's turned away towards mid-wicket. This is a nice tight start from Gubbins. He might delay the next new ball the way he's bowling.
But likewise, it's playing Haynes in, isn't it?
Haynes is forward. Another good delivery. He does bowl. He's a bit more than an occasional leg spinner. He doesn't bowl very often, but he bowls. He's captain of the 50-over tournament. Tends to bowl a bit more then, funnily enough. But it's more than acceptable. That's a little fuller, driven up to mid-on. Haynes moves on to 118, 316 for 6.
Are we presuming they'll take the second new ball?
Well, I suppose it depends on how your bowlers are feeling now, I suppose. You know, you've got to think about the next game now. It's only a few days before they go to Edgbaston, and you know, it's a back-to-back, and then another one with the championship games, and they've bowled a few overs already. Interesting to see. That's played out towards mid-wicket, end of the over. Are they going to take it?
And it can go round the park, of course. It can bring wickets, but it can also go round the park. And I'm not entirely sure what Kyle Abbott and Brad Wheel would be feeling. Brad Wheel is in conversation with the captain, and also Kyle Abbott now comes across. Brad Wheel has removed his cap, and the umpire is making the signal to the scorers, Roger Marshall and Fee Newnham, that the second new ball has been taken. So a new line will pop up on the Batman scoreboard saying ball age, just so we know when the second new ball was taken. 316 for 6 here at Trent Bridge. Not a single wicket has gone down today here yet, but will this second new ball deliver? Also, will it give us a pointer to what might come in a wee while when Notts have a new ball in their hands? How much life and movement and bounce there is in this surface. There's Brad Wheel, 17 overs, 2 for 67 in this innings. Bowls to Jack Haynes. Came onto him, as you'd expect, a little quicker than maybe he was anticipating there. Just pushed it away onto the offside for a single. So Haynes up to 119. His career best is 142. Patterson-White's already long since overtaken his, and the left-hander about to face his first ball of the post-lunch session, scratching away at his mark. There goes Brad Wheel, running away from us past umpire White. Bowls now to the left-hander, strikes him on the pad, and a bit of a stifled appeal. around the country. Wasn't too much that anybody was getting overly excited about in the other games. Funnily enough, this morning it does seem as if it's been rather a laborious morning's cricket up and down the country as sides look to get the ascendancy and try and put themselves in a stronger position to press on tomorrow. I know Kev's been keeping an eye on the women's game, one in particular, as Brad Wheel bowls and it's played back to him and he misses it, but there's plenty of cover there.
Well, I mean, before we get to that, a recovery of as much for the Blaze today. 2-2-2 all out at Old Trafford against Lancashire, indebted to Ella Claridge down the order with a 63 from her, and Tammy Beaumont out early there, having scored not out hundreds in both her previous games.
Here's Wheel. Sun continues to beat down, and this is chipped uppishly to mid-on, falls just short of Kyle Abbott, no run.
And 100 for Hampshire women's captain Georgia Adams, who listeners on Sports Extra would have heard during the lunch break. Made 273 for 5 off their 50 overs against bottom of the table Essex. Adams finishing on 110 not out, her 4th list 800.
Good effort.
Live commentary on the BBC Sport website and app of that one when the Essex reply gets underway.
Wheel to Patterson-White.
Looks like Warwickshire women are in the same sort of batting form as the men, who made, what, 600 at Edgbaston over the last 2 days. They made 243 for 9 off their 50 overs against Durham women. Runs spread there a little bit. Score there with 57, also a bit down the order, lower middle order.
Wheel. In again. Patterson-White will turn this away, and it'll turn it away for runs. I was expecting somebody to come in from the boundary at deep mid-wicket and just restrict them to one, but there wasn't anybody there. It was a lovely sweet bit of timing from Liam Patterson-White to get his innings up and running since lunch. So he's moved on to 124. Knots 3-2-1, as Ted Rogers used to do with the old fingers. 3-2-1 for 6. Bit of dusty bin for you. And the lead is 458.
Well, we're on the subject of the women's Metrobank one-day matches today. Surrey women 218 for 2 against Somerset in the 33rd over. 100 not out for Bryony Smith, and Sophia Dunkley is 53 not out there.
Well, that's a shame. Nick Gubbins has been taken out of the attack. I was looking forward to seeing him.
It's accurate, wasn't it?
Bowl with the the second over with the second new ball.
Accurate stuff.
There's Big Kyle.
Yes, he's just about to get ready to bowl his 16th over of this innings. 2 for 53 currently. Started the day with 2 for 33.
7 wickets in the match. Under 50. No doubt the chance for some more runs either later today or tomorrow.
Comes in, bowls to Haynes, who's walking into that one, pushing forward, goes up towards mid-off. So 458 runs is the lead. As you say, we're looking for some pointers with this second new ball as to how much different it will behave. Bowlers having to summon a bit more strength to get through this afternoon session before the batters, I'm sure, will get a thorough working over by the Nottinghamshire bowlers when they come to bat. Plays and misses, that's nipped back. Well, we haven't seen too many plays and misses today. And the second new ball has already brought one. Got a little bit of a tangle there, Haynes. I think he thought that was going to stay well outside the off stump. Nicked back, in the end the bat came down at a funny angle past the inside edge. It's got 2 slips. There's Kyle Abbott. Nice buzz around the ground, isn't there?
Yeah. A lot of noise from behind us as well.
Yeah. There's Abbott again to Haynes. Haynes works that through mid-wicket in the air, safe. And it's going to be fielded right in the boundary wall. There's a little mix-up there. He has to hurry. Ben Brown takes the stumps and he's gone. Haynes can't quite believe it, but there was a mix-up between the 2 batters running the second. Haynes stopped and then had to keep going. And in the end, that's cost him his wicket. That's a bit of a gimme. One or two in the crowd didn't like that. He's gone for 119. I think they didn't like the decision, but sounding from where it's coming from, they're equally in a bad position.
Yeah, he'll get one run, won't he? So it'll be 120 that he's going to walk off. His head's bowed and shaking a little bit and clearly frustrated. It's not the way you want to end your innings, having played so beautifully. 120. It was a run out. I'd say I think in the first innings, not seen a run out yet this season, either for or against. It was Sonny Baker with the good work on the boundary, and there was certainly a mix-up, and you can't see the lines, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if he was 6 or 9 inches short of his ground there. It's one that the analysts, maybe they've got a camera square on and can have a closer look, but on first viewing there, it looked as if he may well have been short of his ground. Good throw in, but there was certainly a little bit of a mix-up as to whether they were to go for 2 or not. But Haynes has been run out. Good throw in from Sonny Baker, and Nottinghamshire are 300 and I think it should be 322 for 7 because they got a single, didn't they? Clearly. Yeah, it's up on the board now. 322 for 7. Last wicket, Jack Haynes run out. A throw from Sonny Baker for 120. 322 for 7. And the partnership is was 238 for the 7th wicket, and Brett Hutton is out there in the middle now.
Yeah, just on the live picture feed there, the cutaway to Sonny Baker's throw was just at the moment in the middle where the two batters hesitated, and Jack Haynes was the one that hesitated the most. And it was then that he started running and fell just short. So, Kyle Abbott.
Second new ball's brought a wicket already.
There you go. Hutton was playing a missing outside the off stump. Just nip back again a little bit from Abbott. Still a healthy lead though, even if this second new ball wraps the innings up quite quick. Might get another replay here. There we go. There, look, there he goes. And Haynes, when he stopped, he slipped as well on very lush grass to the right of the pitch. There was the problem. Here's Abbott. In, bowls, playing a missing outside the off stump. Oh, now we're back to a slightly different game here from what we've been seeing for 2 hours and a bit. I think we've seen more plays and misses in this over than we saw for the 2 hours up till lunch with the older ball. But it won't matter, Nottinghamshire won't mind too much. It's just reinforcing the fact that the new ball will be a problem for Hampshire when they bat second time around. Still got the 2 slips in, might have brought a third in really with the way things are going here. It's left alone again, it's nipped back, it's a good delivery, it's a good leave by Brett Hutton at the 3rd time of asking. 322 for 7 then, and with 60 overs left in the day, Nottinghamshire's lead is 459.
Yeah, totally avoidable, but good bit of work from Sonny Baker, and a little bit of a miscommunication early in the afternoon session, and that did for Jack Haynes. Looked disappointed. There were some shouts from the crowd, but the replay did seem as if umpire was in a good position to make that adjudication, and decided he was just short of his ground. 322 for 7. It's going to be Brad Wheel to bowl to Liam Patterson-White, who's obviously now front and centre on 124. Number of people taking the trouble to get in touch quickly. Steve Crawley, as we went to lunch, said cracking over 8 this morning, even allowing for the 5-minute episode of Bob the Builder. Very much enjoyed that, Steve Crawley. That's when we were looking for a lost ball. Fletcher Middleton down there at the building site looking for the ball and asking for reinforcements. Dave, Destination Europe, great morning. Now on to the world famous City Ground for hopefully a good afternoon, says Dave, Destination Europe. Here's Brad Wheel. Bowls, and Patterson-White will chop this for 4 past slip. It went a lot finer than he intended, and he can hear the gasps from my right. 3:26 for 7. Ceasefire. You seem to love your summer. While you're there, can you find someone to umpire at football in South London next Saturday? That's Ceasefire, a Magpies fan. 3:26 for 7. Here's the score as Wheel, brackets unlucky, comes in again, and Patterson-White drills it back at the bowler.
Yeah, that's edged 4. I suppose it's difficult to justify when you're 460 odd runs behind and the player's got 100, but I think a second slip would have certainly been in play if there had been one.
Not spat on. They lead by 463. Won't want to get bogged down and waste any of this time. Oh, that's turned away nice and fine by Patterson-White. It's going quickly down, and in fact it's gone for 4. Down very fine on the leg side, and it clatters into the advertising hoardings in front of the Hound Road stand. So 4 more to Patterson-White, on to 132. Quite a weight between his maiden first-class 100 relatively early on in his first-class career in 2021 and today, but now he's cashing all his chips in at once. 132 not out, making the most of it. Here's Brad Wheel in once more to Liam Patterson-White. Nice bit of timing, but hits it straight to Stoneman at mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, this showing a handy player to be coming in at number 8.
3:30 for 7. It is going to give Notts a little bit of a selection issue. He's worth his place in the side, but you can also make a claim that everybody else is, and Notts potentially need another seamer to be squeezed in from somewhere. Short from Wheel, and Patterson-White has trying to get underneath the sharply rising delivery, but can't, and it goes through to Ben Brown. 83 overs gone in the innings, 3 with the second new ball, 4 since lunch. Notts 3:30 for 7, lead by 467.
Good bouncer, that one. Nice and straight, just at a good height where Patterson-White, even if he'd got hold of that, he wouldn't have been able to keep that under control. The wait for the declaration goes on. And I think we can just relax. As I said before lunch that I've given up with all that, and I probably should do, but I can't help but try and think. I think we've got to be thinking 500 lead, haven't we? Got to be.
Yeah, a lot of overs left in the day as well. 59 overs to go in the day. 96 tomorrow.
Gosh. Well, here's Abbott. Bowls. Hutton edges. Good diving catch. Ben Brown in front of first slip. Hutton goes. And Kyle Abbott picks up his 3rd wicket. Hutton goes without troubling the scorers. And it's 330 for 8. Well, I know one of the wickets was a run out, but I think already we've seen that the new ball is a little bit of a different proposition.
Yeah, and Notts are going to need Brett Hutton for a different role over the next 4 and a bit sessions. Would have been nice for him to get a few runs, but likewise there's a lot of energy being conserved there by that very quick visit to the middle and out for naught. He can save up a lot of that energy until he's got the ball in his hands. Kyle Abbott will be interested now. He's got 8 in the match. There's 2 left to fall. 330 for 8. Would Notts declare with him on 9 wickets in the match, saving Mohammad Abbas from coming out to the middle. There's Farhan coming in at number 10. Farhan Ahmed, who has had the quietest match so far. He's only bowled 2 balls and got figures of 1 for none at the end of the Hampshire first innings.
Not sure how long he batted for either. Made 5 before he was caught by Prest. I guess that would have been in the slips off Brad Will. One of the few that Hampshire held on to in the first innings. So 467 the lead for Nottinghamshire. Patterson-White
swing for the hills whenever he's on strike now. It was the first ball of the over as well.
Good catch, Ben Brown.
Yeah.
That was a good catch. Went sharply low to his right. Here's Abbott then. Ahmed forward. That's a nice solid forward defensive shot. 330 for 8. The score remains.
Very pleasant day weather-wise. A lot of spectators in the lower Hound Road stand. Keep seeing people nip inside for no doubt a cool, refreshing drink. Very sunny on that side of the ground, all the way around to the Fox Road stand.
Abbott in again, runs towards us. Gets one down the leg side, flicks something. Ball just dies a little bit on Ben Brown, but he managed to stop the ball. It's some part of his glove. Looks like Yorkshire are building a good lead against Essex. They're 338 runs ahead with 8 second innings wickets remaining. Wow.
Never an easy place to go and get a result, that isn't it? Usually you get hammered down there, or not usually get hammered down there.
I'm not sure how many. He's only taken one in this innings, one of the two. Lyth's 156 not out. Good position there, Yorkshire, aren't they? Here's Abbott again. Ahmed is forward, nice and straight. Sussex in a good position against Worcestershire, 187 for 6 in their second innings, lead by 291. Surrey 189 for 3, still 476 runs behind on the first innings against Warwickshire. Those are the Division 1 matches. Live commentary on the BBC Sport website and app on all those, as are the ones in Division 2. Those smart speakers. So Ahmed works their way on the leg side. Fielder is deep. Ahmed is off the mark. 331 for 8. Thought that was the end of the over, but it's not, because we've got the left-hander in, so everybody's got to change around. 468 is the lead now for the home side. Quite a lot of changes there, actually. Must have been about 5 fielders, 6 fielders changing, plus the umpire.
We've got one ball left in the over, haven't we? So they desperately want to keep Liam Patterson-White there.
Yeah.
Might be short from Kyle, would you imagine?
Well, there's nobody out deep, so if you get some sort of...
There is a man down.
Oh, is it down finally? Abbott bowls. Length ball gets wrapped on the pad off an inside edge. End of the over. Abbott has 3 for 55 from 17. Nottinghamshire 331 for 8 with Patterson-White on 132.
Yeah, that's why I didn't need anybody except Brad Wheel down at the long leg. Didn't need anybody else out there because he was going to fire it into the block hole. So Farhan Ahmed will be on strike. He'll be armed with bags of enthusiasm, but he'd also imagine 1 or 2 words from the dressing room and the skipper and the head coach on what the plan is here. How long Notts wish to be out there, or what the target is. Do they want to get it up to 500 if possible? Imagine they'd want to give themselves as much time as they can to bowl Hampshire out. 331 for 8. It's Brad Wheel bowls, and Farhan Ahmed was in a little bit of miscomfort there. He was squared up and it thudded into something and just ballooned away on the offside. Got Hampshire 12th man rushing on after that first ball with helmet and some protective gear, so Hampshire have been encouraged by the way that Farhan played that and want to get somebody in close in case he pops another one up. Fletcher Middleton is the tried and trusted short leg fielder.
He's not wearing a bib. Felix Organ coming on as 12th man, that's unusual. He's wearing a gilet, a Hampshire cricket gilet.
And the floppy sun hat. Here's Brad Wheel then to bowl to Farhan Ahmed. 2 slips and the short leg now. Bouncer, which Farhan can very easily bob underneath. Not the tallest young Farhan Ahmed, 17 years of age. Brother of the Leicestershire and England spinner Rian Ahmed. Who's been spending some time opening the batting for Leicestershire this season and has a century to his name this year. Farhan in at 10 is 1 not out. Pushes this one confidently to point and there's no run. Has extended his career best score a couple of times this season. Farhan has moved it on to 31, so he is more than capable. That came as a night watchman earlier in the season. Did his job on the evening and then carried on nicely the following morning. Brad Wheel. Figures of 2 for 80. Comes in and bowls, and that's wide enough to be left alone. It remains 331 for 8. 2 wickets to go down. Then Jack Haynes run out for 120. Good throw in from the fence by Sonny Baker, but had there not been a little bit of hesitation and miscommunication, then I'm sure Haynes would have got home. And then Brett Hutton in and out quick as a flash, caught behind off Kyle Abbott, who's now got 8 wickets in the match.
That window you were talking about above the Revamp Pavilion is not shining anymore.
No.
I think I'd set, if I was in the Hampshire camp, I'd send somebody over there to reposition that window so that it's shining again.
There's Wheel. Bowls Farhan. Struck somewhere, but the ball drops away safely and he's okay.
Get it open at such an angle that it shines again over the field. So the batters have got an excuse. Say, no, we can't play. Can't play. We've got to go off.
I suspect down at pitch level they wouldn't be able to see it. It's only because we're as lofty as we are, we can sort of see over the rebuilding at the far end. 331 for 8. Next ball is turned away by Farhan Ahmed, and the visitors won't mind that at all. He's taken a single from the final ball of the over. So Liam Patterson-White has once again been consigned to a role at the non-strikers end. 332 for 8. Notts made 333 in the first innings. Bit of symmetry, anybody? 333 all out second time round. Well, they're 1 away.
There was, remember, and the momentum was definitely with them, and both of them got the play stopped because of some light shining or something. And they came back the next day, and of course the momentum was totally different. Abbott bowls short, cut down to 3rd by Ahmed, moves on to 333 for 8. They went off that night when Hampshire were rampant, and of course came back the next morning when the atmosphere is totally different, and Somerset won the game. I was just trying to look it up. I'm sure I remember that.
Would you have been around when Liam Botham was playing?
I roomed with him.
Yeah.
So I did.
So Notts are up to 333, having made 333 in the first innings.
Here's Abbott round the wicket to Patterson-White. Back foot works that out. Could have taken a single. Doesn't. Yeah, I can't find it. Maybe I'm not putting the right terminology in. But I seem to remember that was in the 80s sometime. Early 80s, mid 80s. So I think it was the only time they've ever gone off for the low sun at Taunton. Nobody could quite work out how he'd managed to persuade the umpires to get off. Of course, that was a reason frequently given at Derby, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which is why they turned the wicket around.
Yeah.
Here's Abbott. In. Patterson-White works that up to mid-on. Certainly not a single there.
And Old Trafford, the county championship win for Notts in 2010, had 2 days of rain, and then they got on the 3rd day, and they had to go off because the sun was shining off the windows. It's bizarre.
I remember in my younger days, club cricket, you probably had that, Dave, where a lot of grounds would have issue with low-lying sun, and they'd always have a bowler. The local club would always have a bowler that was slow enough to bowl it so that it was right in the sun. And as it landed, you thought, where is it? Here's Abbott. That's turned away to mid-wicket where a field has been placed, so there's no run. Frequently that would happen. Slow bowler would come on and you think, oh my God, you get blinded.
Yeah.
And over of that in the sun. It's not too, I can't think of any county grounds now where the sun is an issue. It's only an issue when it gets too hot now.
Yeah. Always used to be plenty of car parking space away to our left where the Fox Road stand was when I was a youngster.
Yes, I remember that.
All had to have. There's a quick update for Radio Nottingham listeners. Yeah, 2 wickets, I'm afraid. The end of that huge partnership, eventually worth 238, came in a rather undignified manner. A little bit of a mix-up in the running between Liam Patterson-White and Jack Haynes. And Haynes hesitated fatally and was beaten by a throw-in from the deep by Sonny Baker, out for 120. It was a terrific knock and a sad way, and a shame for Jack Haynes to walk off shaking his head at a real mix-up. And then Brett Hutton came and went quick as a flash for naught, but Notts will need wickets rather than runs from Brett Hutton in this match. They're still batting. Liam Patterson-White there on 132, career best score for him. Farhan Ahmed's there on 3. Nottinghamshire have gone past their first innings score. They're 334 for 8. That's an overall lead of 471. So they'll be having a bit of football commentary on Radio Nottingham this afternoon.
Oh, it's wrapped on the pad. That's close. Not out, says the umpire. Perhaps the second new ball means a little bit of extra bounce. So Ahmed will jump through for a 1 leg by though. Nothing against his name in terms of number of runs. He stays on 3. And Patterson-White is on 132, 335 for 8.
So that'll be the end of the updates, at least for the next 45 or 50 minutes. Hawkey says, Dave, can you ask Kev why Felix Organ isn't in the first 11? Well, he was last week. I think you covered that on the first morning, didn't you, about the need to bring an extra seamer in James Fuller?
Yeah, well, he only played last week, his first game of the season, because Hampshire thought that the wicket was going to turn a bit more than it did. It was a used wicket. It didn't really turn, but they weren't expecting it here, so you don't play the second spinner.
It's Brad Wheel, although Notts are doing. This is pushed out onto the offside. Yeah.
I get the feeling that's more out of the fact you haven't got any other seamers.
Yeah. You're probably right. Might just have worked to Nottinghamshire's advantage. 335 for 8 then. The lead is 472. Adrian Thomas says, Dave, tell JMO to look at 1985 or 1986 for the Botham match, as you joined in 85 and Botham left at the end, left Somerset at the end of 86. Next delivery on its way now and driven down the ground nicely by Farhan Ahmed. Just had to check and make sure that Jack Haynes hadn't gone back out there. That was a lovely shot down the ground. 339 for 8. Adrian has added Botham was banned until August 86 though. Nice shot from Farhan, who's on to 7. 339 for 8. The lead is 476. It's been quite a while, Kev, since the run out, and have not had anybody come on extolling a misdemeanour by the umpire or an error, as this is played back to the bowler. Generally, if people watching the live stream, they go back and they look and they look and they look and decide that an error had been made, they're quick to get in touch, but it did seem potentially as if it was a few inches short, so I think on second viewing most people have felt, although he was clearly unhappy at having to depart, run out, it wasn't a poor decision. Bouncer over the head of Farhan Ahmed. 339 for 8.
I'm trying to find it, I can't find it. I'm obviously looking in the wrong place.
Did expect by now, I know the fall of the wicket would have something to do with it, but did expect by now that Notts would be rattling along, but obviously the second new ball and the short pitch deliveries and the loss of Haynes, etc. But the brakes have been applied certainly since the luncheon interval, which was taken at 315 for 6, so 24 for 2 in more than half an hour. There's another bouncer over the head of Farhan Ahmed. 339 for 8. Producer Alan asking if you know the words to Mull of Kintyre. There goes Wheel again. And beats Farhan Ahmed on the outside. Through to Ben Brown. End of the over. Hampshire being kept out there. We've had 87 overs of this innings.
I might need some help, if indeed I am right. But anyway, silentcricket@gmail.com or at Brace Cricket. Somebody help me, please. I'm trying to find out. Kev Howes might remember. Back in, I think it's 85. I didn't play, but
80.
Hampshire played a game against Somerset down at Taunton, where the game was stopped because of sunlight. It might have been off a roof or off a window. Never happened before, but Ian Botham, when Hampshire were all over Somerset and Ian Botham took the players off, the umpire said, "Yes, you're right, Mr. Botham. We should go off." And they came back the next day. Here's Abbott round the wicket. Patterson-White has a swish, misses.
There was a famous photograph, nothing to do with that, but a Hampshire-Somerset game right at the start of Botham's career, a one-day game where it was sort of the start of the Botham myth that he was Guy the gorilla and could do anything. He'd been smashed in the mouth by Andy Roberts. And if you ever saw that photograph, and there's blood dripping down each side as he stayed out there. No, I don't need to come off. I don't need to retire hurt. And hit the winning runs, a heroic innings against Hampshire. And as I say, I've been, the next trip was a trip to the dentist.
Abbott. There's a nice drive through extra cover by Patterson-White. Man out in the deep, so it's a single. 133. He's on. 340 for 8.
So he never played, obviously, like you guys, but as a cricket watcher, I would always, and this is probably going to be sacrosanct, I would always have Andy Roberts above Malcolm Marshall in terms of. I enjoyed watching Andy Roberts more. I don't know what it was. I didn't face either of them. I wasn't a teammate, but they would be that way round in my 1 and 2.
Abbott's over the wicket to Ahmed. Length ball pushed out behind point.
He was fearsome, Andy Roberts, at his pomp in the mid-70s.
Yeah, I mean, when I joined, Roberts had moved on by then, but the guys that were still there at Hampshire that played with him said that he was the most fearsome. I mean, listen, so was Malcolm, but they reckon that in terms of being a batter facing Andy Roberts, he was the one that could rough you up the most. They both could rough you up.
Yeah.
But on a sliding scale, probably one was 10 and one was 9. Has he got an inside edge onto that one? I think the umpire says he might have done. That looks as though it nipped back a bit, and Ahmed probably just got enough of the woodwork on that ball before it hit him on the pad. So yes, I'm playing against Leicestershire. From what the Hampshire boys had said about him.
Yeah, I loved watching him play.
But I know what you mean. He's just had that ability to. They reckon he bowled you a bouncer that gave you a chance. Ahmed is forward again. That's not out of the middle of the bat. And then, sensing that the batter thought, "Oh, I can handle Andy Roberts," would then give you a similar ball that was a yard quicker, and you'd get yourself in all sorts of trouble. Amazing to have that ability where you could bowl quick and then still actually have another gear in you.
I always talk about Sobers being, my inspiration. Really, he was the one that made me fall in love with cricket. But the one game here, I would say, above all others, that I will always remember, and obviously was the '76 Test, the "We will make them grovel" test.
Ahmed is forward, works that down to fine leg, moves on to 8, 341 for 8.
And they've got Wayne Daniel as well, and England had brought Brian Close back, and Tony Gregg had made his ill-advised comments and whatever. And I can, I was down in the seats in the pavilion for all 5 days of that, and that was just an extraordinary experience. That will be the match that I'll always remember. But now Sobers, the previous decade when he came to Notts, '68. the best player in the world joining the worst county in the country. It was.
How did that come about? I mean, how did Sobers end up here?
Well, obviously, the regulations changed so you could bring an overseas player in, and they got some finances to basically meet all his demands. There's Brad Wheel in and bowls, and this is pushed back to him. 341 for 8, but you know, the first cricket I can remember was black and white telly, my grandma's, the summer holidays, 66, the West Indies tour, television, Peter West, whatever, Wes Hall, Charlie Griffith, captained by Sobers, and you know, just the way he moved around looked, you know, we've all seen pictures of Sobers in his pomp, but he's just so loose-limbed and everything. I thought this is a magical human being. Bouncer over the top of Farhan Ahmed. I mean, at the time, the three most well-known sports people in the world would have been Pele, Muhammad Ali, and Garfield Sobers. I think, yes, obviously football and boxing is played in every country in the world. Cricket, not so much, but I think they were the three biggest sporting personalities in the mid-60s. And then for Notts to, you know, getting Garfield Sobers here, and that sort of coincided when I was, you know, first brought here and then allowed to come here on my own and all the rest of it. Watched, you know, whenever I could. Tremendous inspiration. Edge just short of slip this next delivery. Farhan Ahmed pushing at Brad Wheel. 341 for 8.
I'm just wondering if there was a player in the Nottinghamshire ranks that is credited as, you know, maybe being a catalyst for bringing them over, or maybe it was just the money.
I think, yeah, I think there was a financial inducement. Bashir Hassan obviously was a teammate then, and he's been, you know, a lifelong friend. Whenever Gary's over, Bash has stayed with him, looked after him. This has pushed him to the offside no run and organised all his speaking engagements and his various other you know, money-making opportunities. I think you mentioned earlier on in this match, wasn't there an auction or two where the Sobers 6-6 balls were auctioned off? They tended to be one of those fairly regularly, if I remember rightly. Everybody claiming to have had the ball that went down. That's gone all the way down to Swansea High Street. There's wheel bowls, nicely defended by Farhan Ahmed. 341 for 8.
So I'm just reading here. Sobers signed with Nottinghamshire in the winter of 67-68 and remained with the county until 74. That's right. Reports here that 7 clubs approached him. Nottinghamshire were the ones that were successful, and at the end of the 67 season, that's right, it was agreed that each county club could imminently or immediately sign a non-English player for the 68 season.
341 for 8. This is defended back to the bowl. I was trying to think in reference to your question who might have had a hand, but of course Notts had Carlton Forbes at the time, old Chacha Forbes, left arm quick. He liked, shall we say, he'd like to have late evenings in Nottingham, bought a bar, and was happy to entertain his teammates and supporters. And I think he looked after Gary very well as well in those years.
Looked after him or led him astray?
Well, tomato.
341 for 8. The Nottinghamshire lead now is 478. And Liam Patterson-White started the day on 44. He's still there. And he's on 133, and he's about to face the next over from Kyle Abbott, who's around the wicket from the pavilion end, plays and misses outside the off stump.
Are not getting anywhere at the moment.
Well, so that wicket of Brett Hutton was about 25 minutes ago at 3:30.
11 runs. It was 315 for 6 at the start of the session. That's 45 minutes ago.
So not really. Not the way the day has gone, or not the way the morning session went.
No, I don't think it's going to come down to 15 or 20 minutes, but you never know.
144 in 2 hours between the morning start and lunch. That's driven back to Abbott, who kicks the ball away as it hits him.
Does that count as a shot on target?
Yeah, don't show the groundsman what you've just done, 'cause that would have scuffed the wicket. I saw Craig Overton scuff the wicket when we played Somerset 3 weeks ago, 2 games ago for us, because we had a break in between, and he was given a severe talking to by the umpires when he scuffed the wicket up. And that was a little bit more deliberate. 341 said the umpires are quite strict on that sort of thing. Grounds people, I'm sure, are more than happy with that. Here's Abbott bowl. Patterson-White cuts that away, slightly aerial, down to third. Picks up a single, moves on to 134, 343 for 8. And Kevin Howells is back. Welcome back, Mr. Howells.
How about thank you for having me?
Have you used one of those things before?
Well, I was wondering. I couldn't work out which one I was plugged into.
Yes, I suppose it is meandering a little bit, isn't it?
It's a Sunday afternoon. What do you want?
Yeah, just
Nice.
crowd sitting in the sun, watching
Yeah.
a nice bit of easy cricket, and everybody's happy with their life. Ahmed plays that into the ground. Going to be called through for a single as the ball goes into a vacant deep gully area. Ahmed moves on to 9, 343 for 8.
I wonder if it has taken Nottinghamshire a bit by surprise what's happened today, in the sense that there was that 45-minute period, 50-minute period this morning when it all got really busy. Quite aggressive, very attacking.
Yeah.
And then, at about the time that they were both getting to their centuries, it all slowed up
didn't it?
again. And I just wonder whether that little 45-minute period wasn't actually in Nottinghamshire's thinking at the start of play today, as to how they were going to.
Abbott to Patterson-White, pushes that in front of square for a single. 344 for 8. Lead now is 481. I think you're right. I think Haynes definitely got his head down in the sort of mid to late 90s, and did take a while to get the 3 figures.
So that's left them perhaps pondering what's best to do. But surely to goodness, when they get to 500, you're pulling out, aren't you? Now.
It's almost as if this is the last partnership, really, and they've been told, make sure you get to 500.
That's what I'm thinking. It has to be get to that 500.
Yeah.
But again, they can't take much longer about
I
it.
agree. It has that feel about it, doesn't it? Ahmed plays and misses outside the off stump, and the ball's deviated, and it's beaten the outstretched hand of Ben Brown. And the ball trickles down to fine leg. It did get quite a bit of a hand. He got an edge. Always got an edge. It's runs. That's how much it deviated. Ben Brown got about 3/4 of his hand on it. 345 for 8 at the end of that over. Lead is 482. So, yeah, I suppose psychologically 500. We're looking at another 18 runs, maybe without Mo Abbas batting. That seems to be the plan, but I'm only guessing.
Well, we're all only guessing what's going through the minds of Nottinghamshire at the moment. But 500 is a surely to goodness. They're not going to get those in the time as well. But also, this is a little reminder on seeing this new ball as to how difficult it will be for Hampshire. Just in case you thought what you saw in those 2 hours this morning, no, this is what you're going to get when you're first up. Okay.
And maybe this is helping Nottinghamshire. They're seeing how it's playing. 2 days on, day and a half on from when the wicket really was. Much easier for the bowlers.
So this is Fuller coming into bowl to Ahmed now. Is on 10. And Fuller bowls full. You bowled him. That is full. Yorker leg delivery. Ahmed, well, came down off, flew off, and that is the end of Ahmed. And that is 345 for 9. He was out there for 29 minutes, 31 balls, and 1 4. But I think they are going to carry on.
Yeah.
So Abbas will be coming out. Leeds 482. We've got 51.5 overs remaining today. And then we've got, of course, the whole of tomorrow as well. Take a look at this again on our replay to our left-hand side. But he brought his bat down. I think we actually did hear the bat hit the ground. But actually the ball was nowhere near the bat. It was back in and bowled him beautifully. Yeah. There was a definite noise of that bat coming down. But he was, as I say, the ball or somewhere else. So 3:45 for 9, and out comes Moa Bass. Now here you see this. They must be really determined to get that 500. Because why would you put somebody like Moa Bass here, right? He's such a key figure, Kev, right?
Yeah.
Key figure. Why are you going to put him? And look, I'm not wishing anything bad upon anybody.
I know exactly
here.
what you're going to say. There would be some cricketers that would think a different way and would say, here's a target coming out here, and if I dust him up, he might not be able to bowl. Now, that's a horrible way of looking at it, but believe me, there would have been some cricketers in bygone eras that would have thought exactly like that, knowing that Abbas is going to be a real threat, as he was in the second innings and probably will be in the second dig. So apologies for maybe painting an awful picture, but I can tell you from experience, there would have been a few around over the last few decades that would have been thinking, and if the ball was in their hand, that's exactly what would be at the forefront of their mind.
A risk over reward, isn't it? Here, I mean, and also they love Mo.
Oh yeah, of course they do.
They're not going to be doing that here. Anyway, it's Abbas who's facing. Fuller comes around the wicket and he ducks out of the way of the short one, although he deliberately made sure he went down leg side.
I think he was thinking the same, you know. I think he's thinking, I'm walking out here and I might get hit. And he was down. I reckon he was down before the ball even hit the pitch.
It wasn't so much the fact he was down, he was halfway off the pitch as well. On his way back off. 3:45 for 9. 482 in front. Well, let's get the context right. I mean, the message here is Nottinghamshire in such a strong position. Of course they are. We're just pondering what they may be thinking. That's another one down the leg side as well from Fuller. And as to what is being achieved here at the moment. See, so they come out a target of 483 with 51 overs today and a whole day tomorrow. Perhaps they think actually this pitch is altered so much, even the new ball's not going to be doing as much.
Well, I think they obviously clearly think there's more than enough time to bowl Hampshire out. I would have thought that would be my initial thought.
Abbas faces his third ball. And that's, again, on this leg side, but he sort of moved inside the line of it. Getting out of the way of it, but he did sort of offer a bit of a bat towards it to say, right, can I clip that away fine?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Mo with the bat in various guises. Usually, it doesn't last long. I mean, he averages 6 in first-class cricket, so I mean, look, let's not kid ourselves. Yeah. But I've seen him stick around at times.
2 balls left to Fuller's over here, trying to get this last Nottinghamshire wicket, 345 for 9, and Fuller is into Abbas. That's a little straight. He does get bat on it this time. And even Fuller is thinking to himself, wow, what's going on here? He's now going to come over the wicket, coming around the wicket with 2 deliveries which are really quite wideish down the leg side, and he's bowled a little straighter to Abbas for the next 2 deliveries. And for what is the last ball of this over, he's going to come over the wicket to Mo Abbas. And he turns now, he's bowling from the Radcliffe Road end, and he comes in past the umpire in and bowls now right on the toes, and that's not too far away from hitting those stumps, but somehow it doesn't. Goes through to the keeper. So 345 for 9. 482 runs in front here. One of the beauties of the game of cricket is a team sitting there knowing what a great position they're in the match, but they're still just a little bit worried they could mess it up. Just a little bit worried. So what are they going to do? It's like being 6 up in a football match with about 10 minutes to go. No,
making sure you don't lose 7-6.
Yeah. How are they going to score 7? Not quite like that. Maybe 20 minutes left to the game. But you understand the analogy I'm trying to strike up here, because Nottinghamshire's position is so strong.
Now, not surprisingly, it's going to be down to Liam Patterson-White really to inject these however many runs that Nottinghamshire are thinking about, but also not spend too long doing it, because we've seen these situations before. One batter who's in, field everywhere. It needs a really good shot to clear them. Although I think it might not be as hard as some grounds and some conditions we've had, but it's going to be down to him to play one or two very good shots. Here's Sonny Baker, who's bowling from the pavilion and for the first time. Short, he's bowled, trying to pull that away on the leg side. Middle stump out of the ground, may have been a hint of a bottom edge. And Sonny Baker, for the second time in this innings, has picked up a wicket with the first ball of a spell, and that is the end of the Nottinghamshire innings. They're bowled out for 345, and a wonderful innings there from Liam Patterson-White with a career best 135, and Nottinghamshire in this game leading by, it's just gone off the screen, but an awful lot.
I know you're talking about Baker's pace. I just wonder if Baker actually has something up his sleeve at the moment, which is the fact that his reputation of bowling fast, it leaves batters just a little uncertain what they're going to get from him. And when he does bowl quick, it is very quick in striking so early. But yeah, listen, Liam Patterson-White, what a terrific knock from him. 213 balls faced, 21 fours and 2 sixes. An outstanding partnership from Jack Haynes, which steered the game, which has always pretty much throughout been Nottinghamshire's match to control and take charge of and to lead the way. But that's taken it on to a whole new level now, that partnership. And as I say, the pace at which some of the runs were scored this morning was also quite interesting. And we'll restart again at 254 it says here, so that's quite some break. But Haynes is 120, Patterson-White 135, Abbott, who just kept on going, is 3 for 62, 8 wickets for the match. Baker picked up a couple of wickets as well. And this is going to be so tough for Hampshire. It's going to be a case of getting through this new ball to start off with, which we reckon 20-30 overs, get through that, and then there's a chance maybe for you to press on a little, but that target is going to be nowhere in their thinking until maybe this time tomorrow, if they're still there batting. It's going to be a question of survival really between now and then. Obviously get the ball ticking along, but the pressure will be on this top order.
After lunch they scored 30 runs in 55 minutes. Now there was no pressure, they didn't need to bat quickly, but quite interesting how the two differences either side of lunch.
What were they trying to achieve though in that little period?
Well, I think I don't know. I'm guessing. I think 500 was the target in whatever time they wanted, really, because you know there's a lot of time left in. We've said it millions of times, and there still is. And I don't think there was any rush to get to 500. But actually, you just felt that this afternoon, it kind of meandered a little bit, didn't it?
Okay, I'll just do some scores. Yorkshire 276 for 2, lead Essex by 369. Sussex 223 for 7, in front of Worcestershire by 327. Surrey are 5 down and still trail by 448. Has Jason Roy been in? He spent his first return to red ball cricket. And how many overs did he spend in the field? 160 overs fielding.
That's more than he's done in about 5 franchise tournaments.
And he faced 9 balls. He was out for 2.
He's going back to franchise cricket, isn't he?
Well, if you can find a gig. 217 for 5, trailed by 448 runs. Second division, Kent 56 for 4, following on trail Glamorgan by 281. Lancashire 61 for 2, require another 175 to win. Okay, we'll take a little bit of a break and we'll be back with you shortly.
Welcome back to Trent Bridge, everybody, for a resumption in play between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire, and the visitors, having toiled away in the field manfully, have now been set a victory target. Let's call it a victory target of 483 in a minimum of 144 overs, 48 today, 96 tomorrow. Got, I believe, and we'll confirm it when the screen reactivates itself. We're looking at pictures of Brett Hutton at the moment, who's going to open the bowling. I think we've got 16 overs to go until tea, so that'll be the first target. First innings, Mark Stoneman made 14, and he was dismissed, caught and bowled by Brett Hutton. Fletcher Middleton made 30, he fell to Lyndon James. So absolutely right, 48 overs remain in the day, so we're halfway through the allocation, 16 before tea. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, alongside me, watching on to see if his boys get off to a good start. It's Kevin James.
Needs to be a good start, good middle and good end, yeah. Hutton bowls, length ball, worked up to mid-on. And there is no run. Now, I mean, listen, it might very well be in a losing cause, and it probably will be a losing cause, but I think if I was on the Hampshire coaching staff and looking on, I'm looking for some major contributions in this second innings, mainly from these two. Haven't really set the world alight yet this season, at least one of them for me. I'm looking for a big one. Stoneman pushes forward, top scorer Stoneman, a 57 in the first innings against Durham last game. He has got a 40 as well. Fletcher Middleton, a couple of 40s, a 30 in there as well. So, you know, nothing major at the top of the order, and something Hampshire has suffered with for quite a few years now. And, as I say, just showing a bit of fight, and the right players now getting something to build on for the rest of the season. Here's Hutton. Just bounces a bit, hips Stoneman high above the front pad. As for Nottinghamshire, really, it's just doing more of the same, isn't it? Keep the right ball in the right areas, keep the batters under pressure. You've got a long time, even if a couple of players do get in, maybe even 3 players get in. Just keep it line and length, keep it simple. Time is on your side.
Start of the Hampshire first innings, Noah Bass was at our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end. Brett Hutton obviously at the other end. They've flipped over here.
Yeah. Hutton runs away from us, bowls. Stoneman plays and misses. Bounces a bit outside the stump.
But Mohamed Abbas did have success with 1 wicket in his opening burst from this end, but then when he switched to the other end, he got his other 4 wickets. So don't think there's a great deal of breeze about. There isn't, looking at the flags we can see, just hanging fairly limply. So it may well be that Brett Hutton, I don't think, particularly minds one way or another, and maybe Mo just felt it just suited him a little better from the Stuart Broad end.
It could be his end, couldn't it, for the next couple of games. Sets outside off stump, left alone. Was he doing 3 and 3, isn't he?
Yeah.
Bass.
That's, I think, as it stands at the moment. This little block of 3, and then the last 3 in September.
He doesn't play T20, doesn't play 100. No point in sticking around. He used to do that with us. Just
there's those Kookaburra games in the middle as well, isn't there?
It's Hutton again. Right arm over, bowls. Stoneman gets a length ball. Plays that very watchfully back to the bowler. That's the end of the first over. That's a maiden from Hutton. Hampshire. 483. Wow. Just the 483.
I was just looking at young Freddie McCann endearing himself, or trying to endear himself to the new man Mohamed Abbas. He's just run at the end of that over from the slip cordon all the way down to meet Mo Abbas and take his cap, and then run all the way up to the umpire, and then sprint all the way down to this end. Young lad, and doing his best to make Mo Abbas feel at home. He looked at home in the first innings. He's already scratching away at the crease. 5 for 31, wasn't it, his first innings figures? Can he get amongst them early on, as they say. Got Fletcher Middleton on the strike. Nice opportunity this, with 15 overs now remaining before the tea interval, to just get nicely into his rhythm, into his work. Wasn't out there too long with the bat. Finished not out. He's got back to the end of his mark and he's ready to go, and now he's just orchestrating one or two slight field settings. It's whether it is down below us, Brett Hutton, I would imagine, at a long leg. He's just moving in, and some more tinkering with the field. But here he comes to bowl to Middleton, and first ball just takes off from short of a length. It was wide enough to be left alone, but Fletcher Middleton felt inclined just to have a little bit of a fiddle towards it there, and then, as we saw in the first innings, once or twice he was beaten, goes straight down the track and starts surface.
Sure that he's in a starting position where he's a little forward where he would normally be, both feet outside of that crease.
Well, we saw Jack Haynes doing it, and it worked for Haynes. This delivery's nice and full from Mohammed Abbas.
I did mention earlier that one or two teams over the last couple of years felt that, because Mo is a good pace, but he's not expressed by any stretch of the imagination, not these days, but if you could get forward to him and take a pace or two down the wicket, then the LBW is taken out to a large extent. Fletcher Middleton is going with the stance in front of the crease, so he's already got a little bit of a head start, so to speak. So when he comes forward, he actually is quite a long way forward.
See what he does here. Mo Abbas into bowl to Middleton. Ooh, that's very wide. And nicely taken by Verena. He's had a relatively leisurely 24 hours. More overhead activity. There's been lots of helicopters and light aircraft today. The skies above Trent Bridge, 0 for 0. The scoreboard. Nick Gubbins doing next. He's actually on a pair. Might be his time to shine. There's Abbas bowling to Fletcher Middleton. Again, it's allowed to go through to Verena. Doesn't take it cleanly.
2 bounces. So we've had one that's bounced a bit in this over and one that's kept a little low.
4 slips. Joe Clark at first, then Freddie McCann, Jack Haynes and Lyndon James complete the grabbers. Liam Patterson-White will be feeling $1 million. He's at backward point. Captain Asiba Mead at extra cover. It's a lot wider than normal. They're trying to put one man in field in 2 positions there, don't they, really, as Fletcher Middleton pushes it out to Asiba Mead. He's sort of expected to plug the gap between anything driven through mid-off and also be able to stop the extra cover drives. It's just a gut feeling as to where you stand.
Likes his fielding, doesn't he, Hussey?
He does. 11 dots so far to begin this innings. Bass back to his mark and then turns. Sets off on his journey towards us and towards Fletcher Middleton. Delivers it now, and Middleton happy just to defend. No alarms, happy to stay on 0 as he blocks this one. End of the over. 0 for 0.
2 accurate overs to start off with. Yeah, I don't know if on the picture feed we'll get a view of Fletcher Middleton next time he faces Abbas. See both feet in front of the crease. Traditionally, batters would stand with one foot and the other foot either side of the line. But in that over, even in that over, one kept a little low, one bounced a bit, and that's the problem with the new ball, where it sort of accentuates little inadequacies in the pitch as its hardness. As it gets a little softer, that starts to disappear. Hence why batting down the order is a little easier. Here's Hutton. Bowls. Stoneman is forward. Nice straight defensive there.
I mentioned that we'd heard from Dan. Now Mum's been on, Helen White. Beautiful and proud day, so pleased to be here to see Liam achieve this. A very proud mum indeed, she says. That's Liam Patterson-White's mum, Helen. So she's in the ground and Dan's at home on child sitting duties.
I'm sure she's already popped down to the supermarket to get the bottle of champagne. Here's Hutton to Stoneman. Stoneman edges, just short of second slip.
Good attempt from Freddie McCann, watched it, flung himself forward, knew it wouldn't carry cleanly towards him. Didn't quite get there.
Good take on the half volley.
Yeah, genuine edge, but kept very low and was always going to die in front of McCann.
Good line that from Hutton. Making the batter play. They seem actually quite, not only close together, but actually quite close to the stumps, don't they? The slips. Hutton again. Bowls, and that one's left alone, slightly shorter. Mid leave.
You get to know, don't you, on your own ground where it's best to stand and just how much of a carry you'll get on each ground to each bowler.
Yeah. Just watching that edge again here on the picture feed. Stoneman forward, kept the bat face pointing down towards the pitch, which didn't allow the ball to carry. Hutton again. Stoneman is forward. Again, good delivery from Hutton. Very important these first few overs for both sides, really.
Yeah. A great achievement by Hampshire if they can get the stumps tonight. No worse than one down and give themselves a really fighting chance of getting something out of this tomorrow.
I'm glad I didn't check out of my hotel now. I mean, it may still prove a bad move. At the moment, I think I've got it right. That's pushed out to the offside, fielded by Hamid.
49.2 overs the Hampshire first innings lasted, so unless things developed rapidly and not selected to take the extra half an hour if they were that close, I think it's safe to say we'll be back tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Well, I hope so from a Hampshire point of view. Here's Hutton again. Stoneman is forward. End of the over. We have 3 overs and Hampshire yet to register a run, but that really doesn't matter. That's not the name of the game here. It's about showing fight. It's about taking it as deep into day 4 as they can. I don't think anybody's expecting anything other than a Nottinghamshire win. I think what Hampshire have got to do is to make Nottinghamshire fight hard for it and keep them out in the field as long as possible.
Yorkshire continue to grind, 297 for 2. That's after 94 overs in their second innings. They lead Essex by 390, so just trying to take any possible Essex fight back out of the equation there by batting on. As Mohammed Abbas comes in and Fletcher Middleton defends. At Hove, Sussex now 240 for 9, emphasis on the 9, because that will mean, let's have a look at the scorecard, that James Hayes is there, not out, and again he's got Jack Carson with him for company. Jack Carson 30 not out. Those two putting on, is it 80 odd in the first innings? Tremendous effort, Carson getting to his century, James Hayes on debut. 33 not out. Don't think James actually got a wicket in the match. He hasn't as yet. There's Mo Abbas in bowls again, very wide and left alone. So that one's down at Hove, where Sussex in a strong position, leading Worcestershire by 3-4-4. Again, like this one, into the final session on coming up to tea on the third day. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 665 for 5 declared. Centuries for Latham, Barnard and Malik over the first 2 days. Surrey 237 for 5 in reply. A couple of scores to bring you in Division 2. Might get a result in Division 2 today. That's Mo Abbas into Fletcher Middleton. The right very close to playing that. Lots of animation behind the stumps. At Canterbury, Kent are following on 78 for 5, so they still trail Glamorgan by 259. Might be a result there on day 3, and if there isn't, there might be a result at Wantage Road, where Lancashire 81 for 2 in their second innings. They need 155 more to defeat Northants, who obviously require 8 more wickets for them to get the win, so it may well be that we get first W of this round of matches in Division 2 a little later today. Here's Mohammed Abbas. Once more, balls to Fletcher Middleton, and once more, the Hampshire openers contend just to stay resolutely at the crease. Just see him off, see him off, see him off, and come back together at tee.
Yeah, it's all about ticking off little battles here. The first battle is to see through Abbasi's first spell, and there'll be many more after that, of course, that need to be won. But you mustn't forget the other bowlers, Hutton and Lyndon James. But you know, it's not about runs on the board at the moment. It's just initially showing something, if not to the rest of your team.
There's a bass in to Fletcher Middleton. Was in danger of bringing us a run, but smartly fielded at deepish backward point by Liam Patterson-White. Means it's another dot. 0 for 0. So we hit 3 o'clock on this third afternoon.
It's all about getting overs into this ball, making your life a little easier later on.
May well be that the spinners will have more of a role to play in this, the final innings of the match. Farhan Ahmed's only bowled 2 balls in the match. Liam Patterson-White didn't bowl too many. Next ball on its way now and driven, but Seba Mead will make the stop. So it's a 4th consecutive maiden here at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire. We've got 12 overs to go until tea, and it's as you were, Hampshire set to score a nominal target of 483. Still have all 10 wickets intact.
Well, they've lasted 4 overs, the openers. It's not to take anything away too much, but yeah, they've had to play at just about every delivery bowled so far. Which is exactly right from Nottinghamshire. Let the ball do the work, let the new ball do the work. Here's Hutton, plenty of excitement behind us by the sounds of it. Stoneman pushes up to mid-on. Ahmed the fielder. So yeah, just under 12 overs to go to tea. Actually, we're doing pretty well in the over rate, aren't we, at the moment?
Yeah, Hampshire. Well, Hampshire have no concerns with regards to that, because they are +3, and of course they've finished their 2 bowling efforts.
Hutton to the left-hander. That's Fuller. Stoneman opted not to play too much of an extravagant drive. It's all about making sure that the technique's right. Just push through the line of the ball without taking any chances. He was caught and bowled Hutton in the first innings, just pushing at one. Doesn't really want to be doing that second time around. Hutton turns. Bowls again. Just playing inside the line there, Stoneman. Still a good line from Hutton, though. Played Mark Stoneman. Something he's often done over his long career. He's very good at coming forward, bat and pad close together. Doesn't follow the ball when it's just outside off stump. That's a secret about opening the batting. Don't allow yourself to push the bat away from the front pad when you're coming forward, asking for trouble. Just pushes that one to extra cover. Again, it's one of those where you could play a little bit more forcefully if you wanted to, but Stoneman has been around long enough to know that at the moment it's just feel the ball on the bat, just making sure you're getting good positions, don't lose early wickets.
I know it is all about just seeing this new ball off, as we've been saying, but just taking it a bit further, I wonder what the record is, the record number of maidens to start an innings.
Somebody out there will know, Dave. That's bounced a bit. Just takes the bottom hand off the bat as it hits high up. Somebody will know that, Dave.
Well, there'll have been a lot of scenarios like this over the years, but there'll be somewhere along the line it will have been taken to an extreme.
Yeah.
Just wonder what the record is. 8, 9, 10, 11 maidens.
Something like a Dave Allen will know if he's listening. I get the feeling Dave isn't at the moment, actually. I think he might have been earlier, but
it's been quiet today, hasn't it?
Yeah. Well, he was right early, wasn't he? A couple of early exchanges between Notts and Hans he was telling us about, but he's gone quiet. He's probably out for an afternoon tea, as it's pushed up to mid-on or Sunday lunch. That isn't on the mate. Hampshire are still 0 for 0. And what's that? 5 overs gone.
If it's 16 consecutive maidens at tea, we.
I'll phone Dave myself.
I'm going to say we might find something to do for 20 minutes whilst the players are off the field. Would be extraordinary.
We'll just put ourselves on loop.
Yeah.
And that's just pushed for no run.
So 3 maidens for Brett Hutton, 2 for Mohammed Abbas, who's going to begin the 6th over now. Bowling to Fletcher Middleton. There's 4 slips, all just looking to the left and right, just making sure they're in the right spot as he bowls, and this is pushed. Oh, there we go. As soon as you start talking about extended runs of maidens, this is played nicely and crisply through mid-off for a couple of runs. Hamid, guess what? He lost his floppy son out as he chased after that, and they get a couple of runs. So Fletcher Middleton breaks the little sequence at 30 dot balls, and Hampshire are underway with a brace, 2 without loss.
I don't know if there's a picture on the feed where you can show how far Fletcher Middleton's batting out his crease.
There's Mohammed Abbas. Bowls, oh, that one's got big. Oh, very, very big on him. Really took off from Mohammed Abbas. That might have been the effort ball, stung by conceding those 2 runs, but Fletcher Middleton goes down again, does some gardening, and Mark Stoneman comes down with him and just gives him a reassuring word. That went through very quickly and took off. Verena took it above his right shoulder.
Yes, the effect of the new ball. It accentuates the slight inadequacies that are still there. Inadequacies. Once that ball gets softer, you won't quite find that so much.
Yeah, just wonder if the camera at the Fox Road side of the ground can pick up for us how far Fletcher is out of his crease. Mohammed Abbas bowls to him, and this one goes through to the keeper, 2 without loss.
Mind you, when you get balls like that 2 balls ago, it doesn't matter where you're batting.
Nick Morrell, didn't Jack Shantry start with 8 maidens when Notts were chasing a big total that we got at Worcestershire one year? I'm not sure, Nick. Good memory, good knowledge. If that's right, and no reason to believe it wasn't. Accurate player, Jack Shantry. Is he now on the first class list, or was he on the umpire?
Yes, I did a women's game the other day there. You can see there the white line just behind his right boot. That's how far he's forward.
Mohammed Abbas bowls now and pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run, 2 without loss. We're still just a little over 10 overs away from the tea break, which should be taken at 20 to 4. It's only around about 5 past 3, isn't it? So we're not that far behind, considering we've got to day 3 with both sides having bowled their overs in sprightly fashion.
So you can see there, look at that.
Yeah,
normally you'd have it.
Bass bowls and beats Fletcher Middleton, goes through to Verena. Might have kept a whisker low as well.
Yeah, it did, yeah. So again, you're just seeing the slight.
Where Hampshire are now batting. They're 2 without loss in the 6th over. It's been tough going, as that score will tell you, but Hampshire really, it's just all about now crease occupation, try and get through to first tee, and then the evening without losing too many wickets, taking this into the 4th day and see what materialises. This has all come about because Notts were eventually all out for 345. They got there today thanks to a simply magnificent partnership worth 238 for the 7th wicket between Jack Haynes and Liam Patterson-White. Both scored centuries. Haynes is 2nd of the season before he was eventually run out for 120. A mix-up costing him his wicket. A good throw in from the boundary by Sonny Baker. As I say, 238 they'd put on by that stage. Liam Patterson-White was last out for a career best 135. His first ton at Trent Bridge, 2nd of his career, and my how he enjoyed it. In between it, Brett Hutton, Farhan Ahmed and then Mo Abbas, not out, weren't there for too long. So 345 all out, setting Hampshire 483 in 144 overs. They're 2 without loss after 6. Brett Hutton bowling. Nice shot from Mark Stoneman to open his account down the ground. Hamid's lost his floppy sun hat as he chases after this, and it's all in. Oh, is it all in vain? Yes, I think it is. He's dived on the rope and dragged it back. Farhan Ahmed's there in support to complete the relay, but you can just tell by the way that Farhan didn't bother to pick the ball up with any haste to fire it back in. He knew that the ball had already reached the boundary. So lovely shot from Stoneman, 6 without loss, and the first runs in the innings off the bowling of Brett Hutton.
Shows how quick this outfield is. That was no more than a push drive.
Stylish shot from the stylish, experienced Stoneman, who then shoulders arms, lets the next delivery go through to the keeper. 6 without loss. Nick Gubbins due in next. Tom Prest. Ben Brown, who missed out as well in the first innings, and is off stump castled by Mohammed Abbas. Liam Dawson, Toby Albert. There's some top-notch performers standing between knots and a third victory of the season. It's going to be hard work if they can get there. Hutton bowls, and this is pushed out to the Notts skipper, who fires the ball all the way down to the far end to Kyle Verena. Notts made 333 on the first day, having been 4 down at lunch. Maybe should have been 1 or 2 more wickets. The visitors catching on that first morning. Not quite out of the top shelf. This ball is pushed into the offside. Splendid century from Freddie McCann for Nottinghamshire. 5 wickets for Kyle Abbott, and then on the second day it was Mohammed Abbas making his Nottinghamshire debut against his former county, who got 5 wickets as Hampshire were bowled out for 196. So a healthy lead for Notts of 137 on first innings, and thanks in large to the 2 centuries we've seen today from Hames and Patterson-White, Notts have set Hampshire a colossal target of 483, or 5 sessions effectively to earn the draw. Next one's worked onto the leg side, and there'll be a single. So for the first time we're going to swap over everybody. Fletcher Middleton, the right-hander, is down at the pavilion end.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see the tactics that Mark Stoneman employs against Mo Abbas. We saw, if you're watching the picture feed, the tactics that Fletcher Middleton employed, where he's standing with both feet in front of the crease line. And when Mo Abbas bowls to Stoneman, it'd be interesting to see what he does with his stance.
1 ball left in this, the 7th over. Hutton to Middleton. Again, eager to get forward, just pushes it out to Ahmed in the covers, and that's the end of the over. 7.
The run's going to make much difference at the moment, Dave,
yet.
but yeah, let's hope that it might. Both these clubs have women's teams involved in Metrobank One Day Cup action today in the top tier. The Blaze are at Old Trafford taking on Lancashire. 50 over matches. Blaze bowled out for 222 in the 49th. In reply, Lancashire are 97 for 2. Emma Lamb is 45 not out there. And there's a wicket apiece for Sarah Glenn as Abbas comes in, and that's pushed away up to mid-on. And also for Kirsty Gordon, the captain. And Hampshire, they're down at the Utilita Bowl playing bottom side Essex. Blaze are top of the table, by the way. Hampshire made 273 for 5 off their 50 overs. There was a 100 for captain Georgia Adams. Essex in reply are 81 for 1 in the 17th over, where Grace Scrivens is 34 not out. Wicket for Lindsay Smith, the left arm spinner. Abbas flicked away down to fine leg. That could race away for 4, and it does. I think anything, certainly this end of the ground, and I think most of the way around the ground, it absolutely races away over this parched outfield. Anything that's deflected with any sort of pace, if it's not going fairly near the fielder, you can guarantee that's going for 4. 11 without loss. That match at Utilita Bowl, sorry Dave,
No, you're all right,
is live via the BBC Sport website and app, if you're so inclined.
I was just going to say, James Hayes now has a first-class average. The Nottinghamshire loanee, who made 33 not out in his first innings for Sussex, is out for 7. So he's got a first-class average of 40.
Okay. Abbas has switched around the wicket to Stoneman. And nudges that one up to mid-off.
And in that match, Sussex have been bowled out for 256, so Worcester have been set 3-6-1. That would be the highest score of the match by quite some distance to get their first win of the season. But 4 sessions to chase 3-6-1. Get Jake Libby or somebody to get in there and hold an end up, and who knows, they could certainly do with a morale-boosting victory, Worcestershire. But if Sussex can pull off another victory, it will be the perfect response to losing here in their last match.
Abbas into Stoneman. Forward. Back to the bowler. To the 8th over here, 11 without loss. Yeah, the other women's games going on. There was obviously a bit of rain in the West Country, wasn't there? Because the Somerset-Surrey game is reduced to a 44 overs a side match. Surrey made 306 for 7. Somerset replied 23 for 1 in the 5th. I'm only saying that because there is a second round women's T20 Cup match between Devon and Suffolk, and that's obviously been reduced as well. Suffolk 66 for 7. There's an edge down towards third man where nobody is fielding. And that'll be 4 more.
Where's that being played once you've got it up?
I'll have to look it up, but it's reduced to 14 overs a side.
Yeah,
Devon women against Suffolk women, second round match.
Yeah, I've got it. Suffolk women 66 for 7, and it is being played at Budley Salterton.
You been there?
I've been to Budley Salterton, but not played. I went on the hottest day of the year, back in about 84 or 85, with Braunton, all the way down from North Devon to Budley Salterton. Hottest day of the year.
Lovely.
On our minibus.
Here's Abbas. It's outside the off stump, and that's left alone.
And I don't know what it was, but something in the field next door had leaked all the way under the hedge and onto the outfield of the cricket ground. And the hottest day of the year, I promise you, we didn't get any cricket all day. It was, there was puddles and puddles and puddles. So there we are. So I've not played at Budley Salterton now, but I have been there and seen the puddle, and it did look like a bit of an act of God or an act of sabotage. I'm not sure which, but it was a very strange old day. Hampshire 15 without loss here.
Just saw Mo Abbas's figures there for that over. Highest of 73, just above 70 miles an hour. That over.
There's Brett Hutton, bowling to, his full name, bowling to Middleton, who defends. Hitman Hutton, they call him here, the Hitman, although that is just the media team. All the players call him Ledge, as in legend. 15 without loss. Ball. Oh, he strikes him on the pad and a wicket, and Brett the Hitman Hutton does get a wicket, and it's Fletcher Middleton who goes for 2. Struck on the pad. Up goes umpire White's finger, and Notts have got the breakthrough with Middleton giving out LBW. He's been pressing forward, batting out of his crease to Mohammed Abbas. Looked to be right on the crease there as he was struck by Brett Hutton. Confident appeal, went the umpire's finger, and after a stoic 21-ball rear guard, Fletcher Middleton is the first to fall. LBW to Brett Hutton for 2, and the visitors are 15 for 1. As those of you watching the live stream will get an opportunity to look at that, and I don't think that was missing leg or off from the quick look at a look at the stream there. Kevin Howells has just come back at that opportune moment to pass judgment and pass comment on the first wicket to go down.
Well, I'm afraid they had a job to do, and that was to go through to tee and see off this new ball, or partly see off the new ball and everything, and failed. He just needs to just defend. And sadly, he got that wrong, and Hutton gets a wicket. And now it's Gubbins, who comes out, has a chat with Stoneman, who will be saying it's still doing plenty.
He's on a pair, of course. Nick Gubbins, 13-ball duck in the first innings. 2 B's in his name, you know, Kev.
Yes, there is. That was yesterday. If anybody's just listening in now thinking, what's he going on about? Well, actually, I think it took off in a way that even Dave didn't realise it would take off yesterday. In cricketers with 2 B's in their name. And the pair of them here, bless them,
spent their lunchtime yesterday taking those names, making 11.
Oh, ages. Ages.
Anyway, back to this, because I saw Gubbins several times earlier this afternoon when Hampshire was still fielding, going out there and trying to visualise. Well, let's see if he's visualised this next ball. The first one he's going to face from Hutton.
This will be the third ball of the 9th over. Hutton bowls, and there you go, a duck in the first innings, off the mark with a boundary. First ball, just squeezed down on it rather than very deliberately playing it to backward point, but that's where it shot away and he gets a boundary. So the fluctuations of both bowler and batter in sharp contrast there. Previous delivery for Hutton brings a wicket, now a boundary. Duck yesterday for Nick Gubbins, and today is away. First ball, 19 for 1. He's up and running. Hampshire have been set to score, if you're just joining us, 483 in a minimum of 144 overs. Notts require 9 more wickets, obviously. Hutton with the first. Comes in again to the former Middlesex man, and quickly about his work here. He pushes this into the offside. Do I need to mention the sun hat? No, I don't. One more. 20 for 1. Lovely sunny afternoon. Imagine there'd be 1 or 2 crisp bodies out there today. There's about 4, 5, 6 rows of the right at the top of the Fox Road stand that the spectators are all huddled in away to our left, desperate to get out of the glare of the sun.
Yeah, it does suggest it is a hot one then, doesn't it? It's people looking for shade.
Here comes Hutton. To Mark Stoneman, who he dismissed in the first innings, and pushes it back to the bowler. Yes, obviously away to our right in what they call the fridge. Spectators are quite a way away from the action, but they'll be nice and cool and sat in the glare of the sun in those white seats as Stoneman pushes this up to Hamid. Mid-off, and there's no run. 20 for 1. That's the end of the over. Applause for Brett Hutton, whose figures are 5 overs, 1 for 10, and we've got 7 overs to go until tea.
If ever I get elected to number 10 in a Donald Trump styley first job that I need to do in 100 days in office, it'll be to ban all men over the age of 45 from going topless unless they're on a beach. Because it really is not to be seen, is it? Come on. Honest to goodness.
I like to see them at 8:30 in the morning with the shirt off and an early can.
Dave, what lovely neighbours you have. So Abbas, this steep line of slip cordon as well, 4 of them as he comes around the wicket, in the bowls, and a little bit of a wobble past the outside of the off stump of Nick Gubbins. He's on 5. Stoneman 13. The runs are immaterial really. I'm looking at that overs. In fact, we're in the 10th, and the wicket column. It's 1 down. We've got another 6 overs and 5 balls till tea. And then back out, and the same job again. Really, it's to get through to the end of the day, damage limitation, as Abbas comes around the wicket in bowls, turned away onto the onside. Then they come back tomorrow, and then again it's really about just checking where you are by lunchtime. But lunchtime maybe you take a look and see, well, where exactly are we? The first thing they need to make sure is they're still at Trent Bridge, is what they need to do. Gubbins on 5. 463 off that target, but let's forget all that. Let's look at this bowler versus batter, looking for wickets here. Abbas of Nottinghamshire against his former teammates. Gubbins he's bowling to right now, and that's squeezed away down towards fine leg for 1. Yes, managed to get that away. There'll be plenty of oohs and ahs taking place here, plenty of them. Midway through this over at the moment from Abbas. A couple of maidens in his first 4. Battle on. Ball versus bat here. They get themselves to 30, 40 overs.
the way we've seen things play out in the last 24 hours or so, it could become easier. Not easy at all, but easier. Abbas, meantime, in and again. Quite exaggerated this time from Stoneman. As in the leave.
Have you been invited to the production meeting at the close of play today?
No. What production?
Producer
Calamity
Kirsty
Jane?
and producer Aaron want all three of us to attend a production meeting at close of play today.
You are kidding me. What?
Yep, your name's on the list. Little production meeting. Not happy about how things are going.
Well, I'm not surprised, Dave, but I'm upset that I've been included in that.
Well.
I've behaved myself so. Stoneman on 13, round the wicket in the bowls and defended into the offside. There'll be no run. Oh, Dave, you've upset me now.
Need to up your game for tomorrow, apparently.
Well, there's every chance I won't be here tomorrow, but... oh, dear. What did I do wrong, Kev? What did I do wrong? Just turned up.
You can't not be here if Hampshire are going to chase down 483, one of the greatest run chases of all time, and a county record run chase.
Oh, well, I can go to Canterbury by the looks of it, because Kent's a 95 for 5, following on, 242 behind. Meantime, Stoneman here. He's on 13. Bass around the wicket, in the bowls and pushed into the offside. And there will be no run. Lanky had 2 down as well, 101 for 2, but they need just another 135 to win. 21 for 1, meantime, here. Hampshire, the Trent Bridge, 462 off that target. Stoneman on 13, Gubbins on 6. Middleton went previous over body of Brett Hutton, LBW for 2. Dave, you've got some information.
Yeah, while you were having your nod when we were watching the start of this innings, there were
I was working elsewhere. What? Have a go at Howells, Dave. Anyway, records, come on. And commentary.
There's Brett Hutton going to continue from this Radcliffe Road end and turned away nicely by Gubbins, who's quickly about his work, takes a single to move on to 7. Dave Allen, let me get this title right, the honorary Hampshire, former Hampshire honorary cricket archivist, says, I've just heard you going on about consecutive maidens at the start of an innings. Sorry, I'm up to my elbows in post-lunch washing up. I don't have an answer, but 3 bits of information for you. Nad Carney bowled 21 consecutive maidens for India versus England in January 1964. As Brett Hutton bowls to the left-handed Stoneman, turns it on the leg side. Not maidens, but a nice Hants versus Notts record. The record for most consecutive overs bowled in first-class cricket is 86 overs by James Iremonger of Notts, who bowled this spell in June 1914 against Hampshire. His figures were 66 overs, 28 maidens, 3 for 81. Played for Notts County as well.
Iremonger did.
And Hampshire's heaviest defeat versus Notts, 272 runs at Trent Bridge, 1982. As this one is edged behind, Hutton's got another one, and Stoneman goes to Hutton for the second time in the match, caught behind for 13, and all the little ducks on the board. It's 22 for 2.
It's a wonderful ball. He's got pace, he's got lift away. And Stoneman will look at that. I mean, that ball, it travelled well wide of him, but it's the movement that Hutton's getting here. Let's take a look at this again. Oh yeah, just a little bit enough. But again, I imagine someone looks at it and thinks, just leave that, just leave it. Too difficult.
Look at Stoneman's watch. Look at Stoneman. He doesn't watch anything. Have a look at his.
Stoneman out for 13. A comment off mic from Kevin. The wicket finding great favour with the crowd. Anyway, a huge roll with the crowd. What was the comment? Mark Stoneman wasn't watching.
Yeah, from the only man that really knows what he's talking about in this room, Dave,
yeah.
All due respect. He says a bit of a giveaway is the fact the mistake made by batter is he doesn't want to catch the eye of anybody. And I get that, but I still thought it was a good ball. Yeah, a tricky one, but one he knows he should have left. Yeah. Okay, good. So I'm glad I got that bit right. But it was, this is Hutton bowling well.
Yeah.
And Nottingham should be well aware. They too have got to, make good use of this new ball. We're only in the 11th over, so there's plenty of life still in this ball. And it's another one down for Hampshire, and another one which puts even more and more pressure on them, trying just to see out this third day, really. Never mind, come back tomorrow and see where you are. It's got to get to the end of today, and now it's Prest who comes out. And he's a lad who likes to play his shots a bit, so again, this is not ideal circumstances for Prest.
Tom Prest, right-hander, out there. He made 43 in the first innings. Second top score behind Kyle Abbott was dismissed LBW by Abbas. First time round, it's Hutton bowling to him. All on the stumps, nicely defended. He's had an in-out match in terms of fielding. Tom Prest been in the slips for most of the innings, spilt one in the first innings, and then today out on the deep square leg boundary, put down a relatively routine offering from Jack Haynes when Haynes was on 80. That might have brought a more premature end to the Nottinghamshire second innings. He'll be eager to cash in here. Attacking field, so lots of gaps as Hutton bowls, fishing outside the off stump there. Hutton for just trying to catch the outside edge, and Tom Prest did well not to be drawn into it.
Well, yes, but he's not filling me with a lot of confidence. Got to get it in the right spot. I mean, they've still got to bowl well here, both Abbas and Hutton, and they are doing so.
Your fan club seems to be in today, Kevin. There's a lot of cheering going on every time you speak.
Across there at Forest.
Yes, Hutton once more got both wickets to fall, and Tom Prest gets bat on ball here to end the 11th over. 22 for 2. The visitors lost a couple of wickets here. Both openers have gone. Fletcher Middleton, LBW to Brett Hutton for 2. That was 15 for 1, and in that over 22 for 2 when Mark Stoneman edged Hutton behind to Carl Verena. Nick Gubbins has 7. Tom Prest yet to score.
This is a battle on here for Hampshire. Such pressure on them. Looks like the 2 Division 2 games are going to be wrapped up today. Kent 113 for 6. Second innings following on. Trailed Glamorgan by 224 runs. Lancashire 105 for 2. They only need another 131 runs to win at Northampton. Final innings underway at Hoves. Worcestershire 5 for no wicket. Need another 356. Meantime, Abbas comes around the wicket here. Bowls and defended by Gubbins. Now then, Nick Gubbins. This is a situation where you really do need to show every bit of your experience. He's a wonderful performer, Nick Gubbins. He's always been one of my favourite players. I think he's a terrific cricketer. But we're going to have to see every ounce of just how terrific he can be. We can do tomorrow, but let's see what's going to happen today. Ducks out of the short pitch one from Abbas. That was one that's it's like a cheeky one against former teammates, really, for me, that one from Mo. Terrific stuff. Yorkshire 323 for 4. That's a lead of 417 runs. Lythe is out for 185 now. Wharton made 61. Not able to see the pitch and the surface, but we do know that Chelmsford, it can go very flat. So when are Yorkshire going to pull out in that one? Give themselves enough time. Next ball from Abbas here at Trent Bridge to Gubbins. Plays on the onside. And no run. So progress being made at Surrey 5 down. We mentioned Jason Roy, who faced 9 balls for his 2 earlier. I say faced 2 balls for his 2, but 9 balls for his 2. But he definitely was out there for 160 overs. But it's Folkes and Steele who are the not out pair, and they trail by 398 runs there. So
had 10 wickets in 8 sessions there.
Yeah,
not much.
Yeah, but still is 5 down, a long way behind. Abbas around the wicket in bowls, and that's past the off stump through to the keeper. Rob Yates taking the wickets there. 3 wickets for Yates with his spin, off spin. Now, of course, it will be hot there. I mean, again, they're keeping a close eye on the pitch, but will that start to turn? Will that make life a little bit more difficult for Surrey and the batters than it was for Warwickshire? Folkes is terrific against spin anyway, but of course Cameron Steele, the bowls some useful spin. So Hampshire 22 for 2 here right now. Preston Gubbins got to battle their way. First battle to tea. That's just 4 overs away.
Mo wants Farhan Ahmed just to go a little finer. long leg.
And he's going to come over the wicket here to the left-handed Gubbins, in and defends into the offside. Hampshire supporters want to hear that expression over and over again. They want me to record it. They want us all to record it and just keep pressing play. Defends into the offside. Defends into the offside. That's all they want to hear for now. Love the idea that we've got David with his, was it hands deep in washing up after lunch. I wonder what he had. It'd be a nice Sunday roast, I imagine. Traditional man. So Bass bowls again onto his toes here. We're back up to a Bass. The end of that over. No run coming from it. 22 for 2. Preston Gubbins on 7. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 11 runs. Do you go for the Sunday roast, JMO? No, you didn't. Oh, controversial. I did. Very nice it was as well. And I know you don't partake, do you, at lunchtime, Dave?
No, bring...
yeah, because you're going home to a nice...
Yeah, bring a butty box in, yeah.
Well, very, very fine. I thought. You didn't go fish on a Sunday, did you? You went fish on a Sunday, JMO? Controversial. Coming up here with your southern ways.
Didn't have gravy on it like Mr. Emerson, though, I don't think.
Okay.
It's Hutton. Only to Tom Preston, who's yet to get off the mark. Steers us to backward point. No run. That very much is a Martin Emerson idiosyncrasy. Likes to have gravy on his fish and chips. On the fish. 22 for 2. The Hampshire score. Both wickets to Brett Hutton. Picked up 2 in the first innings. Stoneman and Fuller comes in once more, and Bowles and Prest will get runs here. He'll probably get 4 of them. He will. Just driving, perhaps a little loosely, came off the outside edge and runs away backward of square and down towards the railings between the Larwood and Vose and the Hound Road stand.
I think the form I'm looking at here, and this table is updated as we go along. So Carl Abbott, I think, the leading wicket taker at the moment, on 23. And Brett Hutton is only 3 behind him on 19. Do you make it 19 for the season?
I'll have a little long. He missed the first game as well, so might have been right up there. Leading wicket taker in the country with, was it 66 2 years ago? Bowles now, and an LBW shout muted. Yeah, his bat involved. Threw his head back in frustration.
I have to say that the Prest is looking vulnerable at the moment. He is looking extremely vulnerable.
Yeah, I've got 19 Brett Hutton wickets.
Yeah,
is that what you said?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, missed the first game. It's had Tong and Pennington and O'Neill and Lyndon James as the 4-man pace attack. So Brett Hutton was 12th man for the opener. There he comes once more to Preston. Uses this out to Liam Patterson-White, who I thought batted beautifully today. Does the fielding, 26 for 2.
Yeah, so he's got Fergus O'Neill in second. Obviously, he's unable to add to his 21 now. George Hill of Yorkshire, I tell you what, he's a tidy all-rounder for the Yorkies. He's got 19 wickets. Picked up 6 for, didn't he, in the current match against Essex. He's currently 3rd, and then Brett in at 4, Jamie Porter at 5.
There's Hutton. Balls wide of the pegs and through to the keeper. Not entirely sure where Fergus O'Neill's gone, but he sort of left, telling everybody he'd see them all at Headingley. His mate, the Australian cricketer Will Sutherland, was flying over to join him here, and then they were going to do Europe together. And sort of asked and said, well, no specifics. We're going to have a little bit of Spain and a little bit of Portugal and see where it takes us, and we'll be back in this country for the Notts game at Headingley in a couple of weeks' time. Next ball pushed away again, down to 3rd by Preston. Once more it'll run all the way for 4. Ben Slater in hot pursuit. So Preston with 2 boundaries in this over. He's on to 8, 30 for 2. And Nick Gubbins has 7. That's the life, isn't it? We'll just sort of head off. It's strange that they could only have a 75-day visa to work in this country, and he's able to go and do a little bit of travelling and then come back and spend a little bit more time here before having to return to Australia.
Well, I'm disappointed in your suggestion. If they said they're doing Europe, I would have thought Norfolk and Suffolk really would have.
Not Shropshire.
No, we like to keep that secret, Dave. No, we don't. We don't want people going across there and getting under feet.
Yeah, if he was, if he was going to ask me where he should go,
No, Shropshire's the place for it. But be specific.
Salop.
No, South Shropshire. Shropshire,
All right.
the Shropshire Hills. That's where they want to go. Look out.
You've got hills in Shropshire, have you?
What down in the south, I tell you, it is amazing. Into James for the first time in this innings. On to bowl from the Stuart Broad end, and that's driven full from Gubbins. Sort of has to dig it out a little to get it away on the off stump.
What are these Shropshire mountain ranges known as then?
Well, the Shropshire Hills, actually.
The Shropshire Hills?
Yeah. Well, the Stretton Hills around Church Stretton.
No, anything.
Of these places. They are amazing to see, I tell you, on a day like today. That one is as wide of the off stump and not going to trouble Gubbins at all.
Is it as good as Anthony's Quantox?
Better.
Yeah.
Better.
And now I can believe that.
Yes. Although I did drive to the Quantox
Why?
a couple of summers ago. Well, to go past them to the coast. And the Somerset coast is actually, if you go there, when June, I imagine before it gets peak time for the tourists, that's a lovely little coast actually, the Somerset coast. Nice and quiet, got some lovely harbours and that sort of stuff. Anyway, back to Gubbins on 7, and that's past the off stump. Because right now, Hampshire supporters they don't give a jot about what's going on the Somerset coast. They care that they're 2 down with a lot of work to do here. An awful lot of work if they're to avoid defeat. Pressed on 8 and Gubbins on 7.
Kev's already been getting the blame from 1 or 2 correspondents.
I'm not surprised. I mean, every night at the close of play, you're supposed to go down there and give them a pep talk and get them ready for the following day. It's ball bowled and defended by Gubbins. Oohs and ahs, but I think he got plenty in there defensively to push it into the offside. Well, I always try, if I see a player, I always try and give him a bit of a pep talk, say, come on, you can do better than that.
Be your best.
Be the best you can be. Gubbins on 7, 16 balls faced. And that needs to read 106 balls faced for 9. Next delivery, and that's not too far past the off stump again. A lot of oohing and ahhing, but I'm thinking Gubbins is okay here at the moment. He seems to be seeing it okay, but this is heading towards a maiden to get Lyndon James underway. Can it be a wicket maiden? Got 1 ball remaining.
Who is the form man, Kev, for Hampshire? Who's the top scorer this year? Ben Brown? Dawson? Who are both to come, presumably at 5 and 6.
So again, James turns around the wicket into bowl to Gubbins. He does have to get bat on that. It's full and straight into the offside and no run. So 30 for 2, pressed on 8, Gubbins on 7. And James with that maiden to get. Here's the performance underway here.
Worcestershire have lost a wicket early in their run chase down at Hove. They're 7 for 1, a wicket for Harry Corvallis. Still no wickets in the match though for James Hayes.
Gubbins has scored 743 runs. Again, I think it might help to add 7 to that here, but he's the leading one for Hampshire.
743?
No, I said, is that what I said? But I didn't mean to say that. 340.
Oh, here's Houghton bowling wide of the off stump. Press lets it go through to the keeper. So that seemed like an excessive amount.
I don't know where he got that figure, because nothing that says 700 here. 340 runs he's scored. After that, where do we see the next for Hampshire?
So who's top of the pile currently?
Quite some way down. Pressed.
No, in Division 1 or...
Yeah, no, but Prest's got 251. Yeah. I'll tell you more in a second.
Houghton, past umpire White, nice and full and turned to leg Very animated slip cordon. Going to ask every time the pad is struck, but nothing doing with that one.
So Hamid's in the top 10. He's got 476, but out there leading is Lythe. Lythe, of course, with 2 centuries, 3 50s, also a couple of centuries, 3 half centuries is Haynes of Sussex. Ed Barnard's had a good season for Warwickshire. He's on 495. So Lythe is quite some way ahead, isn't he? And then it's Simpson and Sibley, Hamid, Banton, but he got so many runs in his first knock, and Yates.
It's a bit like last year when Sam Northeast opened the season with whatever it was at Lord's, 350, 60, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Then 4 or 5 low scores, or ducks to follow. Well, Notts have reinforced the slip cordon even more as Houghton comes in and bowls. This is pushed onto the offside. You can make a case that it's 4 slips, a gap, and then a 6th slip in Liam Patterson-White, or 4 slips in a gully, but either way there's not much chance if you edge it in the air that you're going to not find one of those behind the wicket. Very attacking field here for Brett Hutton, who is he's only you'd say medium pace at best, bowls with the grunt, and there's a push to Hamid, shies at the stumps, hit the stumps a couple of times in the first innings, and single taken 31 for 2, 72.3 miles an hour that last delivery.
The leading run scorer in both divisions is Marcus Harris, the Australian for Lancashire, currently sitting on 732. I'm going to move aside because Kevin needs to come in, and between the pair of you, wrap up this afternoon session.
Okay, thank you very much, which isn't far away. It's an over and 2 deliveries away. We're in the 15th over of this little mini session as Houghton has bowled throughout, bowls to the left-handed Gubbins, and this is run to backward point where Farhan Ahmed is fielding. 31 for 2, 1 ball left in the over. And then the last over of the session will, I'm sure, be bowled by Lyndon James. Fletcher Middleton LBW for 2. Mark Stoneman caught behind for 13. Houghton getting both wickets. Turns down below us. Strong shadow from the sun being cast on the Trent Bridge turf. Down the leg side this one, and worked away for a single by Gubbins, so he'll keep strike. 32 for 2 with 1 over to go before tea, and time then for everybody to regroup and grab a cuppa.
And a big scone. Yeah, they are particularly large down there in the press room, and I don't mind saying that I've had one on each of the first 2 days. Do I go for a third day?
Yes, that's what they're there for.
Well, they are, but are they doing me any good?
Only you can answer that. Do you feel better afterwards?
Well,
or during? Probably afterwards, you know, there'd be a smack of remorse and guilt, which there shouldn't be, but during the old experience,
exactly.
Great.
Lyndon James round the wicket to Gubbins, can take a quick single up to mid-on, 33 for 2. Yes, it is. It's one of those that's instant gratification, and then as soon as the last crumb is consumed, you think, why did I do that?
Funnily enough, it's a little bit like fish and chips, isn't it? We don't have them very often at home, bought fish and chips, but if we do, that was good. And then as soon as 5 minutes after you finish, I wish I hadn't had that.
Yeah, it was actually quite nice. I had mushy peas with it.
That's not a thing down south, is it?
No, it's very rare.
You don't have anything moist on the fish and chips.
Just salt and vinegar. So it's pushed up to mid-on. Tom Prest, who's on 9. Gubbins is on 9. But very nice food here, as always. We're very lucky. And I feel sorry for you, Dave, because you don't have lunches.
Well, it is from choice. It's not,
well,
I'm not banned from the...
Well, you cleaned out the kitchen a few times, so they said not having him down here. It's a bit like being a successful gambler, being barred from premises because you earn too much money. They won't have Dave because he eats us out of house and home here. Here's Lyndon James. Cuts, edges, gone. Catch for Verena, short and wide. Prest was lured into the shot. It bounced. Prest got a top edge, little deflection, And he goes for 9. 33-4-3, our Hampshire.
Last over of the session as well, so off they'll go. And Nottinghamshire will regard that as being a very, very satisfactory 15.5 overs. So they have picked up 3 wickets, 2 for Brett Hutton. My Bass bowled very tidily, whipped him out of the attack, gave Lyndon James a couple of overs before the end, and then loose shot from Tom Prest. Will want to forget all about Trent Bridge until the next time. He's not had the greatest of matches. And he troops off. I think Gubbins goes alongside him. Gubbins will be back. Prest won't. Hampshire 33 for 3, having been set a victory target of 483. They're already in a little bit of trouble. We've got 32 overs left in the day. The players will be back in 20 minutes' time. When they do, so will the commentary, and we'll invite you to join us then. welcome back to Nottingham. Hope you all enjoyed your 20-minute lunch break, tea break, I beg your pardon, as Asiba Mead leads Nottinghamshire onto the field. Following our two umpires, Rob White and Richard Kettleborough, Hampshire are 33 for 3 in their second innings, a wicket going down just before the interval, as it has done pretty much every break, or most of the breaks in this match. Tom Prest dismissed partway through a Lyndon James over, so Ben Brown will be the new arrival out in the middle to partner Nick Gubbins, with Hampshire 33 for 3. If you've been out, away, not following the cricket, at the football or whatever, potted story of the day is that Notts went the entire morning session without losing a wicket. Both Jack Haynes and Liam Patterson-White racking up hundreds. Eventually, just after lunch, Notts all out for 345, setting Hampshire 482 to win. Very sizable target indeed, and it's looked a tall order all the way through. Brett Hutton nipped out both openers, and then Lyndon James has removed Tom Prest. And we're going to get underway halfway through the 16th over of the innings with Ben Brown on strike, Lyndon James bowls, and we're underway. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, alongside me Kevin James. Kevin Howell's not too far away, and as ever, we welcome your correspondence and contributions as we battle through the last couple of hours on this sunny Sunday afternoon. Looks as if Notts have got, yes they have, they've got a sub-fielder on. Matthew Montgomery's in at fourth slip. A bit too many times I don't think Lyndon James will have bowled to 4 slips. Beats Ben Brown there. Lovely delivery. Just missing the off stump, just failed to dislodge the off stump. Brown of course was bowled, lost his off peg yesterday to Mohammed Abbas. That would have been a repeat that he wouldn't have wanted. It's fairly close, that, Kevin. Welcome back.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, thank you. It's interesting, actually. We got a close-up of Fletcher Middleton batting out of the crease to Mo Abbas. See how far back Ben Brown is. I wonder if we can get a capture that.
There's Lyndon James in down the leg side, tickled away for 4 by Ben Brown. That was a little bit of a gimme, and that spoilt what's been a decent over up to that point. 37 for 3, so Brown up and running with 4, and that'll have to wait, will it, till the next Lyndon James over when he's bowling at Ben Brown. I'm sure the opportunity will come round again. Let's see where Ben is batting in relation to what we saw a little earlier on.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, isn't it, how batters, I don't know, just use different parts of the area they stand in to feel more comfortable. See big differences between batters. So a lot resting on Nick Gubbins' shoulders. Not resting on all the batters' shoulders. 37 for 3 is not the best of starts. We know the new ball is tough, so it's proved once more. Brett Hutton turns, got 2 of the 3 wickets that have fallen. Bowls to left-hander Gubbins. It's a nudge down to fine leg. They run 1. Gubbins turns for 2. Throw comes in. Gubbins moves on to 9. 39 for 3.
Yeah, not much of a breather for Brett Hutton. Bowled 8 overs before tea. 20-minute tea interval. It must, Kev, you know better than me, it just must evaporate to almost just 2 or 3 minutes on your own by the time you've walked off the field, got in there and got a cuppa maybe.
Taking your boots off, massaged your feet. It's a quick single out on the offside. Hamid comes in quickly, underarms the throw. I think Brown would have been okay, but good aggressive running. Nice fielding as well from Hamid. He was alert. 4-3. Yeah, sometimes that tea break feels like nothing.
Then the bells go in and
yeah.
Bowling coach wants you back out there to loosen up.
Yes.
Just, hang on. Give me a minute.
Yeah, I think there are times when the tea break feels far too short. I mean, Notts obviously didn't field for too long in that afternoon session, but when you've spent nearly 2 days in the field and you get a 20-minute break, you might as well stay out there. Here's Hutton. Forward is Brown. Goes up towards wide mid-off.
I mean, you used to see it a lot in the Who's Who. I've not seen one for 3 years, but there'd be a huge percentage that would say extend the tea interval to 30 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, that's been talked about. Never really gets past the initial talking stage. Hutton in again. Pass to Brown. Brown just works that to backward a point. Hutton's 2 for 24 in his 9th over here.
Could imagine there'd be a lot that would say, give us more time to play golf. It does seem there's a lot. I always say it's the time of year where amateur cricketers want to play cricket and professional cricketers want to play golf.
So in I want to say the olden days, so they used to start, what, 11:30 in the morning?
Yeah.
And it was it still 1 o'clock lunch or 1:30?
1:30.
1:30 lunch. That's pulled away up in the air. It's going to be caught at square leg. And that is out.
Oh!
Got right underneath it. Did he nearly shell that? Farhan Ahmed, but even so, Ben Brown trying to pull that away on the leg side, got right underneath it, huge top edge. Farhan Ahmed had a bit of time to think about it, but I don't think he was ever going to drop it. Was he really? Or did he? I took my eye off it.
Well, I don't know, Kev. It was one I'd have had a 50-50 chance of catching, even at even at this stage of my life. It was a horror for Ben Brown. He's had a couple of really poor dismissals in this game, and there goes the skipper. It was a loose shot straight up in the air, and the head went back, and Farhan.
Oh no, is he? I don't know. His back's to us.
He's sort of taken it and made sure that his hands were cupped and his arms were cupped towards his body, so if there was a bobble, it would have just bobbled onto the chest and back in. But that's a horrible dismissal for Ben Brown, who was only out there for 5 minutes, faced 6 balls, hit a boundary from his first delivery, but won't hit any more. His game is done, 40 for 4, and Liam Dawson due in next.
Yeah, it's just one of those dismissals that as captain you're trying to set an example. And straight after tee, pull shot on the leg side, big top edge, doesn't look great. Well, 4 down already are Hampshire inside 17 overs. And I don't think they were ever in danger of nudging the victory target. It's all about showing fight. And you could say at the moment that perhaps not quite enough is being shown. But still tough, still good batters at the crest. The first objective is to get this game going into tomorrow, because there are still 31 and a bit overs to bowl. The ball's still doing a little bit. Mo Abbas was wicketless in his first spell, but he's got another spell in him at least, and maybe 2 spells before the close. So a lot of work for Hampshire to do, even to get it to going into tomorrow now.
Just a horrible shot, wasn't it?
Yeah,
horrible.
Wasn't great. Ben Brown will be the first to acknowledge that. Hutton in to Dawson, who's forward up towards mid-off. Has it me that over? I can't remember who described that dismissal. Now I'm just thinking about that dismissal in my head.
Yeah, I think it was you. Something we've talked about through the game. Brian has just picked up on it further. We've talked about the threes. Dave, we talked about in the first innings, Notts 333, 333, Verena 33, James 33, Patterson-White 33. In the second innings, just now, did you notice that Hampshire at tee were 33 for 3? So it continues, Brian. Thanks for pointing that out. And we'd sort of overlooked it. Well, it's now 40 for 4, and the visitors are a long way away from safety here. Nick Gubbins on 12. Here's Lyndon James in now, and this is hit up to Hamid! Oh my word! It's going horribly wrong for the visitors, and Gubbins has just drilled Lyndon James straight into the grateful hands of Asib Hamid at wideish mid-off, and that's as soft as the last 2 have been. 40 for 5, and a really poor 10 minutes either side of tee here for Hampshire. Nick Gubbins out for 12, caught by Hamid, bowled by Lyndon James. That was well, as loose as a goose, and a simple catch for the Notts captain. Never in control of the shot, just playing from the crease, and Lyndon James, I must think it's his birthday. Help yourself to a couple of wickets, young man. Nick Gubbins gone. Hampshire 40 for 5.
Well, when you're on top, things go like that. When you're really struggling, that's also how things go. I tell you what, this brings back memories of a side of the game where you don't really want to be in a dressing room when things are going like this. It's quite a horrible atmosphere. The side knows that things aren't going very well. You're a long way behind. Whatever you do is not right. And that dressing room at Hampshire won't be a great place to be at the moment. 3 wickets have gone down for 7 runs either side of tee. And 2 dismissals that ideally you do not want to be seeing when you're trying to save a game.
But we're sort of at the point now where Notts need 3 wickets in 30 overs to ask for the extra half an hour. And
Yeah.
from all of us at T said, well, we'll definitely be back tomorrow, and I still think we'll be back tomorrow. But 3 wickets in 30 overs on here, the lower order, there is a potential at least to get to the point where Asib Hamid says, they're 8 down now. Can we please have the extra half an hour?
Well, that might put our pub drinks into doubt.
It's not pub drinks, it's a production meeting.
Oh, that's not what it is. Is that so you can sign off on expenses?
What on earth's expenses? As if I get expenses. There is Lyndon James. To bowl to the new man who's Toby Albert, coming in at number 7, and he's away with a boundary first ball. Just met the ball on the rise and just caressed it through the vacant spaces on the offside. Again, it's that packed slip cordon. Well, you'd say so at the moment. It'd be a brave man to bat against them, because in their second innings, Hampshire are 44 for 5. We've just started after tea. We've seen 3 wickets go down in the couple of overs either side of the break. Brett Hutton's got 3 wickets in the innings. Lyndon James the other 2, and they've both been absolute gifts. Tom Prest chasing a wide one, nicking it through to the keeper, and then Liam Dawson played a loose shot, and he's drilled it straight into the hands of Asib Hamid. The wicket that fell in between Ben Brown, another horrible shot straight up in the air. Farhan Ahmed taking the catch. So astonishingly, we've still got 30 overs to go in the day. I guess we've for a while been thinking this is going to drift into day 4. Nottinghamshire the likely victors whenever this game does come to a finish. There's still the possibility it might be done today. Earlier, a couple of centuries for Jack Haynes and Liam Patterson-White to set this up. Hampshire set 483. They're in trouble at 44 for 5. James bowls and Albert pushes it into the offside, and there is the Notts captain, and there's no run.
Toby Albert could do with a bit of a score. He was batting 4 at the start of the season. It's just dropped down a couple of places to allow Ben Brown to go up the order because he was in form. But Toby Albert with just the one innings of note this year. 78 not out in the second innings against Surrey. Last couple of games. 3 and 10 against Somerset and Durham.
Here's Lyndon James. Bowls to Albert, he defends. Pete Hamer, like me, has seen Hampshire batter Notts far too many times in the past. He says, I'm watching on day from Preston. I just can't believe in this match how rubbish Hampshire have been this time round. This could be Notts' year after all, and it is about time somebody different won the title. That would be good for the game. Thank you, Pete. A little harsh to say Hampshire have been rubbish in this game, but
outplayed.
Yeah, that's Mark the Mod. It's all happening today, he says, and big screen of the family watching the cricket. Next ball, Lyndon James bowls, and Albert pushes it into the offside. You know what I've been saying all the way through? Notts and Hampshire matches. Notts are competitive for 3 games, and then Hampshire win. Will this be the match that changes all of that? Matthew Montgomery's just trotted off, and back on is Mohammed Abbas. That's why he wasn't bowling. He wasn't even on the field. Nas says very, very nice so far for Notts. Keep going. The blighter of Blighty. There you go, Brace. All the 3s again. 33 for 3 at tea, like my mate said. Come on, Notts. And come on, Bingo, he says. The blighter of Blighty. We were talking about Bingo earlier. Kev asking me if I had played bingo recently. He didn't mention whether he had or not.
Not for a long time, when my girls were younger. Here's Hutton bowls. Dawson leaves alone. I was going to add a couple more 3s at tea time, because Brett Hutton and Mohammed Abbas had both bowled 3 maidens out of their first spells, and Lyndon James had bowled 1.3 overs up until that break. So there we are. Before we can find another couple of threes from somewhere. My mind, as you would probably expect from a Hampshire point of view, is starting to wander to some other games. Most notably the women, because the Blaze and Hampshire are playing. Here's Hutton in, and Dawson pushes that up to mid-off. The Blaze, who started this round of women's Metrobank One Day Cup fixtures in top place, were bowled out for 222. Lancashire reply at Old Trafford, and 186 for 6. So Lancashire need 37 there from 13 overs with 4 wickets remaining. That looks like maybe just shading for Lancashire. Looks a good game down at the Utilita Bowl. Come to that in a moment as Dawson clips that away for 5 off their 50 overs with captain Georgia Adams making 100. Essex are 183 for 2 in the 38th. They need, in fact, make that 187 for 2. They need 87 from just under 13 overs with 8 wickets remaining. That sounds like that could be a great game. Grace Scrivens is 96 not out. Forgive me for thinking I'd rather be down there than here.
You might be tonight.
Here comes, I might be down there for the end of the game. Dawson pulls that away. It's in the air over the head of Farhan Ahmed, and that's gone for 6.
Lovely shot. Yeah, I was just about to mention, I should apologise to Liam Dawson and his fans and followers, because I'm fairly certain I've just given an update for Radio Nottingham saying Dawson had played a horrible shot and was out. And I have written it down on my scorecard here. Dawson caught a Mead, bowled James for 12. Of course, that was Nick Gubbins. So he's not having a second life. He was never out in the first place. Sad to report from the Nottinghamshire perspective, because I know what a good player he is. But yeah. Just had to do a little bit of crossing out on my bit of paper here.
Oh, if I'd done that all the times over the years, I'd done that.
That was a good shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Made 19 in the first innings, did Liam Dawson on the back foot. That's clipped away down to Ahmed, but along the ground this time.
He fell to a stunning catch as well from Farhan Ahmed. Didn't really appreciate until I'd seen it replayed 2 or 3 times. It was a wonderful catch from Farhan to get rid of Dawson first time round.
I agree, yeah. I'm hesitating saying this because there is live BBC online commentary of that game from the Utilita Bowl, and I just have a feeling that some Hampshire fans listening to this might think, you know what, I think we might switch. That's on the BBC Sport website and app. Currently with Amelia Clark and Nikki Chowdhury. That's turned away to square leg by Albert, and there's no run. Hutton's completed 10 overs. 3 for 33, Dave. 53 for 5.
I would imagine
4:30 to win.
I would imagine round about now Amelia and Nikki are just realising how long a day it is commentating on 50 over cricket when there's just 2 of you.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Yes, Amelia's quite new to the game.
They'll be loving it.
Yeah, they are. They sounded good together. I've been listening to them and in the breaks here, and they're doing a great job.
As long as they're being fed and watered down at the Utilita Bowl and they're enjoying the cricket. Imagine there's a goodly number of people have gone along to support the competition. It's Lyndon James. Figures of 2 for 9. Has been helped a little bit by some indifferent batting. Bowls wide of Liam Dawson's off stump, and it goes through to Kyle Verena. Middleton 2, Stoneman 13, Press 9, Brown 4, and Gubbins 12. Says Bracegirdle, reading all through his scribbles. Wickets going down at 15, 22, 33, 40 and 40. It's not particularly pretty reading. 15 for the opening wicket, the highest partnership so far. There's Lyndon James bowls, Dawson just lets ball hit bat rather than the other way round there, and it just runs out onto the leg side and there's no run. Saw Liam Patterson-White, couldn't see who it was, but was on the boundary edge being asked to pose for a few photographs down there of his family members or mum was down there. Couldn't quite see, but it's a nice day to have your picture taken when you've scored a career best 135 as Liam did earlier. There's Lyndon James, bowls and worked away down to long leg by Dawson for a single, 54 for 5.
Yeah, it was a terrific innings as well.
Doesn't look, certainly for the time being, as if he's going to get much chance to add to it with the ball, with Mohamed Abbas just having come back onto the field. You'd imagine when there is a change he will get an opportunity.
tell you what, it was much needed as well, wasn't it? 84 for 6 when he walked in at 20 past 5 last night. It needed a substantial innings just to give keep Nottinghamshire dominant in this match.
Yes, Lyndon James bowls and it's gone for 4. Past Joe Clark's left hand at first slip. Genuine edge. Flew quickly. Might need another look, another glimpse to see if it was catchable. Initial instinct was it was through Clark before the reaction came. Might have wondered if the keeper was going to go for it. A waft at it, a loosish waft from Toby Albert. He's got 4 runs, but an edge that could have brought his downfall.
It's the first blemish behind the stumps, isn't it, for Nottinghamshire in this game?
Wasn't a drop, Kev. Probably. The initial feeling was it was at catchable height, but
am I getting it wrong? Maybe
58 for 5. No, my feeling was it should have been taken. I don't think it was one of those that sort of ballooned up and went high over the slips. My feeling was it was in a position where one or t'other should have got a hand on it, and if you get a hand on it you should cling on to it, but nobody did. It went between keeper and first slip for 4. Albert to the offside and there's no run. I just wonder if we can get an opportunity for a replay. There it is. Let's see what we make of this. Lyndon James bowling. He got a hand on it. He actually got a hand or 2 hands on it, Joe Clark. To his left, in and out, and it just ran away for 4. So there is a blemish there from the Nottinghamshire slip cordon.
Now that's an interesting
5.
That's an interesting one, because you've got the keeper and first slip there. Now I don't know Verreynne's mannerisms in terms of what's he like moving to his right. There's Brett Hutton. I'll come to more on that in a moment. Hutton bowls. There's a nice drive. Liam Dawson through extra cover. Stroked it through that area. And that's just about pulled back on the boundary. Dawson picks up 3.
And it was like a tumble turn that swimmers do as he clattered into the wall and bounced back off it.
Yeah. It's an interesting one because I've always thought that ideally with your first slip, you don't really want them going to their left. First slip's either straight in or to your right. So was that the keeper's? Now, to be fair to Verreynne, he didn't actually move a muscle. No. So you see some keepers start to move, and then the first slip thinks, oh, he's going for it, and then you both pull out. Here's Hutton. It's worked square on the leg side by Albert. Moves on to 9, 62 for 5. Verreynne, I think, to his credit in a way, he didn't move, so he's motionless. So the first slip then is required to go to their left, but it's not ideal. You really want your keeper covering that gap. But I don't know what sort of keeper Verreynne is, because I haven't seen him keep before. I think a lot of keepers would have moved to their right to take that. But that's the understanding you need between a keeper and slips. You need that understanding. You need to know what your keeper does. Lovely shot off the back foot from Liam Dawson. Don't bother running for that. That's right out of the middle of the bat.
We have a result at Canterbury. First result in this round of matches, and it's a victory for Glamorgan. They certainly needed that. They've defeated Kent by an innings and 161 runs. Kent bowled out for 176 in their second innings. Wickets shared around, 3 for Van der Hout and 3 for Fernando. Several others dipping in with a solitary wicket, but Glamorgan have defeated 161.
Stutter. Hudson. Short. Dawson pulls that away. He's going to be caught at deep square leg. He's gone. Bounced out. Couldn't keep it down. Good catch, Ahmed. Was it Mo Abbas? Is that Mo? No. It's Mo Abbas. He's caught one of his teammates. He's not content with taking 5 for. He now wants to catch him out as well. I mean, Mo Abbas, I can't remember what safe pair of hands he had at Hampshire, but that's a good catch. Dawson's gone for 17, 66 for 5. Six, isn't it?
Yeah, 6. And Brett Hutton's got 4 of them. And another one, you have to say, was it totally necessary for Liam Dawson? I know he's trying to exert himself. He's trying to put a little bit of pressure on the bowlers. This over had gone 3-1-4. Then here's the bouncer coming up on the replay. Those of you watching the stream, and Dawson in a good position to play it, but made no attempt to roll the wrists and play it down. Looking for another 6. Put Houghton away for a 6 a couple of overs ago, and this time couldn't even reach the ropes because Mo Abbas diving forward takes the catch, and it's 66 for 6. And there's still, well, a goodly chunk of cricket left this evening here at Trent Bridge. Tea time score 33 for 3. It's just doubled itself. Another 33 for 3 since then. 66 for 6.
And there's 3 of us in the commentary box. What other 3s can we make work, Dave? Sure, there's a few others. Brett Hutton, first ball he bowled of the over, went for 3. Run rate's 3.19. Run rate required 3.38. To be honest, I'm saying this because it's distracting me from the situation in the game. Because Hampshire are not exactly showing the fight that I think a lot of Hampshire fans and supporters, and myself included, are showing the sort of fight that I would hope that they would have done. Still time. But I think the only thing that's in doubt now is whether we finish tonight or come back tomorrow morning. And I think the way the Hampshire innings is going here at the moment, I don't think that's in danger. We're not coming back tomorrow.
We're driving towards the extra half an hour, aren't we? There's potentially 35 overs left if you had those 8 on.
Well, I was looking forward to going for those drinks. So-called
It's a production meeting.
drinks.
Well, I'll have to have a production meeting for the next time we're here. In about, crikey now then, that's a point. When do Notts next play a championship match here? We'll have a little look. Mind, you've had 4 of 5 here.
I was going to say, you've won 2, drawn 1 so far here. You're going to win this one. You want to be playing her every week, wouldn't you? Here's Hutton. He's got 4 slips. Fuller is the new batter. Fuller off the mark, working that to the leg side. I mean, he's going to have a shy at the stumps anyway at the bowler's end. Kicks the ground, saying, "Oh, could have done better."
Producer Kirsty says if you two can't make it, then it'll be a production meeting for 3. Very good, Producer Kirsty.
There we go.
She also tells me, because I did ask her many hours ago who was on duty today, sincere thanks this weekend for the efforts of Shaz, Lee and Lewis out there with the cameras all around the ground. We've got Wilson, the static camera at the far end, but thanks ever so much to Shaz, Lee and Lewis.
Yeah, they made it a lot of fun. That's worked. Back to the bowler by Toby Alberts. Top stuff from Brett Hutton. 4 for 42 from 11. 67 for 6 Hampshire. In total disarray. Forget they need 416. That's just a number without a number 3 in it. Go on, go. Let Dave have a break. Yeah, go on. I'm happy to stay on. I'm happy to keep watching this. Not. So Albert has 9, has already been dropped. And Lyndon James. Quite impressed with Lyndon James, actually. I know it's probably a wicket that, generally as a seamer you enjoy, but it gets nice and tall. Flicked away, Fuller caught! Square leg. This is going from bad to worse. Flicked away in the air. Liam Patterson-White holds the catch. And Fuller goes for 1. And Fuller is taking his time walking off there. That's not good. Kevin Howes.
So this is 3rd, if not the 4th dismissal where the batter has looked suspiciously back at the pitch, Kev. And I'm looking at it thinking, I'm not too sure if that was the pitch or whether it was perhaps not the wisest choice of shots or necessary choice of shots. Now, it's a genuine question I'm asking. That so he's just worked there. There's been very precious little sign of defence, has there?
No, I mean,
tell me. I mean, I'm asking.
Well, I'm trying to work it out myself, and I'm sure James Fuller, in the long amount of time he's taken to walk off, is probably going through in his head and saying, "Well, yeah, I'm thinking about it as well." But if we're saying the pitch, what are we saying? Are we saying that maybe it held in a pitch a fraction? But he's only faced 2 balls. How is he able to say, well, the pitch is doing this, but actually that one stopped? He's faced 2 balls, so he doesn't know. He doesn't know what pace that is. He hasn't been out there long enough. He hasn't given himself a chance. these things all come up, unfortunately, when you are playing badly and when you are a long way away behind. Good catch, yeah, about head height from Patterson-White. Didn't have to move. It was straight at him. For me, it's a bit of a loose shot. It's saying, I'm not knuckling down. It's saying, we're so far out of the game, I'll just have a net. That's what it's saying to me. James Fuller might say otherwise, but at the end of the day, when Hampshire lose this game, and the end seems to be coming closer and closer, whereas I thought it was going to be at least middle of the afternoon tomorrow, all these questions will need to be answered in the Hampshire camp. I mean, Notts won't bother.
And I'm not trying to be even come across as being critical. It's just that I'm thinking I'm not so sure this is the pitch. I mean, the pitch is obviously bowler friendly, and with a new ball, and we're only in the 22nd over, so clearly that favours them. But some of the dismissals, I don't think you can just look at that surface and think like that was unplayable.
I think they're just amplified when you're not playing well. Abbott's forward, well, he got 60 odd in the first innings. It might be nice for him to get somewhere near there just to show that Hampshire have got something about them. It does. I mean, everything gets really scrutinised. You know, Notts won't care about what Hampshire are doing here, and quite rightly so. But those that are connected with Hampshire Club, those that are invested in what they do, they will, you know, they will look at this, especially if it's a heavy defeat, and we are in heavy defeat territory. You know, you can't just brush it off and say, well, it's one of those things.
Yeah.
Here's Lyndon James. Abbott drives up to mid-off. Going to take a single. Hamid will have another throw here. Just misses the stumps. Again, there's a feeling from the Notts camp that was close. Yeah, you can't just. I mean, if this game is lost by, you know, say Hampshire looking for 450, got to 400 all out, you'd say great effort, fantastic. They've lost but they've lost the game, and you'd say fine. But if you're going to lose the game by, I mean, they're in danger of losing this game by about 400.
Do you think Dave's finished his washing up? To heavy.
It's taken! Oh, that is a super catch from Jack Haynes. Diving low to his left. Toby Albert, I don't think, could quite believe it. And there's the other side of being on the wrong end of a game where the momentum is all with the opposition. That catches like that are taken, and you think,
in isolation,
how on earth is that taken?
In isolation, I can't wait to see this on the replay again. I mean, that's so sharp. Magnificent work. You're right, if it's going to go your way and all that, but this, just in isolation, is going to be a stunning piece of fielding to see again from Haynes. Tony Albert's out for 9. And a bit of a long wait for the next batter to come out as well. This is 2 wickets in 4 balls as well for Lyndon James. He's got 4 for 15 from 4.4 overs. I think he'll just make it out in time. Won't be timed out, but I mean, that's, yeah. The game did not start well for Hampshire. Drop catches, and it is finishing in a very bad way for them as well. And we'll, by the looks of it, never get a chance to see whether the pitch did flatten out, and after because the new ball is still only 22 overs old, something like that.
It's all over tonight, isn't it? You can't see any way. We won't even need the extra half hour here.
We won't even need 5 o'clock.
No.
At this rate, and I'm not meaning to be cheeky and
no.
cheap. We really won't. I can't really see this going on much beyond the next 2 or 3 overs, really. Because of the momentum, as you say, that catch is all part of that. And the ball is doing something. As I said, I don't want to bang on too much, but I just wonder, when they're looking back at the pitch like that, batters and teams, I just wonder whether they've lost the game in the mind as well. It's not gone their way. They know they've not been good in the field. And from the word go, they said, at the end of the first day that Notts made too many runs, and then they had the morning, which nobody really expected that morning to play out the way it did. The fact that Nottingham were able to accelerate the way they did. I just think they've lost it in the mind here.
I agree. No, I totally agree.
Hour and a half.
Lyndon James into Brad Wheel, drives up towards extra cover. No, you're right. The thing is, cricketers aren't stupid. Hampshire know that Notts got far too many. I mean, Freddie McCann basically won the game for Notts early on. All the other guys have done is just carry that on. But to get a big 100 in the first innings was a fantastic effort on what we saw.
Nottinghamshire's largest win in county championship cricket. Dave's come up with these numbers.
Will tries to flick that away on the leg side. Good stop from Verena. End of the over. Super stuff from Linda James. 4 for 15, 68 for 8.
462 back in 22 against Durham, and in 1904, which I think Dave.
I was playing then.
He was playing. He was in the commentary box in 1904. 330 versus Derbyshire at the moment. 414. So the difference. 415 still needed for the victory.
The second largest runs win in
Yeah.
history.
If at this stage, yeah, second largest. So 68 for 8. Abbott and Wheel. And there they are, the bowlers, thinking to themselves, well, what are we doing back out here again here? Well, look, I mean, there's a lot of experience in this team, but also, we'll come back to that in just a second. It's Abbott facing at the moment, and he hits that lovely straight drive. That's going to be 4 runs. This is the way to do it. He gets a boundary, moves to 5, and takes Hampshire up to 72 for 8. But Giles White did say the other day, this was on the first lunchtime, he said, look, we're actually seeing how good our younger players are. And it was, to me, it was almost as much as saying, look, we're in a bit of transition again here.
They are.
However, there is experience here, which has not come to the fore in the second innings especially. But it'd be interesting to see their views on the pitch. Maybe it was the bounce, I don't know, something they didn't. Abbott's on 5. Clipped away, and that's out through mid-wicket. That's going to be another 4. Glorious striking the ball from Abbott. Beautiful play. He moves to 9. 76 for 8. The run chase is on. They just need another 407 to win here.
Just to repeat, I know you've had those figures, but Dave Allen did provide us with a stat which was Hampshire's heaviest runs defeat against Nottinghamshire. It was here in 1982, 272. I mean, this looks like a record is going to be set here from a Hampshire point of view.
Yeah. So this is Hutton. 4 for 50. He comes in, bowls into the pads. LBW appeal. Look to the umpire, not out. The umpire saying, look, I know you got the mate down, and I know there's a chance for golf tomorrow, but it's still got to be adjacent.
Do you know what? The most disappointing thing is that we won't have that drinks thing now at the pub. I was going to pay for all the drinks all night. But it's obviously now, if it's not going to happen, I can't, and I can only apologise, because I literally would have paid, and probably food as well. I was going to do that.
Yeah, you can leave some money behind, Kev. I was never invited. Hutton bowls short in the air. Where's this gone? It's in between the two fielders out there behind square on the leg side. It's another 4. Oh, Carl Abbott, I do love you. You are a wonderful player, and an attitude as if to say, a little bit of stuff this. 80 for 8, and Abbott's out there. He's been taking wickets. He scored, 60-odd runs in that first innings, and they were all out for 196. 2 balls left to this over.
Can I give you some other context here?
Yeah.
Dave Allen, who's got his head out of the washing up bowl now.
Yeah.
suncricket@gmail.com. He's just sent me the highest ever defeat by runs, Hampshire. Highest ever.
And next ball is played. It doesn't get an edge. They're going up for it, and the umpire's unmoved. And then all the slips and wicketkeeper look at each other and say, really, did we hear anything? No, but let's keep it up, because it looks a little bit bad if we... so maybe they heard a bit of something, but it wasn't the bat according to the umpire. Go on.
So, 2004, this is Hampshire's highest ever runs defeat by any county.
Yeah.
384.
That's what I was sort of looking at.
That's in danger.
Write that one down.
Oh, well, I've got it here.
Oh, you got it here, yeah, okay. Hutton. That was the one that I was looking for. 1 ball left of the over. Next ball in and pushed into the offside, and there'll be another run so that Kyle can keep up his major involvement here in the game. He'll face the next delivery. 81 for 8. Another 25 overs remain today. Regulation anyway. if they do get it down to the last half hour, I mean, that'll be an amazing effort from Abbott and Wheel. And one more to come, of course. So, as a contest, it has been a compelling game. Pitch has made it really, really interesting. But yeah, just in Hampshire, the catching, people do drop catches, but there were so many of them.
Yeah, there was
so many.
I mean, McCann. I mean, that
yeah. Oh, that was a joy to watch that. Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Here's Lyndon James in the sunshine here at Trent Bridge. Abbott works that away on the leg side. He's got a deep square leg. Look at that. 81 for 8. He's got a deep square leg. He's playing that well. Moves on to 15. 401 runs to win, which means that at the moment, if they were to be bowled out, the margin of defeat would be 400. So they are still in highest ever runs defeat territory.
Yeah. McCann, and then in that second innings, that partnership between Patterson-White and Haynes this morning. It's been, I mean, it's been a staggering performance from Nottinghamshire.
It has, yeah, we mustn't forget that.
Next ball down the leg side, diving take, nothing on it on the bat. This is James continuing to bowl. Both Hutton and James could, both of them, still end up with fifers, both of them. 4 for 55 Hutton, James at the moment 4 for 16 from 5.2 overs. Sonny Baker still to come out and bat, unless he's gone missing. Who would blame him? So again, turns and runs in towards us. James in and bowls to Wheel in the air, and this is another one for Abbas to take. Yes, 9 down, one more away from Nottinghamshire pulling off what has been a monumental game for them. But Wheel is the latest to go, and it's 5 for Lyndon James from 5.3 overs, 1 maiden. He's taken 5 wickets, caught Abbas again. Brad Wheel was out there for only 9 minutes, faced 4 balls, 82 for 9. I'm going to move aside because it's time for Dave to move in with his assessment of what has been a stunner for Notts. And Kev with his honest reflections, broadcastable honest reflections on Hampshire.
Well, I mean, it's all about Notts. It's not about Hampshire here. It's just from start to finish, it's been a completely dominant display with both bat and ball. And worthy coming into this game, Dave Bracegirdle, as table leaders.
Yeah, thanks to Kevin Howells first of all for his contributions over days 1, 2 and 3. Gone back to look after 5 Sports Extra now. Doubt we'll get him back on. Lyndon James getting the second 5-wicket haul of his career. His first here at Trent Bridge. He got one at the Oval a couple of years ago against Surrey, but he's been gifted a few here, Kev. He's been gifted a few, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he has, but yeah, well, yeah, he has. I don't think I'm trying to put a different spin on it. It's not looked good, I have to say. It doesn't look good from a Hampshire point of view. Notts are going to get a day off out of this, quite rightly. They deserve it. They've been the only team in town here.
So last man, Sonny Baker, a little belatedly makes his way out to the middle. Does take the players just an extra few seconds to get from where they're currently being housed in the old hospitality boxes here in the Radcliffe Road stand to get their way out and down the steps and out to the middle. I suspect also that maybe 10 or 15 minutes ago, Sonny Baker was in his Hampshire training gear. He, like the rest of us, maybe been caught a little short by the dramatic turnaround of events since tea here. 82 for 9. It's 33 for 3 at tea. And since then, Lyndon James has wreaked havoc from one end, Brett Hutton from the other. Mohamed Abbas, well, he's only been out there as a catcher. Taking a couple of catches. There's James in to bowl and Sonny Baker defends. 82 for 9. This has been a long time coming for Nottinghamshire. A long way to go in the season with regards to their eventual placement, but in terms of a start, it's been a while since they've begun as well as this, with 2 wins, 2 draws from their first 4 matches, and very much on top here. It does seem as if it's only a matter of time here. They will stretch their lead at the top of Division 1 if and when they get this final wicket, as Lyndon James bowls now and Sonny Baker lets it go through to the keeper. Peter Moores for the last couple of years has frequently talked about transition. A lot of the elder statesmen, if you like, of the club, players that have been here for 10, 12, 15 years, like Sir Stephen Mullaney, Luke Fletcher, Stuart Broad, of course, have all, one way or another, moved away from the playing 11, and some young players have taken a while to find their feet. One or two good acquisitions, one or two players coming back from injury. And it's been a fine start to the season as Lyndon James bowls again, and Sonny Baker will get a run here, pushing it to Mohamed Abbas. If he hits the stumps, oh, it could have been the ultimate way to end the game there. Mohamed Abbas underarms it towards the stumps with Sonny Baker not in the frame. That was the most casually walked single by Sonny Baker to get off the mark, and it very nearly cost him. That would have been the ultimate, wouldn't it? That would have really put the tin hat on things. Had Mohamed Abbas hit the stumps there from 10 yards away with Baker not in the picture. 83 for 9.
I'm afraid it's just horrible watching. It really is. It's basic mistakes being made here. But yeah, oh my word, that you're right. That would have been. Well, I'd have been too frightened to go down and ask for an interview at the end of the day if that had been the end of the game.
We've had 24 overs of this innings. The score is 83 for 9. Brett Hutton's bowled exactly half of them. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 55. He's seen Lyndon James claim a 5 for at the other end. Baker on strike, on 1, and a play and a miss from Sonny Baker. In case this wraps up quickly, Kev, thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to follow the game over days Friday, Saturday, and indeed today, and to get in touch, take your place amongst the banter, the chat, the good times, the topics we've discussed. Always enjoy sharing the commentary box with Kevin Ells and Kevin James, and this week's been right up there as Baker pushes at this one. And of course, whether you're just there, you've got it on in the background, either the sound or the pictures. Of course, we do it for the listeners and for the viewers, and we know there's a lot of love for the County Championship out there. And again, we'll just say a sincere thanks for following the County Championship on the BBC, and we hope you'll continue to do so. Again, I don't want it to sound like a bit of an epitaph, but Hampshire supporters, I'm sure you'll stick with your side, and know you'll stick with your side as Baker pushes this into the offside, and as ever, won't be too far away come the end of the season. So
I mean, I echo that. I always enjoy coming up here. The cricket's very much part of it, of course, so maybe part of me is finding it a little difficult, but around that, you've got a great team up here, great team on the picture feed. And, of course, always on the BBC Sport Online. Nice to be on Sports Extra. But, always thoroughly enjoyable. Great facilities, great food, great people.
Here's Brett Hutton. Past umpire White, bowls, and Baker leaves this alone. So I was just having a little look. I wonder when Notts were next back in the Championship at Trent Bridge. Obviously, we've got a couple of away games, and then the Blast takes hold. Sunday, the 22nd of June. So a Sunday start for that particular round. Sunday the 22nd of June, Notts at home to Yorkshire. That's after the next 2 away games, Durham away, Yorkshire away, and then the Blast, the first part of the Blast, as Hutton bowls, and this is turned to leg. And I'll just have a look. I'm pretty sure that we do meet again, Kev, don't we? We do. We do have a.
We do. You're down at our place.
We do have a second coming together, as and when it is. There we go. Tuesday, that one. Tuesday the 22nd of July, down at the Utility Bowl, Hampshire versus Notts. We'll be reunited in the middle of the summer.
Miss you already.
83 for 9. Might be back here tomorrow, Ed. 9 down. Baker on 1, on strike. Kyle Abbott being kept away from the strikers. Hutton bowls. Nice shot from Sonny Baker for the last ball of the over, and they elect to take a single, which they, of course, didn't have to. So it's 84 for 9.
It's quite incredible, amongst quite a few incredible things in this game, that the Nottinghamshire second innings was done and dusted at 2:35 this afternoon. And here we are, not quite at 5 o'clock, nearing the end of the game. Quite unbelievable.
Yes, I was a little staggered when I looked up to see it was just 24 overs into the innings. Now 25, of course. Lyndon James, as I mentioned in the last over, has won 5-wicket haul, but it was a 6 for 74. Is Lyndon James from the far end in and bowls now. This is pushed up to mid-off and there's no run. So Notts needing 1 wicket. Then we're going to do a quick in and out for BBC Radio Nottingham. They've been behind us on the 40 this afternoon. Nottingham Forest and Leicester City. A quick update on the scores, no doubt between interviews. Sonny Baker on 2, Kyle Abbott on 15. Mohammed Abbas at the far end. And there's no run. Still that 4-pronged slip cordon. Very much so. This has been astonishing since tea. In fact, either side of tea. Hampshire are now 84 for 9. Lyndon James 5 for 17. He's got the ball in his hand at the moment. Brett Hutton 4 wickets at the other end. These two have been superb. Hampshire woeful, it has to be said, either side of tea. They've collapsed dramatically. Terrific stuff from Notts, who look certain to extend their lead at the top of Division 1.
A couple of emails very quickly. Ralph Brooker can normally take a defeat on the chin, but this is quite appalling. Stephen Bryce says enjoyable commentary from you, Dave, today. Says who needs Kevin James?
I'm sure he
Nobody
did.
needs me.
Thanks for your contributions, Ralph, throughout. Lyndon James, not Kevin James, Lyndon James bowls. Worked away by Baker. Is there anybody out there? Where's the fielder? There isn't a fielder. And it's gone for 4. Nice looking shot from Sonny Baker. When did Kyle Abbott last face a ball? It's been a while, hasn't it? They saw him go bish bosh bash and decided to make sure he didn't get too much more of the strike. But Baker took a single from the last ball of the last over. There's 2 left in this one. 88 for 9. Lyndon James looking to wrap things up. The final wicket. Oh, and Sonny Baker driving down the 4th there, trying to wallop that 330 yards to the fringe of the green, but missed the ball. It's like one of your drives. 88 for 9.
What, missing the ball altogether?
Where's the Seba Mead going? It is the skipper. Seba Mead disappeared to the Fox Road stand there, and he's not gone to sign autographs. He's playing on a hunch here that Sonny Baker's just going to help this out into his hands on the Fox Road boundary. Unusual place to find the skipper. As Lyndon James comes in to Baker, and it's turned away onto the leg side, and they do get the single. So again, Abbott away from the strike.
Yeah, well, I'm sure all the Hampshire fans now are tuned in down at the Utility Bowl, where there's live online commentary of the women's game between Hampshire and Essex. Good game there. Essex women need another 42 to win that off just 21 balls. Essex 232 for 7 in the 47th. Chasing Hampshire's total of 273 for 5. Amelia Clark and Nikki Chowdhury with commentary down there. That might be a little bit more exciting for Hampshire fans than this is here. The Blaze, in fairness, I should give the Blaze score out because Lancashire actually have just won that game. The Blaze 222 all out. Lancashire got home 226 for 6 in the 48.
Farhan Ahmed is going to come on and have a bowl like he did when Hampshire were 9 down in the first innings. Only took him 2 deliveries to get the final wicket, that of Kyle Abbott on that instant. So it seems as if Brett Hutton's not going to get his 5-foot. He settles for 4. Lyndon James has got 5 at the other end. That already is the 7th occasion of a Nottinghamshire bowler getting 5 wickets in an innings this season, and we've already had 7 centuries as well. So the moment, these early stages, early weeks of the season, Notts delivering on all fronts, and there are a number of players out through injury as well, as we know for this one, as Farhan Ahmed tosses it up and Baker drives up to Liam Patterson-White at mid-off, and there's no run. So Farhan Ahmed getting the nod rather than the slow left arm of Patterson-White, who nevertheless has had a day to remember with his highest first-class score. Here's Farhan bowling to Baker, turns it on the leg side to the Nott skipper, Asiba Mead. 5:05. Local time, still 26 overs scheduled to be bowled today. Suspect we won't get them all in. Next ball is pushed to backward point, and there's no run. Farhan about to go round the wicket. Ball's now turned to leg. Producer Kirsty said she's very much enjoyed having Kevin Hand with us today as well. The in-joke, if you like, right at the start of the day, we were introduced as myself, Kevin Howells and Kevin Hand.
Well, he is a top commentator.
Middlesex commentator, of course. Doesn't need an introduction, Kevin James, does he? Photographer's on the boundary edge, just waiting for the moment. When will it come, as this is pushed by Sonny Baker up to Patterson-White at mid-off. There's one ball left in the over. Just wonder if Kyle Abbott's just itching to get back on strike and see what he can do. Farhan Ahmed standing as ever with his legs wide apart like big George Scrimshaw does. Comes in and bowls, and it's pushed by Baker to mid-off, so not a lot happened in that over with regards to either side making any forward progress. Baker remains 7 not out, 89 for 9, but now it will be Kyle Abbott. And Lyndon James has taken his sweater off, and I was looking at Liam Patterson-White actually. He was walking up the other end with his cap in his hand, and it is going to be Patterson-White. So Lyndon James comes out of the attack, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 22. And it will be LPW to try and finish things up.
Andrew Bowker has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, this is terrible, but thank you, Kev, for the great commentary. I know how Southampton football fans felt now when they lost 9-0 to Manchester United. Yeah. Just to repeat, we are in biggest runs defeat ever territory for Hampshire throughout their history. There's a few runs to get yet before they can pass that. Currently they're losing by 393 if they don't score another run.
Applause for Lyndon James as he makes his way out onto the boundary. So it is going to be Liam Patterson-White. Can he wrap things up? He's bowling to Kyle Abbott, strikes him on the pad to begin with. Abbott lunging forward. Not surprisingly, the powerful South African has attracted the attention of the Notts outfielders. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the fence. Casey decides to go big as he did in the first innings, works this to leg, and having got himself on strike for the first time in about 4 overs, he plays a single and ambles down to the other end. 90 for 9 Hampshire.
This is teasing now, isn't it? So at the moment it's a 392 defeat. Hampshire's heaviest, just to remind you, 384.
From the Notts perspective, and I guess I'm going to say this a few times this season, well, I'll come back to it in a second because Patterson-White's already in and bowls, it's played up to mid-on. The rain at Edgbaston, you just wonder.
Oh, really?
You just know that Notts, if they win this, will be 3 wins and 2 draws, but they just needed some dry time on the last day at Edgbaston, and it would have been 4 wins as Sonny Baker heaves this away. Remember, they bowled Warwickshire out for 93 in the first innings at Edgbaston 3 or 4 weeks or so ago now, and were very much on top, charging towards victory when we had all that rain on the final day. This is down the leg side. Now, was there a shot played? We'll have to have a bit of a look. It's going to go for 4 somethings, unless the umpire decides there was no shot played and it brushed a pad. No, it's 4 leg byes. 94 for 9. Wasn't sure if he'd made much of an attempt to play it down the leg side, but umpire Kettleborough contents himself with the fact that it was a genuine attempt to play. 94 for 9. Sonny Baker has 7. Nottinghamshire on the brink, but they still need one more wicket. Patterson-White comes in again off 2 or 3 paces, bowls. Baker turns it away on the leg side and gets a single. 95 for 9.
He's keeping Carl away from the strike.
Yeah, again he's done it, taking single from the final ball, 2 from that over. Bowled by Patterson-White. Farhan Ahmed will continue.
Mark B. Croft Stretton has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, as immune as I am to heavy defeats as a Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire member, it is usually at the receiving end. Imagine my astonishment at being in the credit side of the ledger for once. May I thank you all for the splendid few days in your company. Thank you.
That's very kind, sir. Reminder, in Division 2, Glamorgan have defeated Kent at Canterbury by an innings and 161. Lancashire are 142 for 8, requiring 94 to beat Northants, but more realistically, I guess, Northants 2 wickets away. Here's Farhan Ahmed, bowls hit down the ground for 4. Lovely shot from Sonny Baker. He's making a little bit of a fist of it, enjoying his time out there with batted hand. Moves on to 12. 99 for 9, Kev. Where are we in terms of...
That's saved.
I was going to say, has that now been...
Yeah, that's now it's 383 loss if they lose now without adding another one, so they've just got inside.
Hampshire 1 away from 3 figures. Nice shot for Farhan Ahmed bowls. Sonny Baker will get the single that takes Hampshire to a nice round 100. Pronounce your H's, David. It's Hampshire. You must get a few Hampshires, do you, as you go around the place. Hampshire.
Yeah.
Hampshire. So they're the Division 2 scores. Division 1, it meanders on at Edgbaston, where Surrey are 330 for 6. Still in their first innings, trailing Warwickshire by 335. Worcestershire 74 for 1, requiring 287 to beat Sussex at Hove. Farhan Ahmed bowls, Kyle Abbott defends, no run. And the one other score is at Chelmsford, where they are now into the 4th innings of the match. Yorkshire declaring eventually on 426 for 6 declared. Essex set to score 520. And they're 12 for 1. All the scores, of course, on the BBC Sport website. Farhan Ahmed bowls, Kyle Abbott will get a single. Pushing this out onto the offside. Since you gestured for me to be on comms for the final wicket, we've had 5 overs.
This is about the longest partnership then.
Yeah. Put 19 on. Farhan Ahmed now to bowl to Sonny Baker on 13. Scored 13 of this 19. There were 4 leg byes in the last over, so that's how much he's dominated the partnership. This one's just played casually out onto the offside, where Ben Slater does the fielding, and Ben Slater will be open for a win double today, I'll tell you. Obviously part of the Nottinghamshire team, but also a massive Chesterfield fan. They play in the League 2 playoffs against Walsall this evening. I think that starts at 6 o'clock, so it'll be the first thing Ben does when he eventually gets off the field. Just have a little look beyond 6 o'clock, what's happening in that one. Farhan Ahmed bowls, and this is defended by Kyle Abbott. He stays on 17 not out, and it is the end of the over. I think you need to come in and rescue the Nottinghamshire supporters here, Kev, and just see if you can get this last wicket.
No, it's all about you. You need to, because it's not going to be your highest runs victory, is it?
No,
it's not quite.
Oh no,
it's not even in the top 2, is it?
No, it'll be the second.
Second.
In terms of runs, wins, the largest in the county championship. 462 versus Durham 3 years ago in Division 2, and then the second is 330, so there's some way to go.
Second.
Yeah, with the second largest runs win in county championship history for Notts.
Well, at the moment, Hampshire are equal with their second ever worst runs defeat, so another one to tick off.
Patterson-White from the pavilion end bowls, implores the umpire to give an LBW. Didn't. Just in case the Hampshire fans are as I'm sure, feeling a little low. Just, flip things around. As I said earlier, the last 7 meetings, Hampshire have walloped Notts 6 times, and the other one was a complete and utter washout at Welbeck. Was that 2019? 102 for 9. So the boot has firmly been on the other foot, both here and down at the Utility Bowl, Ageas Bowl, Rose Bowl, doesn't matter what it's been called. Notts have had a walloping down there in recent times. 102 for 9. Notts have only won here twice this century against Hampshire. Just let that soak in as well. There's Patterson-White bowling, Sonny Baker defends, and throw into the mix all those quarter-final defeats in the T20 Blast, and you can see why Notts will enjoy this one. It's nothing against Hampshire, but it's just a long time overdue.
Yeah, quite right.
29 overs remain after this one as Sonny Baker leans forward, and technique-wise he's done okay, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's just struggling to locate the middle of the bat, but yeah, he's done a good job. 14 at number 11.
I thought that football didn't kick off till 6 o'clock. Tony says they're underway, Dave, and Chesterfield are already losing 2-0 to Walsall. Thank you, Tony. Don't tell Slats that for a while. I might, though. This goes through to the keeper, Verena, at the end of the over. 102 for 9, Hampshire, who will take 3 bonus points away from this game. Notts will pick up 5 bonus points, another 16 on offer for the win.
I've got a question here from Stephen Philpott, who's in Gosport, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, has any Hampshire player ever been the highest scorer and highest wicket taker in both innings of a match? Do you know what? I've actually got no inkling at all to work that out, and I think it will take me quite a while anyway.
Well,
if Dave Allen,
yeah,
Dave, this is the time when you call upon Dave Allen. So
you need Kyle Abbott to get to what, or are we already there?
Equalised.
Dawson 17, yeah, he's equalised.
Yeah. High score in the first innings. 7 wickets in the match, was it? 8 wickets in the match? Yeah, yeah.
It's a great effort.
I can't be, in other words, I can't be bothered to work it out. Not after seeing this.
Farhan Ahmed trying to firmly secure the victory, bowling to Kyle Abbott, and he blocks. He's not going to block all 6, surely, is he? Perfectly capable of doing it, but he's also perfectly capable of hitting the ball a long, long way. Lots have got, again, 5 boundary riders. As Farhan bowls to Abbott, pushes it onto the offside, and the 17-year-old bowler moves briskly to his left to prevent a single being taken. Remains 102 for 9. 5 wickets for Lyndon James, 4 for Brett Hutton. Can one of the spinners wrap it up? Probably should have been all over by now. Mohammed Abbas had a clear shy at the stumps to finish it off. This one's just played into the offside. I think it was a low full toss, mistimed by Abbott. They'll take a single. Sonny Baker, when he first came in, he was on naught, got off the mark, just pushing the ball down the ground towards Mohammed Abbas at mid-off, and whether he underestimated Abbas's ability to get to the ball and underarm it towards the stumps or not, can't be certain, but just seemed to amble his way down there, and Abbas had all the stumps to aim at from 10 yards and missed. Baker wouldn't have been in the frame. Game could have been over 10 or 15 minutes ago. Farhan Ahmed now to Sonny Baker, who's on 14. He's chipped this up over the bowler. Well, he needed to be Joel Garner rather than Farhan Ahmed, and he might have had a chance there. He's just chipped it straight back over the bowler's head, and the young spinner can only smile and look on ruefully. It's nicely played by Sonny Baker. There's not many fielders tend to gather there right behind the bowler. Comes in again and tosses it up. This one's hit out onto the offside, and they'll take a single, although yeah, they get home safely. I thought for a moment Patterson-White was going to charge in and throw down in a blaze of gold. Trent Bridge live and on your smart speaker, where Nottinghamshire and Hampshire have Been at it since Friday morning. It's only day 3. It does seem like it's been a long week. It always has that effect when the sun's been shining and the cricket has moved on quickly. We've had 39 wickets. Next ball is just played into the offside. And there's no run. Going into this innings, we'd had 874 runs in the match, so we're still shy of 1,000. 978 runs for 39 in the match so far.
Well, it hasn't all been doom and gloom for Hampshire today, because Hampshire women have beaten Essex women by 17 runs down at the Utilita Bowl in their Metro Bank one-day series match. Replying to Hampshire's 273 for 5, Essex 256 for 8 off their 50 overs. Hampshire next in action on Tuesday. They're down at Somerset, and we'll have live commentary for you, not only on the BBC Sport website and app, but also on 5 Sports Extra.
Liam Patterson-White to start a new over. Sonny Baker plays it to mid-wicket. There's no run.
And just sorry, Dave.
I was going to say, those of you who aren't watching the live stream, there was a nice little picture between overs there with Mohammed Abbas and umpire Kettleborough having a chat. Big smiles on the face of both of them as Patterson-White bowls, and again it's turned to leg, no run.
I was just going to repeat earlier, the Blaze lost to Lancashire by 4 wickets. Lancashire getting past 2-2-2 for the loss of 6 wickets in the 48th over. There was also a win for Durham against Warwickshire women.
Here comes Patterson-White, bowls hit down the ground to Mohammed Abbas, and there's no run. He'll be quietly happy, I guess, Mohammed Abbas, with his performance. Not been used much in this second innings, but a 5 for in the first was. This is Baker away on the leg side. Now Slater's underneath it, but it sails over Ben Slater and into the stands, and Sonny Baker has hit Liam Patterson-White for a big 6 away on the leg side, and that helps the Hampshire cause to the tune of 6. 110 for 9 with that meaty blow.
Good shot that. Tail ender's showing the way.
Slater seemed to be circling underneath it whilst he was just trying to pick up the flight of it. Just wondered if it had got the legs, but it had. It sailed well over him and several rows deep. Patterson-White in again to Sonny Baker. Goes once more, and he's got hold of it once more. Lovely batting here, and this is 6 into the Larwood and Vaux stand, and it's no wonder he's saying, Carl, you stay down that end, I'm going to have a go. 116 for 9. Baker on to 27.
Making a bid to make the T20 side with those strikes.
Partnership of 34. Must be the highest of the innings. Patterson-White bowls quicker and flatter, and Baker was expecting it, just pushes it out onto the offside.
Well, those blows have helped a little bit, because they have now, assuming they would be bowled out now, lose by 366. That would then become the 4th highest runs defeat. So another milestone has been avoided. We got past 384, got past 380 against Surrey, got past 370 against Yorkshire back in 1904. So 342 is the next one against Surrey in 1908.
Were any of those larger ones this century, or would this be the largest one since?
So the one previously against Yorkshire was 1904. 1896 was the second, Surrey 380. So at the moment they are just ahead of 337 against Surrey 1906.
So it's the heaviest defeat this
That's
century.
Oh right, yeah, this century.
Farhan Ahmed bowls. This is pushed back to the bowler.
Well, 204 was the top one. 384 runs. That was Essex 2004. So
okay,
that was this
right,
century.
yeah.
There's one looming, but we'll worry about that later. Another one looming.
Kyle Abbott's on 18, 116 for 9. He's seen Sonny Baker hit 2 big 6s. What will he do now? Again, he's just seemingly content just to have a little bit of a net here, pushing it back to Farhan Ahmed. This was stark contrast to the way he played in the first innings, and that correspondent wondering about Kyle Abbott being the top scorer in this innings.
Got an answer.
Yeah, well, I was going to say at the moment, needn't worry about it, because Sonny Baker has gone way past him. He's on 27, Abbott's on 18. It's Farhan Ahmed bowls, and Abbott again defends.
Yeah, so the question was asked about being top scorer and wicket taker, I think, wasn't it, in the game where they lost 1948 against Leicester at Southampton, says Dave Allen. Jim Bailey 62 and 88, and 6 for 51 and 5 for 19.
Where do you have all that stuff?
Amazing. Dave's the best.
It's incredible. 116 for 9. Halfway through the 33rd over of the innings. Been together for about 8 overs now. As this is pushed back to the bowler. In fact, a little more than that, 9 overs. They face 55 balls between them in this partnership. Still a lot of music going on from outside Trent Bridge, from the bars and what have you across the road. Maybe the Trent Bridge Inn behind us has got the music blaring out, but a little strange as this is pushed out onto the offside to be watching a county championship match with the music on full volume as well. Let's see if Fahan's going to go round the wicket for the last ball of the over. Still got a couple of cameramen, a couple of photographers on the boundary edge with cameras poised for the winning moment. Might be there all night. Up come the cameras, look, to their eyes, they're ready. They're ready for the moment. Kyle Abbott's on strike on 18. And he frustrates them and Farhan Ahmed and the not supporters by defending it. 116 for 9.
Well, just about 35 minutes these two have been batting. Making things look fairly normal.
Could have been on the M1 by now.
Oh yeah. Thought I was going to beat Rush Hour Track. Oh, it's Sunday afternoon, isn't it? Sunday evening. But they're still together.
Yeah.
Some good striking, particularly. Well, they both have actually struck well. Sonny Baker, 27 not out.
15 overs to go. So still a lot of deliveries to soak up before we even get down to the thorny question of the extra half an hour and possibly coming back tomorrow. So at the moment we're still on for a 3-day finish as Patterson-White bowls to Sonny Baker, pushes it back to the bowler. If he gets many more he'll be eyeing up a 50.
Well, I know he hasn't played much first-class cricket, but you won't be surprised to hear that this is his best first-class score. He's only in his 5th first-class game. 2
big sixes in his in the last over. Tries to whip this one away and doesn't time it. Just hurried onto him from Liam Patterson-White. A couple at the far end just making a dash for the tunnel of love, as Kevin Howells calls it, that little corridor that spectators can walk through in front of the pavilion at the far end. Here's Patterson-White, floats it up now, and this one's gone up in the air, and this will be the end. Farhan Ahmed with the catch, and Patterson-White, who's had a great day, gets the winning moment, takes the wicket, and Hampshire are all out for 116, and table toppers Notts have won again. Hampshire 116 all out, so Nottinghamshire are victorious. It's been a long time coming against the side from the south coast, but they've won this by 366 runs, and Hampshire have been dismissed. Wait until you hear this, Kev. After 33.3 overs of their innings, 3 has definitely been the theme of this game. If you've been with us throughout, all those 3s on the scorecard, and it's come up in 33.3 overs. Incredible. Hampshire 116 all out. Kyle Abbott finished 18 not out. Last man, Sonny Baker, caught Farhan Ahmed at short third from the bowling of Liam Patterson-White for 27. He went hard on a slog sweep. It ballooned up off a top edge, and young Farhan just positioned himself nicely underneath it to take his 2nd catch of the innings. And Nottinghamshire have won this one. Astonishingly, we had 16 wickets go down yesterday. We've had another 14 today, and this one has been wrapped up inside 3 days. Nottinghamshire 333 and 345 have defeated Hampshire 196 and 116 by 366 runs in 33.3 overs. Warm applause. Obviously, manners first. Off comes Kyle Abbott and Sonny Baker. They're getting a good round of applause. Lyndon James will lead Notts off. 5 for 22, his figures. His best here at Trent Bridge for Nottinghamshire. But what a team effort that's been. Notts, as we've been saying throughout, or I've mentioned throughout, missing a few players. Duckett and Tong away with England. Stone's out injured. McCurr's injured. Pennington's injured. 1 or 2 others they could have brought in. Elected to go with just the 3 seamers and the 2 spinners. And one of those spinners, Liam Patterson-White, a genuine all-rounder, admittedly. has come to the party today with a career best 135, 120 for Tom Hames, 3 centurions in the match for Notts. Freddie McCann, the other one, of course, in the first innings. And they all take a special pride of place for Nottinghamshire, along with the bowlers. For the visitors, I'm sure Kev will continue to extol the praises and the performance of Kyle Abbott in particular. One or two other positives, I guess, to be accentuated, but by and large, not a great few days up in the East Midlands for your side.
Well, outplayed in every department. Bowl, bat, catching, in every way, really. It's been a horrible 3 days from a Hampshire point of view. It's their 4th ever highest margin of defeat ever, 366. That gives you an idea of just how much they've been outplayed. And a former player as well doing well against them. I'm dreading going down to speak to somebody tonight. But the secret about all of this, and it will be for Nottinghamshire as well, is whether you're winning or whether you're losing, you try and stay level. Yeah. Nottinghamshire have had a great 3 days. Enjoy it, of course you do, and enjoy being still top of the table. But from a Hampshire point of view, not great. But you've got to move on. In a few days' time, we go to Warwickshire, and somehow you've just got to put this behind you and move on, and hopefully learn from, I would like to say 1 or 2 mistakes. I think there's been a few more than that. But Notts have just been so good in this game.
The knives, I'm sure, will be sharpened for the return match in July down at the Utility Bowl. Very much looking forward to that, sharing the commentary box with you and all your friends down. When we come there in July, thanks to Kevin Howells as ever for his wit, his charm, his general bonhomie, and the way he's looked after us over the last few days. Both to him and to you, Kev. Safe travels wherever you head off to next. I know you've got 1 or 2 women's games before your next county championship game. I'll be at Durham, God willing, on Friday morning alongside Mr. Emerson for the next match. That'll be round 6 for Notts, Durham versus Nottinghamshire, just before 11. Not supporters, I'd love it if you can join me for that one. If you're going up to Chesterley Street, come and say hello. Always nice to chat on the road. Again, many thanks to the camera crew that's been in operation for this game. Shazley and Lewis today. Your work is appreciated, it really is. And also to Kirsty and Aaron. I'll be coming for a production meeting before too long. Kevin Howells, it's been great. To yourself, travel well, and we'll see you all soon.